Okay.
I'll predict what the final match is going to be. All right. As long as it's I have to look at the bracket to see if this actually lines up. But my prediction is Supple versus Exodus.
You think so? Yeah, that would line up.
Yep.
Well, actually, yeah. So they could actually fight each other in the winners bracket, and whoever loses drops to the losers bracket. If they win in the losers bracket, we could see Supple versus Exodus again, technically, in a best of 3 format.
That would be crazy.
You could see that. You don't think that again? I think that Hellowing might go the distance here. Either way, we're gonna see Hellowing versus.
You're right.
Exodus.
No, Hellowing. Yeah, I mean it's tough. Honestly, it's so tough to call right now. Like so many of these members have shifted around in the last few weeks. You've got some heavy hitters from one guild leaving and joining another guild. It's really hard to say. We haven't necessarily seen like that direct GVG in a while. So yeah, I mean Hellowing looking really strong in this tournament. I mean even after losing, like you said, after losing those members to Take Care, they just came back and almost look stronger than ever. So yeah, you got to put the respect on Hellowing too right now.
You do need to put the respect on them. Either way, we're gonna see, bro. We're gonna see Tier versus Supple. If Tier wins today, and Supple wins today, we might see Dwagon versus Velocity in fairness. But the cinema outcome, I think, is Supple versus Tier because those guilds hate each other more or less.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tier is the guild that Supple's calling out in their chat, PvP specifically. You know, with all of the... But then again, Hellowing called out Supple specifically. So there's a couple different guilds that still have a lot of bad blood here, mainly involving Supple.
Yo, what's up, Danny?
I think it'll be good either way.
Everybody hates the guild on top, and right now that is Supple. It is what it is. It looks like the lobby has started to fill here as guilds are finishing up their arc bosses. We see Corrupt is 41 people, 41 members in over here already.
I decided to take a nap.
Clearly they are itching.
It was supposed to be a nap. Well, it was supposed to be a nap.
It does look like that pick ban has already happened, so
Supposed
we can talk about that for just a moment here. You know what? We'll hold on that. You said that there was a patch coming tonight. I'll be honest with you. I've been so invested in the tournament overall and trying to keep the productions running and everybody happy that I haven't even gotten a chance to look at the patch notes. Can you explain to me what's going on in the patch?
Well, one thing that I noticed at the top of the patch notes, which directly impacts this tournament, actually, is that they are making it so you cannot stat pad your heals anymore. Any overhealing will no longer count in the war game. So no more 120 mil NA West players, unless, I mean, who knows? Maybe that was totally legit. Unlikely. We'll have to see. It's going to be really interesting to compare the scoreboard on some of these guys before and after tonight's patch, because you can no longer just pretend like you are healing by spamming your abilities on someone full health while an injured player next to you dies. You have to actually be a healer who knows how to target properly and keep your teammates alive. So after tonight, we're going to be able to see for the rest of this tournament who those healers are and which ones have just been putting on a good show.
Actually, an excellent point. I think NA West is in shambles, Morland, because again, yeah, 120 million healed. And that just goes to show you, I think the devs are watching the tournament, guys. I'm pretty sure they're watching the tournament because that change is only coming through very quickly after we saw some crazy stat batting in the NA West lobbies over there. Morland, I don't know if I've asked you yet, who wins between NA West and NA East?
Wow, of course, NA. When has NA West ever been the more competitive? I mean, I live in NA West and I play on NA East exactly for that reason. It just is what it is. I mean, I want to say West is better. Like, you know, I don't, I don't want to live over there or anything. But
certainly not right now.
It's the higher population. It's where people go to be competitive. It is what it is.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be living on NA West right now. You've got a lot of peaceful protesting going on. Interestingly,
yeah, if you hear any explosions in the background during the tournament, it's fine.
Very peaceful explosions, though. Peaceful on that one. So, interestingly enough, okay, so who wins between... do you think EU is stronger than NA West?
Oh, I mean, come on, let's not go that far. just because they can't beat NA East doesn't mean they're going to lose to EU. I mean, what? Whoa, slow down, dude.
Wow, EU in the dumpster right now. As per Morland, you think, okay, NA versus EU enters cross server. How many? Okay, what do you think it is? The top 5 What do you think? NA East is like the top 3 teams, and then it's NA West, and then you think it's EU? How many teams do you think NA East has in the top 5? If the top 5 teams of all 3 regions all fight each other, how do you think it ends up panning out?
I think there's probably 7 to 8 NA East guilds that could beat every single NA West guild. And the same is true of EU. I think there's 7 or 8. Pretty much the entire Ivory Alliance minus, you know who, the entire Snowburn Alliance and Supple's main guild. And I would say that that's 8 NA East guilds that could beat every single NA West and every single EU guild.
That is crazy. Okay, as somebody that has been spectating every single tournament and watched every match, I actually think that NA West does have one competitive team. I think that they have one team that makes the top 5 roster, and I think that they probably come in at number 4 on that one. I think NA East, number 1, EU, number 2, NA East, 3 and 4. And then EU rounds out the 5th spot. I think that's where I would put them. I think EU comes in at a close second to the NA East top teams. I think they're a lot more competitive than people give them credit for. I think EU also has a much stronger grasp on the metagame overall, usually. Like, these guys adapt very quickly, and they invest very heavily into the metagame. Like, they're not playing the game correctly, Morlin, unless they're playing the exact meta thing, which in this case is Spear Dagger.
Well, or you could argue that there's a reason why Spear Dagger isn't performing as well on NA, because maybe it's not what's meta. Maybe EU players just haven't figured out how to deal with it yet. So you could make that argument in either direction. But no, obviously we like to clown on EU a little bit. We'll be watching the finals to see if they can actually keep up. I'm sure there's at least like 2 EU guilds that could compete with the top NA scene, but there are so many strong guilds in NA East right now, which is why, like, I'm looking at these matches tonight. I'm not even saying this just for the sake of hype. Like, I'm looking at some of these matchups. I genuinely do not know the outcome between most of these Snowburn and Ivory guilds. They are all so competitive and so strong, especially over the last month or so. I would not sleep on the NA East region. I think it's just packed full of competition right now.
Yeah, I think NA East, in my opinion, is the most competitive of the 3. After watching all the tournaments, we see the most blowouts typically on EU. I think the EU guilds have like 2 to 3 very, very competitive guilds, and then there's a gap, and then there's a lot of like high to mid tier guilds that are very close with one another, and then there's like the lower tier guilds. In NA East, there's a lot more of like the power distribution is much more spread among the top 6 to 8 teams of NA East are very close with one another, and that's why these matches are so hype. And then again, the top end guilds, so there's a gap, and then there's like the top end guilds, and then there's a gap again. And again, you can see this in just the tournament participation as well. I think that NA East, it used to be EU was potentially one of the top regions and in T1, and then now in T2, you're seeing almost more teams for just NA East sign up than EU, almost. Right, and if you put NA East and NA West together, we definitely have a lot more players than EU. So a larger player pool to pull from. We just put all of our bad players are put on NA West is the assumption here. But again, I do think that NA West does have at least one extremely competitive team. They might have 2, but it would be tough to say where they exactly line up in the match here. It does look like that the lobbies are just about ready to go here, so we're going to move over to our versus screen for our next match of the day, which is going to be Corrupt versus Take Care. Marlon, you want to cover pick ban real quick?
Definitely, let me bring it up here. So it looks like Take Care won, which means, and they chose to pick, which means Corrupt bans. Corrupt banned Kawazan, Talus, Cherno, and Daigon. Looks like we're not going to be seeing that Daigon fight tonight. And then it looks like the pick is going to be Morokai. So Take Care bringing the fight over to Morokai. This is definitely a match or a map that they have been practicing since all the way back in the T1 days. They will know this map in and out. I'm sure they've done a million reps here.
Yeah, are you sure you don't want to fight Corrupt on Kawazan? We saw that work. we saw that work out super well for Villain in the previous round here. I think that Morokai is certainly a great map choice. It's my favorite Riftstone to watch. There's a lot of dynamic things that can happen here, and I think that If I'm being honest, I think that Take Care is favored in this matchup. I'm going to go with Corrupt here. I believe in the Corrupt boys. I know a lot of these guys used to play with me for a long time, both at the start of Throne and Liberty and then for years in Black Desert as well. I recognize a lot of these players on this side over here as we're missing one player in the lobby. Let's take a look at the compositions. Wow, 9 daggers on the side of Corrupt versus 13 on the side of Take Care. 18 SNS on Corrupt, 15 for Take Care. 19 great swords to 17. Looks like 5 staves to 5 staves. 20 bows for Corrupt to 17 for Take Care. So clearly not prioritizing the bows in this case. 5 crossbows on the side of Take Care with only 2. Both of their Cordy spinners on Corrupt. No other crossbows over there. 17 wands against 16. Corrupt slightly edging out there. And then again, spears are dead on equal, Moreland. I'll be honest with you, compositionally, I think I favor Take Care here, compositionally speaking. I think that
Stop sleepy. I hope you're one of the top NA West or East guilds. They better be referencing you. I mean, I'm shoutcasting the tournament, Nova.
Crossbow Dagger is slept on right now.
Crossbow Dagger is very slept on, and Mordecai is one of the best maps for Crossbow Dagger. You have those respawn points that are kind of like out in the woods, and there's a lot of opportunity for those scorpions to just pop out and kill you when you're respawning, trying to get back to the stone. Very, very difficult to shut them down unless you're going to devote a whole static to going around and chasing those crossbows away. And even when you do that, it's difficult to shut down a good crossbow player, and Take Care definitely has some very heavy-hitting crossbow players. We'll try to grab their perspective a few times throughout the fight so you can see what I'm talking about. But Mordecai just kind of has that, you know, those hills and the road that cuts between the mountains. It's not as open. It's not as easy to kind of pick out those assassins and shut them down. You're really going to have to look for them. There's a lot of ways they can dodge roll or just stealth and kind of disappear into the trees and come back and be annoying again. So having a few extra scorpions, I think, is going to be very disruptive and annoying as Corrupt tries to respawn and regroup during these encounters.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's going to be I think this match is going to be close. I think Corrupt has undersold themselves a little bit on this side over here. I don't see a couple of their players. Oh, there is Fabi. Fabi is in here. Soggy's in here. Dragoon is in here. No, they've got their heavy hitters. Wait, he said, give me, okay. Wait, are you really? They said, give me 2 minutes, and then they said, ready. We're making sure that all of the weapons are legal weapons to use for the tournament, guys. Everyone has to be showing their weapons during the tournament, so we're getting lobby final checks to go here as we prepare for Take Care versus Corrupt, our second banger. Every single match today is going to be a banger in this tournament today. It looks like we are just about ready to go. What's your prediction here? Do you think Corrupt or Take Care?
Oh man, I have so much love for both these guilds. Honestly, it's hard to say, but I do think overall, especially after recovering from their recent loss against Helloing, Take Care has got to be coming out of this super motivated to win. I'm leaning in their direction.
All right, well, we are finally in match.
I don't know, man.
As both guilds start to spawn
Take Care
into this one, I'm trying to
strong,
rush over to the stone as quickly as possible to try to catch the start
Corrupt
of
are
the
my
action
boys,
over here.
man.
Corrupt in the yellow, and it looks like Take Care in the red right now. Corrupt managing to get through and create a bit of a concave here, blasting in to Take Care. Good positioning for Corrupt as their front line stands over there. What is that kill feed? What is going on right now? Corrupt said they were gonna get Baja blasted here, Moreland.
Well, it's going a little bit back and forth, but yeah, that initial wipe, and they're still doing it. Corrupt is doing just fine here in this initial fight. I don't know if Take Care maybe got caught off guard a little bit. We'll see if they are able to establish and recover. I'm seeing a lot of their most dangerous DPS, Viglin, Aishi, and others start to show up in that kill feed now. Maybe just needed to take a second to get their feet on the ground. We're now seeing the kill feed kind of swap over in Take Care's direction, which is definitely what we anticipated. And Corrupt actually starting to get kind of wiped here off the stone. This is where that regroup is going to become more and more important. We have both guilds kind of respawning on top of each other over here at
Dragoon.
4-1. This is usually the quickest way to get back into the fight, so whoever's going to maintain control of 4-1's going to have an advantage here.
There.
That's where those crossbows and
great
greatswords and things like that can definitely have a huge impact. But so far, it looks like despite that early engage, Take Care is starting to get their footing now.
Yeah, Take Care now starting to dominate in the match, but Corrupt certainly getting some solid kills in the feed here. Koki trying to stay healthy in the middle of everyone. Gonna go down to what looks like a flash wave right there. Fabi, one of their best casters, their best liberators on the outside of the fight. You saw him pick up 2 kills while I was watching him right there. He's just trying to stay in a good position. They're locking him down right now, though, and he's gonna go down as the top DPS members for Corrupt are getting hunted and destroyed. Take Care starts to get their footing. I'll be honest with you, though, the strategy early on definitely in favor of Corrupt. Take Care once again showing that they're not showing up to these matches quite as prepared as they did in the T1 tournament. You take a look, 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Take Care dominating this leaderboard for defeats right now. Bad Ripper, Clem, and Akara coming in as the top Corrupt members. Damage dealt. Clem actually top damage dealt to the lobby on a Liberator. Interestingly enough, Fabi, like I said, second to top for Corrupt right there in an ocean of Take Care members. Broomstick doing a great job. 2.4 million healed for Take Care right there on Weeks, and then HTC Fuzzy doing what he can. Certainly TC on top right now, Moreland, but that doesn't mean that the shot calling on the side of Corrupt can't come up with a win here.
Yeah, Corrupt is going to focus up and do something to adapt here. The cap hasn't become live yet, so it's not the end of the world to lose this initial engage. Soggy definitely going to be coming up with a plan, maybe respawning at a different portal or doing some kind of regroup. But in the meantime, I'm going to be taking Broomstick's POI. Okay, never mind. I was just about to glaze Broomstick and talk about how good his static is at keeping him alive, and then right as I say it, Caster Curse, he goes down. But there are definitely some super heavy-hitting spear statics on the side of Take Care. Like I said, some of the most famous and effective spear players on all of NA East. Viglin, well-known, Broomstick, well-known, and Ashibi as well. I wouldn't be surprised if those end up being the top 3 damage in this lobby. Especially, you know, Broomstick, his static in particular has been playing together, I think, basically since the launch of the game. They have hopped from guild to guild, but as a static group, they've stayed together. These are guys that are going to have a lot of synergy and know how to back each other up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm locked on to Weeks right now as the top healer of the lobby. Currently, as he backs up right now, he's trying to stay in a good position, but he has to stay at least close enough to his guild members that they can make something happen. Here's Ryu right here, one of the Cordy spinners on the side of Take Care. The Corrupt members are all grouping up right there. I don't know if that's what you want to do. Ryu biding his time, though, waiting on those buffs. Just wasn't quite ready to go on this one. Corrupt waiting. Oh gosh, getting clumped up right here. This is looking like it's gonna be a really big Cordy spin. There's the pull in right there. There's the spin in, but honestly only getting 1 kill right there before ended up dying. So again, Corrupt doing a great job of making sure that they're not getting too much value out of those Cordy spinners. Creeper on the backside of the fight over here on that healer, just trying to keep the Corrupt members alive. But you understand that when you spawn in war games like this, you're gonna come back with half health. Your healers got to do a lot of work just to get your healing stacks on you. As we get closer to the start here, it looks like the rift has opened up. It looks like Fuji Cakes on the side of Take Care gonna go ahead and try and interact with the stone. No one is gonna interrupt him for Take Care right there. We'll see if Corrupt, who has managed to push this fight a little bit closer to the stone, can get their leadership in range. Red Camper currently at 50-60%. No one on Take Care is gonna stop him. He's gonna get it. Take Care does manage to get the cap off as well and are on the board for the first time in this match, Moreland.
It's going to be very difficult for Corrupt to actually get any feet planted on that stone. They're continuing to spawn at Portal 1, which, like I said, is the fastest way back, but it's kind of too fast. In a scenario like this, if you're just continuously coming back with half health, then you're just going to be continuously sent back to that respawn platform again. And so
14-9,
probably
14-8.
we're going to need Corrupt to do some kind of respawn at Portal 2 or 3. I swung over there.
They're going to have to try to take high ground a little bit
which
more.
Which means both guilds are full respawning on one, basically on top of each other, and just sprinting back into the fight. Currently, that is working much more in Take Care's favor. If you're fighting from behind like this, if you're trying to catch up, at some point you gotta give up the fight on the respawn so that you can do a proper regroup.
So I don't mean to alarm anybody, but Zorxor is not listed as one of the Cordy spinners for Take Care here. I'm gonna confirm that maybe they gave us the wrong name, but Zorxor is running Cordy's crossbows. Cordy crossbows here. You're only allowed to have 2 of those in the tournament overall here. So Take Care might have a bit of a blunder that is going to cost them quite dearly. If I get to see the other two, now I've got to check for the other two Cordy spinners. Are they actually Spinkar and Ryu? Ryu, I know, is in the lobby. Is Spinkar here? I have not seen Spinkar yet. It's possible they gave me the wrong name for this one. But yeah, Corrupt actually managing to bring the fight to the cap. They did not lose the cap. Take Care is going to take it right now. Take Care is going to take it home, and now Corrupt is going to go for yet another cap here. The fact that they didn't get their cap closed out tells me they can plant enough people on the point to be competitive
Oh
here.
no, not the DQ.
I did find Springcar. He is playing Scorpion with the Ackman crossbow. He's not running the Cordy, so it looks like TC is still compliant. Guys, make sure you update your rosters
I'm over
when
here
you're
like,
letting us know. You don't want to lose on a technicality. Let us know who those Cordys are.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure you check your roster and tell us who is running the Cordys here. That was really close to being a DQ. I'll be honest with you. Saved. MDM over here on this healer doing their best. And honestly, Corrupt doing a solid job of getting into the kill feed. They have 8 people on the point right now to the 14 from Take Care. They are managing to get people onto the point, but sadly, they're just getting obliterated as they get pulled to that low ground. It's not like T1 where you can sit on a high ground like a pigeon and make something happen. That pull ability, which in my opinion is the singular best ability in the game right now. Moreland, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, it looks like the most powerful ability in the game. It just pulls people off that high ground like you just saw happen to Fabi right there, and immediately you just put them in harm's way.
No, it absolutely creates
that. Imagine getting a DQ there. Holy shit!
Maybe a Cordy spin, but the fact you could just press one button and toss 4 people off a cliff, or even just get them out of position so that the guild can follow up. I mean, any ability that can cause you to cause that many deaths as a tank player, or even just that many people out of position as a tank player on such a short cooldown, I think you're right. It's definitely a devastating ability, and it's crazy. I'm continuing to watch Portal 1 over here, and I don't know if both guilds are just kind of being good sports here, but I'm not actually seeing anywhere near the level of spawn camping that I would expect. Usually when 2 guilds are just free spawning on top of each other, they start to farm each other. You start to see those Ravagers, you start to see Scorpions just eating people that are half health. But instead, both guilds kind of just
that's what I'm noticing too for them here. No, there's no kill squads.
Interesting to see. I don't know if they are just trying to be nice or if they just genuinely feel like there's no value.
Like if you're trying to win, you need to have a kill squad on there.
Scorpion would get crazy
because there's no
camping this spawn point.
It's easier to kill a guy with 40% HP than 100%. So
yeah, Hapu out here trying to hunt down HGC Fuzzy, but he's going to keep himself healthy right now as Take Care tries to collapse into the woods. This is not as one-sided as I think people thought, or Corrupt said it was going to be. Their cap on the stone does fail in this case, but they are managing to pick up kills. They're able to skirmish relatively well. They are losing out in the skirmishes. Take Care certainly look like a stronger guild overall, player to player, pound for pound. But I think that Corrupt is definitely trying out different strategies, at least initiating caps on the point, as Red Camper has gotten 2 or 3 caps on the point. Anything POS, one of the Corrupt spinners over here doing what he can, but you see him getting flipped over right there, and he's going to run out of health. Noah's healer does manage to save him, and that's what I'm saying, is that Corrupt has been doing a really solid job of playing with one another. We'll see if he can get a Cordy spin off. He's waiting for those buffs. Can he get it done? No, he gets Cordy spun on himself right there. So tragic to see that.
Yeah, Corrupt changing it up a little bit now. They are over on Respawn 2, so they've given up that Portal 1, and it makes sense because of the positioning they have here, where they're kind of approaching the stone from the flank, from that road path over towards Respawn 2. It totally makes sense for them to rotate. They have a good amount of presence in the direction of Portal 2. I'm seeing a lot of yellow names kind of over by that tent area. Everything in this map looks the same, so it's hard to describe. But they're getting a decent presence established here. Just very hard for them to actually secure those kills on Take Care. Meanwhile, we're seeing the Take Care Cordy spinners and the Take Care Spear players just consistently eating throughout this match. I mean, you constantly see the same 5 or 6 names from Take Care on that kill feed, and this is why having those heavy hitters can just make such a big deal. You have to give it to Corrupt, though. They came to this match knowing that they were not favored to win, knowing it was going to be a huge uphill battle, so good on them for finding a different approach and continuing to come back full-fledged and try to make something happen against Take Care here.
Yeah, absolutely. Orzeka doing what he can on this Greatsword Dagger, which is a tough class to be playing in a from behind. If your guild is in a, oh my goodness, in a tough spot here. His healer doing a great job trying to keep him alive. Does manage to dash out of the action. Gets pulled right back in though. Oh my goodness, catches another heal from Medics, who is going to die in his arms next to him. He's going to go down. Orzeka walks away with it, but Medics will die. The classic healer dying for their DPS it right there. And then Orzeka dashes back and forth and immediately dies. Well, thank goodness you healed him so that he could so that he could die 6 seconds later, dashing into the middle of a corny spin. Absolutely tragic. From spawn point one more time here, as they only have one person standing on the point. Red Camper is going to try it one more time. Take care, 2 occupied to really stop any of this from happening, or to stop the cappers from taking it. Corrupt is going to get another cap down once again, basically consistently always having a cap initiated, keeping Take Care on their heels. And you got to give them credit, man. They came with a strategy, they executed it. That's why we saw a big kill feed for them at the start of the match. But obviously, sadly, we're seeing Take Care just overwhelm them with sheer force here.
Yeah, it's just sheer kill feed. It's hard to have any kind of macro, any kind of
a lot of red feeds right now
when the overall kills are just this one-sided. But Corrupt, nonetheless, is doing a good job of getting over to that stone and keeping those caps going consistently. They have had a cap going for the majority of the match. They just don't have the bodies to put in that section and get that bar progressing. They've got to figure out a way to just stay alive longer. They've got to look at those Take Care players that are shutting them down. You know, the 2 Cordies and the 3 Spears that are just over and over again showing up on that kill feed. You got to find those guys and do something to keep them from eating here. There are so many different angles that you can attack from on Mordecai. So you can definitely surprise people. You can definitely catch people off guard. You can approach from behind because they're not really contesting the point at the moment. You can find those players and shut them down, but it's going to be hard to do when the kill feed is this one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, Harana doing, and this is the Greatsword Dagger perspective from the other team, and you can see Harana, there's Orzeka fighting him right there. Harana is actually going to survive that engagement to live another day, and Orzeka gets picked off in the background right there. Look at him lock down Bad River. Can he get the guillotine down? He does, but he gets stunned by Koki.
Oh, no.
Saves him right there. Turns it back around, but Harana catches a heal. He's going to go down. Look at that coordination on behalf of Corrupt right there to make sure. Man, that was a back and forth skirmish that we saw, and that was just a literal microcosm of what is going on an individual level right there. Harana gets really low, gets locked down by Orzeka, catches a heal, goes back in, catches Bad Ripper, locks him down, tries to catch him with a guillotine. Bad Ripper catches a heal, then gets a stun, then Harana gets stunned, then he gets knocked out, and Corrupt bringing it back right now, trying to work together. Again, these guys have been playing together for years, Morlin. What an impressive little display we just saw.
Yeah, absolutely. The individual player power level on Take Care is just so high, though. I'm seeing so many names in this guild that I recognize. They kind of have an all-star lineup, even though a lot of these players maybe don't have as much time playing together and don't know each other as well. The individual player skill or individual static skill that you see here is just very, very difficult to deal with. I'm watching Aishibi right now. I'm taking his perspective, following him around, and just the positioning. I mean, this guy's been playing Spear Dagger for a minute, and a very technical player, knows exactly how far out he can go, what kind of risks he can take. Consistently going to be one of their top damaging players. Even when they try to focus him, he's able to disengage and get healthy again. Hard to kill despite playing one of the squishier classes in the game right now. And of course, as I say that, just like with Broomstick, he dies for the first time as soon as I'm trying to glaze him up. You guys got to stop dying every time I glaze you.
Yep, that's just how it is. The caster curse, Moreland. Welcome. I'm locked onto RuneScape right now. One of the better spell blades on the side of Take Care here, just pumping out damage there. You got another kill, another 2 kills right there. As Spinkar gets another kill as well. It does look like the Take Care is mopping up this lobby. It's just showing overwhelming dominance over the top of Corrupt. Corrupt, strong strategy, strong teamwork, but it's just not enough to be on top of NA East. You have to have everything and Take Care. Look at this sample: Glenn, Zorzor, Broomstick, Zybe, Ryu, Phaeton, Markelov, Ego, Spray Machine. Man, they're just dominating the defeats right now. Bad Ripper, Akara, and Clem, and Soapy Stud, the top of the defeats for Corrupt there. You take a look at the damage done. Again, it's good, Clem and Fabi as liberators in the top 6 right now, and they're doing a great job at 3.8 million for Sample, and Glenn and Broomstick doing a great job. Like you said before, they were going to be at the top of the lobby. Weeks, Wuru, Mayhem, Nocturnal, the top healers of the lobby so far, and then Davidan kind of coming in as the first healers for Corrupt over here. And Corrupt honestly managing to rally onto the point, but sadly they don't have one initiated right now, Marlon.
Yeah, the fact that Liberators are the top 2 damage on Corrupt, I'm trying to figure out if they know something that everyone else doesn't, or if they don't know something that everyone else does, because it seems kind of odd for Liberators to be the top 2. Corrupt might be maybe lagging a little bit behind still in the T1 meta. We got to get some Shadow Dancers or some Spellblades or something up above
no, they just got pulled into a clump.
Liberators, if we're going to try to knock out a guild like Take Care.
Yeah, I know something about Corrupt that everybody doesn't. Soggy shared it with me earlier tonight. This is privileged information, so nobody say it. But he said that Corrupt is complete dog water, and they suck at everything. And so that's probably why they have 2 Liberators at the top of their... Oh my goodness, there goes Fabi as they try to lock onto him right there. He goes down right there. Take Care, doing what they can to make sure that Corrupt is relentlessly diving on to this point right now with 2 minutes left to go. They have 15 people on the point, but sadly there's 21 for Take Care. They are not taking any chances. They're telling their guild to skirmish right next to or on the point proper here. You see the yellow health bars. They step onto the point, they're immediately targeted down and blasted out here. Dreamy standing here as one of the, again, another liberator for Corrupt, and you see him as a gamer standing on this high ground right here, just barely elevated over everyone else, but he keeps getting pulled in, and this is what I'm saying, that pull is just so powerful on behalf of Take Care right there. They're making full use of it right now. We see Harana over here on the side one more time. The tanks for Take Care doing a pretty solid job, but I'll be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed in their ability to stop Red Camper from taking this rift consistently. They've just basically been initiating whenever they want on this stone.
Yeah, I don't know how seriously the Take Care front line is focusing on the stone. I think if they look at the kill feed and they figure, we've got this, and maybe they're not focusing as much on that cap as they should. You do got to be careful in the final couple minutes not to let the other team sneak that bar too quickly while you're off getting kills. But Take Care doing a really good job of just spreading out, not only on the objective, but just in this open field in front of Morokai. Again, this is a map that they picked. This is a map that they have played on a million times, and if you just look at the overall spread of red names in this section here, they know what they need to do. When the stone is in danger, they're all right there ready to turn around and take it right back. So I don't think they're overly concerned when some of those caps sneak through. They're just going to kill their way back through it.
Yeah, sadly only 22 seconds left on Corrupt's life in this tournament here. 15 people on the point. They tried valiantly. I think they did a pretty solid job against Take Care, all things considered, but you see the gap between the really close competitive teams. And then again, I mean, remember, Take Care got absolutely rolled. It was the exact opposite situation when they fought Hellowing. It's like the gap between Corrupt and Take Care is the same gap that you see between Take Care and Hellowing. That's the crazy level of play that we see here. 120 kills for Sample, putting on a clinic right there. Glenn NA with...
Yeah, it's alright. Still love the boys, man. Still love the Corrupt boys. Uh-oh. It's so pretty crazy how TC damn near got disqualified, though. That would have been insane to see. Bro. Let's refresh.
Neon, the top for Take Care, and Sunny Stinks down there as well. The amount yield looks like Weeks, Wuru, Mayhem, and Nocturnal, the top tanks of the lobby for Take Care. Corrupt stop tanks for Status Newbie, Dabin, my man, Dabin, and Kinda, and then Creeper, HTC, Fudgy down here rounding out the top 5 for Corrupt, Nocturnal, and Audrey rounding out the top 5 on the side of Take Care. They're gonna move on in this tournament. GG's.
GG's indeed. And again, respect to Corrupt for showing up and putting up such a fight. They did know going into that match that it was going to be pretty rough for them, but we didn't see them dip out. We didn't see them dodge. We didn't see them falter. They showed up for the entire match
they still
and did
out,
what
bro.
they could.
They
hopefully they
100% still
took away
out.
some lessons from that, and they will be even stronger as a result.
Yeah, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, as they say. Except they killed Corrupt a lot there, so there's that. It's good fights to both guilds. Either way, we're gonna have to look ahead to our next match of the day so that we can keep things moving. Uh-oh versus Seraphim right now. Seraphim from the Stellarite server. I know these guys really well. Fantastic group of guys. Rank 3 in their alliance with Supple. And again, both Uh-oh and Seraphim are in the Supple Alliance, and both of them think that they're rank 3. I've been in this situation before with 2 Ethereum guilds. We said that we were number 3. Kira said that they were number 3. So I've been number 3 before. You can't both be number 3. But we're going to find out here. Rank 1 on their server with 3 siege wins for Seraphim here. They said they're an erotic Christian guild, which is a choice. And their prediction was to be out second round, so they've made it that far.
Yeah, getting out second round again in a double elimination tournament is pretty hard.
Yeah,
but
man.
on the other side, we do have
really running the gauntlet
guild
right now.
That was the final match of our last NAE
Not
East
50%
bracket,
they said, but they're in round.
Was
What is it like round 4 now?
Already, versus Cursed was a phenomenal fight over on the Talus map. These guys coming from the same server, coming from the same alliance, like you said, both placing themselves at third. This is going to be the match that determines who is actually third and who is fourth. Siege's one for Uh-Oh is just the last one that they were in last week.
Gonna be
Prediction
here.
of top 50% would be great. I believe they're in top 50%
Damn,
at this point, right?
TC has to fight Velocity
Yes,
or
they
Tier.
are. Definitely in the top 50% of the tournament
Seraphim.
so far.
Uh-oh.
I need my ballpoints. As chat said, let's be honest, they're both fourth. Ladies, please, you're both the ugliest. That's just how it goes sometimes with chat.
One sec, my food's
Moving over toward the versus scream. Seraphim won the coin toss. They chose to pick this time. Again, we've seen guilds choose to ban. Interestingly enough, they chose to pick this time though. And Uh-Oh banned Manticus, Leviathan, Hackalo, and Daigon. We are going to Azrael as per Seraphim's request, Marlon.
The absolute full T2 ban plus the Azrael pick is the most meta pick ban I have ever seen in my life. But here we are. I mean, Azrael is Azrael. It's the map that we've seen a few times before. Both guilds are definitely going to be familiar with it. Lots of big open space, a bit of a sketchy cliff that you can get thrown off of. We'll see if they're going to be playing near that or away from it. But both guilds claiming that they are similar in strength here. Azrael's a pretty good arena to find out if that's true.
Yeah, it looks like Seraphim's conflict boss just ended up dying. Convenient for them. As moving on in the tournament, I'm going to make this announcement right now for all 3 regions. We are not stopping moving match times for ARC bosses anymore. We're done with that. My goodwill on this has been expended by most of the NA East guilds, I'll be honest with you, on this one. But moving forward, I would assume that the guilds are competitive enough in the tournament that, yep, it's you can choose. Hey, man, if you don't, honestly, Moreland, I'll be real. If you don't want to go to the tournament because you think that one ARC boss is more important, you're more than happy to give your opponent a buy round. I think that your opponent would be more than happy to take that buy round.
Although I have to stand up for NA East a little bit here, Blue, because you did put them on both Wednesday and Saturday every week.
I don't care. I don't care. Imagine being like, aren't you the most competitive region? Why do you even need ARC boss weapons? Just spend
They
your
should have
money.
bought those months ago.
Swipe. Yeah, bro. What are we talking about? Dude, swipe that credit card. How else is North America supposed to win? Okay, aside from going into credit card debt. That's how we beat EU. That's how it always has been. Okay, that's just the way that it goes. No, fake. You can't do that. We're just gonna get rid of that. There we go. Yep. Okay. Maybe not 30 minutes, but yeah, okay. Maybe not 30 minutes, but yeah, that's okay. That's all right. We're waiting on the last few Seraphim members to join the lobby here, as it looked like their Arc Boss did die. Like you said, one of the most meta pick bans we have seen so far in the tournament. Azrael, the typical GOAT pick if you want like a relatively even match. It's very stable. It's very reasonable. The better guild should theoretically win. But we talked about this. We watched this on EU, I believe, yesterday. Yeah, it was EU, where a guild just legitimately threw the entire match almost. Minus Trin almost lost. They made it look really close. In fairness, Morland, they gave me a lot better content. They made it look really close against Froost, mainly because they're just spawning at the wrong spawn most of the match. And then we saw the final Latino guild of our NA East tournament lose on Azrael because, again, they're spawning at the wrong spawn. So hopefully both of these guilds understand that.
Yeah, the match where Doom lost was so tragic, Blue. They were absolutely performing amazing in the actual fight, but then they chose to spawn at the furthest possible way away. There's 3 spawns on this map. 1 and 2 are real close, and 3 is 2 or 3 times further away, all the way up the stairs in the back of the temple where the boss spawned. So you're not really going to want to use Portal 3 unless you're going for a full regroup, trying to get everyone healthy and push in as a guild. If you're just reinforcing and continuing to fight, then 1 or 2 are going to be your options.
Yeah, chat saying it's funny is they know that they have both 100% practice war games together on this stone, so this has to be. And again, they're in the same alliance. So these are probably practice partners too. And something interesting happens, guys, when you're playing against your practice partner, but it's like for real this time. Usually you want to pull out some crazy stuff, or you want to try something different that maybe you haven't shown them before, because they're ready for any of the stuff that you've been trying previously in your guild here. It does look like that we see is fully joined the lobby. We're still waiting on 6 members on the side of Seraphim. So honestly, slow as molasses, as it were, in this lobby. But 9 spears is kind of crazy for here.
Yeah, we've got 8 spears for Seraphim, and they're still missing an entire static. So there's 9 actually on both sides now. Going to be a much more spear-heavy match than some of what we've seen earlier tonight. Barely seeing any crossbows. I'm seeing 2 crossbows on one side and 3 on another. So mostly just the cordies there. A tremendous amount of wands and shields, which shouldn't surprise anyone. Honestly, most of the weapons here pretty close on both sides. I am seeing a few more great swords, 17 great swords for, I think that's compared to only 13 for Seraphim.
Yeah. It looks like we're at 45 players for Seraphim here now against 47. So very, very close on both sides. But again, in NA, we do not see very many crossbows in North America. On EU, and this is why I'm saying EU is much quicker about trying to pick up on the metagame. I see crossbow dagger used way more in EU. We're only seeing 3 cordies on the side of Seraphim, and only 2, I'm sorry, we're seeing 3 crossbows, 2 of which are cordies on the side of Seraphim. We're seeing 2 cordies on the other side, and that's it. No other crossbows in the lobby right now on the side of So I don't know, man. Maybe we're just not picking up on it, but almost 19 healer or 19 wands for Seraphim against 18 over here. So, man, are we about to run 20 healers up in here? Is that the strat?
Well, there's probably a handful of Templars. We could scroll through and see if they're running any Templars. They're probably not all healers. Yeah, I am seeing a few SNS wand players, but I mean, look, dude, wand's strong. I mean, we even saw staff wand performing really well earlier when we were watching Wayland. So wand in a really good spot all around. They've tried to throw some slight nerfs at it here and there, but overall, as both a support weapon and a DPS weapon, it's pretty versatile and pretty viable right now. It does not surprise me that it is the most used weapon on both teams, although in the case of they also have they currently have 18 wands, 18 SNSs, and 18 greatswords, so a 3-way tie for picking their most common weapons.
Yeah, absolutely. As Seraphim still waiting on 2 members from Seraphim to join the lobby. They're about to forfeit those 2 members here if they can't get them in the lobby. I told them 4 minutes. That was about 2 minutes ago They got 2 minutes to fill the final 2 slots here. We are hitting go. I am kind of done waiting for these Arc Boss players to get their Arc Boss done.
Arc Boss has been dead for a minute. I don't know what we're waiting on, guys. Can we click the button?
Yeah, I am done with this at this point, mainly because there's just no sense of urgency for these guilds. At this point, I'm rooting for I love the Seraphim guys, but they're making me an fan. And based on what I've seen from in the previous match on Talus, and again, that was the closest match of the tournament so far, and brought it back, showed some incredible guild solidarity there, brought it back and won at the last moment. Such a cool one to watch here as we get ready to go here on Azrael. I think that okay, so overall, based on the current patch, what do you think the best DPS classes in the game right now, or best 2 or 3 DPS classes in the game right now?
I mean, ironically, I would put the best DPS classes, at least 2 of them are probably SNSs. You got the SNS crossbow and the SNS wand, which are both tanky, but also have the potential to get crazy amounts of kills. The Cordy spinner usually compared with an
see it every time, even after the patch.
And then you've got the curse bomber,
Staff
which is
dag,
usually played with SNS as
spear
well.
dag.
So a bit of a tanky DPS meta there. But in 3rd place, I think it's pretty clear. Well, maybe not in 3rd place, but the other one out of the top 3 would definitely be Spellblade. I mean, we've just seen that from the leaderboards over and over again in terms of damage.
Is Moro just saying
kills.
everything but his class, bro?
Is doing very well. Shadow Dancer not too far behind. I do think there's some meta differences. Maybe even in EU, you would rank Shadow Dancer a little bit higher, but for whatever reason, in NA hasn't quite been outperforming those Spellblades. There's some that are, and there's some that aren't. A little bit more back and forth. You could say the same thing with Templars too. There are a few outstanding Templar players. We'll see later on in the match with Supple some Templar players that are really going to, I'm predicting, bring home a ton of kills. But a lot of guilds don't necessarily have crazy Templars, so you're going to see the Cordys and you're going to see the Shadow Dancers and the Spellblades.
Yeah, I think so too. I actually agree with that assessment overall. I just think that EU and NA have such different, and NA West has its own metagame entirely. Almost all of their bows are running Tornado across the board. Do you think that Tornado has gotten a lot better on the current patch? Has anything changed that makes that skill better?
I don't know. I mean, Tornado, it's always been good. It's just a matter of if your group actually has the synergy to use it, because people will use it in scenarios where it's totally disruptive and inappropriate. But yeah, a well-placed Tornado can absolutely stuff an enemy push, be very disruptive and very useful. It's just a question of how many of those Tornadoes are going to be useful ones and how many are going to be obnoxious and disruptive to what your guild is trying to do.
Yeah, it's true. I have seen again, in fairness, the Tornadoes are super useful. Maybe not every bow user in NA West is using them, but we are certainly seeing a lot of them use them. We're all waiting on one crashed member right now as we take a look one more time at the, we see the compositions kind of fleshed out here. 12 daggers against 12 daggers. 15 against 16 SNSs in favor of here. 18, oh my gosh, 18 great swords against 13 here. It does look like the lobby is full. We are not waiting on the remaining Seraphim members. Let me check, double check that weapons are good. Okay, we're just gonna go. Seraphim sacrifices its final position in the lobby because their members are inept and don't understand how to join a lobby on time. I'm done with it. It's gonna play one member up. We're hitting go on this match. We have waited long enough on this one. The match is just about underway on Azrael here as we get into this one. Yep, you've just forfeit your final member. There's nothing I can do about that. As we move into this one, they're going to play one member down. So Seraphim, a lot of people think is going to win regardless. And now they're both spawning in on each other on the same spawn right now. Seraphim gets the better of them on the initial engagement right here. The rest of starting to spawn in right behind them, though. And Moreland, no one is dying. There we go. Finally.
There we go. Now they're dying.
Yeah, with the first big kill feed of the lobby there, Moreland.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, Seraphim took a
They went
little
to Arc
bit
Boss?
to join the lobby. We'll see if they
Didn't
are
get
also
Arc
lagging
Boss,
when it comes
and
to
they went
hitting
here
the
just to get
respawn
shit on.
portals and joining the fight as well. That initial
No
fight,
wonder
both
they took
guilds
so
kind of
long.
looking at each other like they're not sure what's supposed to happen next, and then all of a sudden, just a devastating kill feed. Completely wiping the floor with Seraphim.
There's no
we'll see if
shot,
they're going to
man.
continue to just spam respawn
Really delayed
here
the
on the same
tournament
location,
to do
or if
Arc
they're gonna
Boss
give
just to
this
get
up
no Arc
and
Boss
pick a
and then
different
get
spot.
shit on at the
Usually
start.
when you just get
Unfortunate.
trashed on the first spawn here, you don't want to keep trickling in and feeding your opponent. You probably want to regroup elsewhere, but the cap is not live yet, so they have a couple minutes to figure out what they want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that is coming out
Yo,
on top
Thugga.
of this first engagement.
What's up,
but
brother?
we are seeing Seraphim battle back
Hey,
in the
man.
kill feed a little bit right now. 3.5 minutes before the stone opens up, and they're almost going the wrong way. They're slowly working their way toward the stone. It looks like is kiting towards that choke point over there to try to get in position on the stone. If they can get there, that's great. The problem is you risk being pulled in right now. We've seen many guilds try this here as continually farms Seraphim on their way over to the stone, but Seraphim could eat this big tail here. MD
They're still nightmares.
kill feed right there. As again, very back and forth though. Again, we're inching our way closer and closer to this little choke point here. It looks like all at once is going to try to duck up the stairs. Again, they're getting pulled back in though, so good play from Seraphim as they're regrouping and pushing in and not letting move up those stairs. If they disengage for even a moment, they will lose this fight. That's how close this actually is right now, Marlon.
Yeah, this is what you want to see from They want to take that space closer to the objective. If they can funnel Seraphim through the stairs, that's going to be absolutely just free kills for them. But they can't do it too quickly. If they snake in that direction, then Seraphim is just going to eat their backline. So now finally going through the stairs, and they're going to look to hold this choke here. They really want to force Seraphim to go all the way around and find another entrance. I wouldn't be surprised if we see camping here for quite a while. Seraphim is going to have to find some way to break through here. Their tanks are going to have to rush in and spread this fight out because this is a really bad position for them. They're just going to get eaten on that choke.
Oh my goodness, a big pull in and a Cordy spin to boot right there on a lot of Seraphim members. That's the problem. You stand too close to that choke, you just get absolutely obliterated. Spin after spin after spin there. Just knocking those members out. I definitely favor O's position now. They're beautifully
tower
positioned.
defender now.
Even their respawners are running up and disrupting Seraphim's backline right now. You can see them stuck in the choke as they try to push through here. But again, you see them on the other side. You see some Seraphim members trying to flank this fight on the other side, but already you're seeing designate players to deal with that as Seraphim starts to see the light of day. They start to get through this choke point right here.
Really good flank though from Seraphim. They did manage to spread out and kind of open that choke up a bit. They got some of their guild in. I don't think they were quite as decisive there as maybe they could have been, but that static or two that went around the side has pulled a lot of members over in this direction. Seraphim kind of controlling the second choke point now over by the wall. If they can continue to do this, continue to draw members away, then they can take these stairs as well. But it looks like neither Seraphim group is kind of ready to commit and push into the arena yet.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see again, just dominating this choke point. They clearly understand that pull is so important, and they keep utilizing it every time a Seraphim member steps close. They're like, all right, I'm gonna safe position. I can just stand right here and oh god, and then they get pulled in, they get blown away every single time. The Cordy spinners in this lobby are Zing and Grim for those are the two people to keep your eye on. Eye Smash and Kill on duty for Seraphim on the other side of things. So 4 Cordy spinners in the lobby. They should and they certainly are making a difference here, Marlon.
Yeah, again, I'm trying to keep an eye on this flank squad from Seraphim, and I'm not quite sure. Like, they were able to push in the group of them and pull a bunch of members away, but then there was a ton of other Seraphim members that just kind of disappeared. I guess they went back to the other choke point to reinforce. They had a good grasp of this area over here, and then they kind of just left. And so now it's just for the most part in the arena, holding everything down. We can see a few Seraphim tanks are leaking.
They need
through,
more
but
flash waves. Yeah, honestly, look at this. Look at how they play this choke point. Some flash waves here would be.
You want to be going over
some one-time flash waves from a bunch of members would be good here.
Actually misplayed right there as they initiated their cap on the point and they didn't really need to pull anyone over there, but they called for their entire guild to shift over onto the point. And we see this, the best guilds never overcommit members to the cap when they have the upper hand. Stepped away from this choke point and has now left Seraphim through the choke point, and now it makes it so much harder to keep people on the point. They do have 39 members on the point. They are out skirmishing them, but they had a dominating performance before. They were basically just locking down that choke point on repeat. There was nothing that Seraphim could do to get through that choke point, and now we're giving Seraphim life here. Zombie Vibe gonna go for the cap on the point. Starcade interrupts it, or Dizzy Giraffe rather interrupts that one more time. You see Dizzy doing a great job of consistently interrupting this. Can he interrupt it one more time? No, he will not interrupt it, and so we will see Seraphim get on the board, but already at 85% is winning this match so far, Moreland.
Yeah, had pretty much the best position that you could have on this map. They were near enough the cap to react to whatever they needed to do, but their biggest priority was shutting down those stairs. And if you can have the other guild continuing to just run through these stairs, then you will just farm them on that choke the entire map, and that's what was doing. But now that the cap is off, you can see that the fight is spread out across the entire arena. Looks like they're recommitting to that choke, though, now that has finished getting their cap. Okay, guys, it's time to get back over to the stairs and continue to hold the choke point, and Seraphim is kind of taking the bait here, running back into those stairs again. I can see a few Seraphim members coming around the side. I think they might actually have a couple of people spawning. Yep, I'm seeing some spawn all the way from 3 and run down. Gonna be some lost time there, but maybe they will be able to take this position and grab some members away from the choke. We need this Seraphim static over here to start causing some disruption, to start getting to panic and overcommit like they did to the stone. If they can get to run away from that choke and towards this other entrance, then maybe their friends can get through the stairs. But in the meantime, everyone on those stairs is just going to be getting farmed.
Yeah, I've been watching Enemy here for the last minute or two, and you can see he was basically, guys, just free farming this high ground for minutes at a time. And this is something I identified very quickly in the match, is Seraphim's frontline has no idea how to use their pulls correctly. These guys literally sat there and let him farm from a high ground on their guild members consistently for minutes at a time before he finally got pulled down like that. And we saw that early on. We're seeing so many more pulls on the side of their front line, knowing exactly what they need to do to make something happen. There's a tornado right there. There's another tornado coming down as well on the side of right there, interestingly enough. So not a completely terrible skill. I'm telling you, it is still situationally useful. I promise, at least on behalf of NA West, I promise. It absolutely is. Again, trying to control this choke point once again. And you can see them getting a lot of clumped up members.
Always been trash. Oh no!
Right there, and that is the AOE right there. You pull everyone on top of each other, and then they all get AOE down. And I think that that's the difference.
Yo, Knuckles, what's up, brother?
Consistently get AOE farming down on Seraphim, and then on Seraphim's side, we're seeing almost no pulls, Marlon.
On the other side of the fight, I'm watching Neff here, a gladiator from This was the guy that we called out at the end of the last match for just having a crazy performance with no arc boss weapons. Usually those top fragging gladiators do have one, if not two, arc boss weapons. This guy just using the regular old dungeon weapons, Quakeblade and Hellskewer, and performing really well. He's continuously kind of ignoring the main AoE fight, which is an interesting choice as a gladiator role, but he's over here on the flank and he's just devouring every Seraphim player that tries to come from the other entrance. You can see there are a couple dedicated Seraphim statics trying to flank, trying to get something to happen here, but Neff is just on the back line, shutting these guys down over and over again and not giving his guild any reason to doubt that they are safe, so that they can continue just posting up on that choke while he deals with all of the remnants in the arena here.
Yeah, another big push coming in for Seraphim, but they all get clumped up on the choke. Look at all the pulls right there, and they're just getting absolutely decimated by those pulls are absolutely brutal, man, to watch right there as continually Seraphim tries to push into the choke. We don't see any pulls come down. Every time Seraphim tries to push in, we don't see any pulls come in for Seraphim at all. That's how you stack people up for Cordy spins. That's how you stack people up to get AoE down, even with spear damage. And we're just not seeing that happen, sadly. And we're seeing utilize it basically on every single push Taoism's gonna go for a cap right there. Dizzy Giraffe is not having any of it though. Moon Knight might get it. Dizzy Giraffe wasted his CC. He can't stop him. He does get that cap off right there. 31 people on the point. Finally, some life for Seraphim right now. 32 people to 32. We have a match on our hands. More than 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, like you said, those hooks are just so important. There's a reason why these guilds are all running a third of their roster or more as SNS players, and one of the biggest reasons, if not the biggest reason, is going to be those chain hooks. There was a change that I saw in the Korean patch notes that nerfed that bulwark down to only 2 hooks instead of 4, but doesn't seem like that is coming our way over in the West quite yet. So in the meantime, these tanks are just going to be continuously so disruptive with that hook, getting the enemy to be positioned right where they wanted, pulling them off the high ground, whatever they need to do. And if one side is utilizing that ability
Honestly,
and the other side is
the bulwark passive should have been
that's going to
the
be
Arc
a tremendous difference over the course
passive
of the
instead
fight.
of the
Yeah,
Noah.
absolutely. As we take a look at the leaderboards with 8.5 minutes left to go here, let's see who's doing really well and who's doing really poorly. Weeb Commander, number 1 on that Spear Dagger. The Cordy coming in. Grim for right there. Super Luigi in at number 3. Goldfish in at number 4. And again, dominating that leaderboard. Seraphim Murasami doing his best right there. Goldfish, Excel, Weeb Commander, top damage dealt to the lobby. Invincible doing what he can right there. Damage taken right now at Pani. Eccles, Hot Dog. Again, oh boy, Seraphim struggling right now as every single healer of for the most part is over the top of Seraphim. Trebuchet in it, the number 1 healer for his guild over there. As we take a look back at this, is Grim on that Cordy spinner right there. Holy moly, the leaderboard certainly makes this look favored, and they shut down that cap, no problem, Moreland.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to do anything sneaky on this map. I mean, everyone knows which direction you're coming in, and for the most part, has been doing a very good job of shutting down both of those main entrances. So Seraphim can keep spinning that cap, but if they can't actually win 1 or 2 of these fights, then it's going to be pointless. They can use the stone to kind of pull away from the choke, so there's some, strategy in the sense of, even if we can't secure this cap, we're going to start it, and that's going to taunt all the players to run away from the stairs and over towards the Rift Zone. That gives the opportunity for Seraphim players to finally get into this fight. But even with a ton of fighting over by the stone, they're still kind of controlling the choke point as well. I'm watching the stairs now, and these Seraphim respawns are really struggling to get through. Again, you've got Neff, that Gladiator, and his static playing the kill squad, playing off to the side. And even though the bulk of the fight is over by the stone, the stairs are still very active, and it's really difficult for these Seraphim players to make it all the way through.
They're breaking through now.
Yeah, apparently Striking Wraith guild mission has completed here. Good job, guys. Proud of my guild. Hera Alexandria actually on Invocator. We see a lot of Invocators on NA East nowadays. That's probably the 4th or 5th one that I've seen even today as I click around on the various members here. So maybe they're getting a little bit more popularity here. Interestingly enough, one of the lowest DPS in the lobby is standing up on this high ground as this Liberator. I'm not sure what Dragon Rot, he's throwing down damage, but nobody seems to care that he's up there. If I take a look here, there he is, all the way down here at number 25 in the lobby. Absolute, what are you doing up here, homie? I'm not sure Liberator is necessarily the play if you're gonna stand up and try to pigeon from that far away. Maybe there's a reason no one is trying to kill you. It's because you're useless at the end of the day. Finally, his guild initiates another cap right now. 30 members on the point strong. They could have 31, but sadly, he's
that guy's playing tower defense.
Contributing, Moreland.
Yeah, and I came over to see what you were talking about, Blue, and I think maybe he's tabbed out typing in your Twitch chat or something, because he was just pure AFK up on the tower. So not only out of range, but also just not even participating in the fight. Okay, now he's throwing a few abilities and jumping off. We'll see if he decides to rejoin. No idea where he's going. Didn't fly down into the fight. Instead, chose to fly in the opposite direction off the map entirely. So who knows? Maybe he's having some technical issues. Maybe his monitor died or turned itself off, because I'm not quite sure what other reason he would have to do that.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it is important that you have your monitor on for your match so that all 7 of his fingers can be on the keyboard at any point in time. You certainly are going to need them as your guild needs you to contribute, be doing their best to try to stay alive on the point right now, but not able to do so here as we see again Seraphim really struggling to get through this choke. Embargo getting really low on this healer. I've seen him consistently be one of the top healers for his guild over here, but honestly really struggling now. Once again, Weeb Commander, holy moly, this guy is an absolute monster, the top DPS of the lobby, absolute unit, and this guy has got to be angry that both of the Weeb, Femboy, Ayaya guilds got knocked out by Villainous in this tournament. He's one of the only Weeb representatives that loves anime left in the tournament here, and he is showing that this is the alpha male of anime lovers right here, the absolute Giga Chad of anime lovers, the spear dagger right here. Zombie Vibe doing their best to interact with the stone. They certainly get that interaction off there, but 42 people standing tall on the point means this might be a short-lived cap, Moreland.
Yeah, it's looking pretty red over here by the cap. Again, they can somewhat strategically try to pull members away from the choke point by getting that cap, but unless they actually take the stairs and do something with it, it's not going to matter a whole lot. I would imagine that is going to snuff out this cap pretty quick and continue to maintain the stairs at the same time. Again, Neff and his static are just all over those stairs, despite the majority of the guild leaving that choke wide open. All it's really taking is one static to hold this choke and make it very difficult for Seraphim to get any value or any reinforcement coming back to this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that Seraphim really struggling to work together as a unit right now, but we're seeing do such a strong job. They made it barely through the last round against Curse, and now they're poised to go yet another round deeper. Remember, this wasn't just a battle for this tournament. Both these guilds thought that they were the rank 3 guild in their alliance overall, so just came out to express dominance in this match.
They did indeed, and both guilds putting themselves as third. Like you said, this was the deciding factor. I don't think that there's going to be any argument after this about what the
loser
rankings
bracket too,
are.
So whoever loses here is fully eliminated from the tournament.
Guild like Supple, I mean, Supple has changed the 3rd and 4th guilds and their alliance many times. Not necessarily a ton of loyalty or commitment there. They're going to look for guilds that are strong. Being the first one to get cut from the alliance is not necessarily a position you want to be in, but after this match, I don't think that there's any dispute who the 3rd place guild in the alliance actually is.
Yeah, you make it sound like Supple is like Darth Vader. I have altered the alliance. Pray that I do not alter it further. On this one, Zig doing a great job of getting these Cordy spins down consistently here for his guild. Coming out and showing that they are an extremely competitive guild overall here, and definitely deserve to go further in this tournament. Yeah, definitely showing that they want to go further in this tournament right now. It does look like the Dizzy Glizzy, not much to do as his guild just cannot follow up in behind him here, as we're seeing the Seraphim members try to pour on to this point right here. Moon trying to interact with the point. McBoard over here as well. The DPS members though, like War Dancer, interestingly enough, playing a healer. PVT Millimeter. I don't see everybody's favorite Liberator on the high ground anymore, so he must have moved.
Everybody's favorite
somewhere.
Liberator.
I've not seen him in quite some time. On this one, Note and Sack over here. Looks like, great sword dagger user gonna dive into the middle of everyone. Bold strategy. I'm not sure it's gonna work out for him, but he is managing to survive so far on this one as he tries to continually put down damage, but not able to find any, and his health is going to start ticking down now. He's looking for a heal, does manage to find one as his members start to rally toward the point. They start to get a little dire, but there's only 18 seconds left on the clock. It will be on top of this match, going and moving on to the next round of this tournament. They will end up fighting the loser of Cobra Kai versus Exodus. Coming out and showing everyone
that's
just
where it
how
went.
strong
Tomorrow
this guild can be. Super sleeper guild in this tournament. Weeb Commander, what an absolute Ayaya Giga Chad if I've ever seen one in my life. 52 kills on a spear dagger, 46 on the Cordy crossbow. Grim right behind him. Super Luigi at 35 here. It does look like the top of the lobby for Seraphim looks like a crossbow dagger. Interestingly enough, in it, Murasame 25 right here. And then the next closest one is Note and Sack that we were spectating right at the end there. Top assist of the lobby, more of the same. It's Goldfish there. Looks like damage dealt 3.77 million for the Spellblade on Goldfish. Excel again, Spellblade's the top 3 here. Invincible the top for Seraphim there. Looks like damage taken. Apani, Achilles, Hot Dog. Ironically enough, playing for Seraphim, but has in his name. Strange, but you know what? It is what it is. Damage taken as a healer at the top of the leaderboards there. Note and Sack actually has some of the highest damage taken in the lobby for Seraphim, in at number 5 right there on a greatsword dagger. Interestingly enough,
are you a respectable young lad holding the dynasty way?
Million damage healed for Silsey, Whiny, Deoxin, Seyfera, and Rough Waves right there. The top healers of the lobby for the top for Seraphim are Trebuchet, Lionel Richie, Illyrian, and Wapo, the top healers of the lobby for Seraphim. Honestly, a close match, but definitely on top of that one, Morlin.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, 3.7 million damage on a Spellblade combined with only 7 kills is pretty crazy. Normally in a match, if someone's doing 4 million damage, you're expecting that they're getting 30, 50 kills, something like that. But in this case, only 7 kills with that amount of damage just goes to show you can be an outstanding player, but you've got to have that teamwork. Your guild's got to be able to capitalize on that damage that you're putting out. Otherwise, it's just going to get all healed up, and it's all going to be for nothing.
Yep, absolutely.
And generate little fatty GG
honestly, one of the
using
guilds had to get knocked
Wait,
out.
what?
You never want to see that, but at the end of the day, it is Seraphim. The dominant guild in that matchup. Good fights to both teams as we look ahead to our next match of the day. It's going to be Polarity versus Gwenchana. And I know these guys are already... See, this is the kind of can-do attitude I want in my guilds. I joined the lobby. Both guilds are already ready to go. And we are... Thank God for Polarity and Gwenchana. God bless them. Polarity hailing for the Carnage server.
I don't. That's why I'm asking. 0 siege wins.
Rank 1 on their server with 7 siege wins. The prediction was top 15, which, assuming they win today, will absolutely be the case, Marlon.
Be cursed.
Yeah, and Polarity, consider this to be your countdown, aka food warning, so start eating, boys. On the other side, we have Gwenchana from the Snowburn server. Again, these guys, a fairly new guild, no established alliance or siege wins or anything like that quite yet.
I don't know.
Prediction just
been
happy to be here,
strong,
a good
though.
attitude here on time, both guilds ready to go, organized. Blue, I think this is going to be a really good match. Don't forget to show your dings in chat for Gwenchana if you are a Gwenchana enjoyer. If you want to show them support during the match, I don't know what it means. Still, nobody has explained it to me, but I ding, ding, ding. I'm with it. I don't know what it means, but I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. We certainly have some interesting commentary going on in the chat, talking about an Applebee's commercial of some kind. Maybe I need to get in on some of that action there. We look ahead to the versus screen. We see pick ban went Polarity's way. They won and chose to pick Gwenchana banned. It does look like the bans were Leviathan, Pacolo, Manticus, and Talus. And this is the most played map in NA East in the tournament so far. This makes us, honestly, I'm just going to be honest. It makes me want to put on the music. Why are we going back to Cherno?
Yeah, they love Cherno, man. I mean, if you have enough collisions.
Was this the map that Polarity lost on earlier, Blue? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I think it was actually the map that Polarity. No. They lost on Talus. Bro, I just can't believe we're seeing Chernobog this consistently in the NA East tournament. Unbelievably enough, just like both teams are ready to go. So I'm gonna give the go here, but it is Chernobog, which can be a bit of a coin flip, but a lot of the NA East players, being the clowns that they are, love a good old clown fiesta. That's exactly what we're gonna see on Cherno here as we load in. Both guilds probably gonna spawn in and immediately start fighting each other. So I'm gonna go right to the live scene on this one. I'm panning across the beautiful scenery of Throne and Liberty here. Look at those graphics in the background, and then the carnage in the foreground as both guilds start running up. Polarity in the yellow, Gwenchana in the red, and Polarity's getting the upper hand on Gwenchana early on here, Borland.
Yeah, pretty yellow kill feed, Blue. Kind of overwhelming on this
generate
first push,
clips
but
of you
remember,
streaming. You
Gwenchana
can
is
sleep. I
spawning
can sleep
like
now.
5 seconds away,
There's
so
no
they're
such
going
thing.
to be able to reinforce. You do have that high ground that you have to deal with here, and this is Polarity's map pick. They know exactly where they need to be.
The videos look
here. They have
pretty good.
A little bit of a front line holding the stairs down below while their range. Bonus, we see some chain hooks coming out from Gwenchana trying to pull those Polarity players down back into the fight so they can get something going, but overall Gwenchana really struggling to get up this hill and into the fight there. They're going to be taking this low ground disadvantage if they can't move forward and get up to the top of this plateau.
Yeah, absolutely. Gwenchana only has one Cordy crossbow. Interestingly enough, it's K-Shu.
I don't have it, but they're thinking about fooling around with it.
Guys. KSHU.
It's expensive at $250 a
Plankton
month.
On the
But,
side
I mean, the quality is
Polarity
pretty good
over there. So we'll see what they can make happen. I'm locked on to Plankton right now. We'll see if we can't see him make a big spin here, because I'll be honest with you, Polarity definitely looks really dominant right here. They must have prepared Chernobog ahead of time. They are ready to go. They have all of their range classes. There's Plankton spinning. Not going to get much done there. Gets 1 kill. But you can see everybody lining this high ground over here with Nikishi. And then you see a Spellcaster, an apt name right here for a Crusader. Looking like he looks like a Spellcaster. Maybe he's hoping somebody will pull him, Moreland.
Maybe. I mean, we do have a lot of players in this game that like to name themselves tank when they're a healer, or name themselves healer when they're a DPS, or
comes
you
with
name
YouTube
it.
Premium sub in addition to other stuff, but I see it says it doesn't have YouTube
play.
Premium Family.
I don't know if
product.
it's going to be enough, but you got to try everything you can, especially in a scenario like this.
Huh?
We
That's
are
not
seeing
bad.
Gwenchana start to get that kill
They have the
feed,
new
though.
Twitch
I'm
drop
seeing
today.
Arios and a few other Gwenchana members
check.
start to eat a little bit. Gwenchana making a concentrated group push now up the stairs, much more organized than what we saw the first couple minutes. It was looking pretty devastating, but now I'm seeing continuously more and more red kills. Sparta getting on the map there as well. Is Gwenchana going to be able to actually rally and make something happen?
Should be
here?
the third week.
Yeah, chat is saying that Gwenchana's that friend guild that probably tells each other good job or you did well immediately after getting dominated. I'll be honest with you, that sounds like a guild I want to be a part of. The last thing I want to hear after we get beaten really badly in a lobby is, "You're trash! You are all complete dog water! You waste of space, human filth!" I don't really want to hear that very much. I would like some words of encouragement, as it were. So Gwenchana seems like exactly what where I want to be necessarily. Maybe not in the other one. I want more of the guild theme song.
Third
needs
week
to be
ones.
everything
Fourth week
is
next
awesome
week is the one with
from
the title.
that Lego movie. That's kind of the theme that I'm looking for when I'm playing video games. I really don't necessarily want to be yelled at. Certainly a lot of people that play with me want to be yelled at, though, which is interesting enough, Moreland.
It's really 50-50 in this game. As a shot caller, I can tell you there are some players that really want you to encourage them and hype them up, and there are other players that will not respect you unless you literally call them names for 20 minutes straight the entire fight. Every one of your shot calls has to have an insult attached to it, or else they will not listen. So to each their own. Different guilds are going to have different styles and different strategies, but Gwenchana does seem like a nice group. I wouldn't mind playing with them either.
Yeah, as long as I don't ever get into the bedroom someday and have the other person say, "I want you to yell at me like we're in Node War." I think it's probably going to be fine overall. Everybody has their preferences for how they want to do things, especially when it comes to shot calling in video games. Here, 45 seconds left on the clock before the cap initiates here, and I fully accept. Yeah, Polarity at the top of the leaderboards. Nathias,
I prefer being called slurs by shot caller. Gets me going.
Top 5 of the lobby. Melee coming in at number 6.
Yeah, it's just preference, man. I feel like I don't know.
Doing his best damage dealt against
this is like my first time going to an NA West server.
Sparta trying to get damage dealt done.
Prior to this, it's always been like NA East or Southeast Asia games.
Gwenchana here. It does
I
look
gotta
like
say, man,
Keyboard
NA West
Cowboys.
is soft.
What a name for a guild.
Unbelievably
Findale
soft.
right there, doing a great job on the damage taken as a healer.
Like,
Slurpee the top damage
not
taken.
everybody,
so
obviously,
far.
but like majority.
It's
like makes me wonder, like
favored, as Farbos, Ludens, and Willow
most of the time, it's like, well, how have these guys like gotten through life?
Right there, Polarity looking really
every
solid
little thing
in this
offends
match
them
so far.
Yeah, very one-sided kill feed once again. We have seen the fight actually move up to the stone now.
I didn't say that,
so
Patty shouldn't yell at you. I will make sure.
to deal with as much of that height disadvantage. They are actually fighting up on the platform, but it seems like they're just having trouble.
Oh damn! They're all running up with
there.
like 50%
Despite the
HP.
fact that
all
the
of them.
fight is now centered
Or most of
around
them,
that
rather.
stone, Polarity is
That's rough, man.
continuing to just dominate the kill feed, getting way more frags. I'm seeing some Gwenchana players now circle around the side and use the hook to go straight to the top. Not a bad option, especially since Polarity is kind of ignoring it a little bit. They might be able to get a bit of a flank going here.
They need to go on like
those
Beaton
stairs
side here.
and the hook. If they can bring the fight up on this platform, it's definitely better than fighting up from the bottom of the stairs. But I don't know if it's going to be enough in this scenario. I'm still seeing quite a lot of kills coming out from Polarity.
Yeah, by the way, Nathias is an absolute animal. Bro, whoever is healing Nathias is an absolute goat of healing. I don't know who his static group is, but this guy has gotten low like 6 times, and his healer keeps bailing him out like his name is Joe Biden or something in some sort of bailout strategy. Unbelievable how Nathias continually stays
What was those
alive,
overextenders
no
when
matter
Marshmallow
how
played?
aggressive or even
Oh my
unaggressive
god.
he actually wants to be right now. He just stands in the middle of everything. He gets really low again.
Not the
Wait for that heal.
overextension, bro.
There it is. One more time. The heal coming through. Oh, gets just one more heal. Again, what is going on? He just can't die. He finally goes down.
He finally goes down.
Right there. Unbelievable.
He got hella caught there.
Right there. Holy moly. It is that hard to kill one of the top DPSs in the game. And I got to believe that's why he is one of the top DPS of the lobby for Polarity, just asserting dominance right now.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm trying to
They're in there
watch
now.
Keishu playing from Gwenchana's side. It looks like he just got shoved off. I was watching some of his parkour up the side of this mountain here, and I really thought for a second that he was going to have it. But now he's fallen all the way down and having to go across.
Oh,
Look
no.
at how much worse this is than having
worse
to respawn.
than a kill, by the way.
Literally, this is like dying 3 times in a row here. It takes so long to go all the way around. This is where he would have respawned. So he's just now getting to the point where he would have spawned in had that been a kill. That's why those hooks and pulls are just so strong on any map that has this kind of cliff. Keishu now looking to re-enter the fight. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can see what he can do. This is the only Cordy on the side of Gwenchana. So a lot of pressure on this guy to get some value, and that spin gets 0 kills. Looks like he might have tickled a few Polarity members, but just not enough to do anything.
Damn.
I've seen Keishu get a couple triple kills, so it is possible, but in this case, maybe just a little bit too desynchronized with his group, not able to make it happen.
Yeah,
They have a good- I mean, they have a good surround here. They just need more people in the
honestly,
Piton.
in fairness, if you aren't buffed up going in on the Cordy spin, it is kind of a little lackluster. It still does a decent amount of damage, but it's not just absolutely blowing people away like we see Cordy's in the rest of the tournament. It really does matter. Plankton getting a good spin off right there on the stairs, or just below the stairs rather, up to the point right now. Certainly Polarity
man.
on top of this one in a dominating performance as they basically run through Gwenchana. Gwenchana has had a great run in this tournament so far. They beat Blood Paradox in the last round there, and that's after they coming down from the winner's bracket, and they beat Nemesis in the first round. So I think that Gwenchana, who is mainly showing up and just trying to have a good time, getting 3 wins in the Best in Guild tournament is extremely impressive, even if they go out here.
Yeah, indeed. It was very impressive. And again, we've said it before, but this is a guild we really knew nothing about.
Gwenchana
Really
was
had
pretty
no
unexpected.
expectations about being able to put together a group, especially if it is a group that has as positive of a mindset as people say. I mean, there is definitely an attitude among PvP guilds that thinks that you have to be pretty toxic to be successful. But if these guys are able to come in as a freshly formed group and get 3 wins, they'll continue to improve. They'll continue to, most importantly, have fun and actually enjoy playing the game and enjoy hanging out with each other. So even though we might see Gwenchana, well, we are probably going to see Gwenchana get knocked out.
What are the top brackets of
Gotta give them
NA
congratulations
West?
for getting this far and for having fun doing it.
Yeah, they have 26 people, 28 people on the point right now. Interestingly
right now.
enough, still managing to rally this many members onto the point with a kill feed.
These are
that
the
looks
only
that
guilds left in the
one-sided.
tournament.
Just shows you how strong the industrial grade helmet that these players are wearing actually
This is NA
is.
East.
I mean, honestly, it has a hardness of granite. I mean, it's straight up made of some industrial strength thickness right now. Unbelievably enough, these guys, they do manage to get wiped off on the point there, but being able to get 28 people on the point, look at the kill feed on the right side of your screen. It's basically solid yellow right now, and they have their helmets on. They're willing to die for their guild. They're just, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. They run up and they are just doing their best, Moral, and they're doing what they can here. Keishu in this corner almost gets pushed off. Never mind, there he goes.
There we go.
The only Cordy crossbow on the side of Gwenchana is going to get pulled off and have to run all the way around. That is not a good sign for their guild as their
Y'all better make it to the final so I can make a pop-up article.
What looks like an unstoppable
I think we have a good
chance.
chance. We have a good chance.
Yeah, Blue, he's got to stop walking into that.
Our greatest enemy right now are ourselves.
There's a good amount of space in the front of this plateau where you can more or less avoid getting hooked off. If someone's really trying to shove you over there, you might be in trouble. But there's a lot of space in this platform that you can take that will not lead for you getting shoved off over and over again. And as the only Cordy on Gwenchana, Keishu is really going to want to avoid getting tossed off again. That's at least the second time that we've seen him do that. And again, remember, that's equal to 2 or 3 deaths every time you get shoved off there. Very, very bad scenario. Literally worse than getting killed. So hopefully we can position a little bit better coming back. And that's one of the reasons why we say Cherno is a bit of a coin flip map. Because as you said, even though the kill feed is totally in Polarity's favor, somehow Gwenchana is able to get a lot of feet planted in the cap. And that just has to do with the fact that the respawn is so close, and you can go up the stairs or you can just grapple. You can get back to this cap so quickly. Even if you're getting farmed, there are some wacky things that can happen here with the Chernobog Stone. You never quite know what's going to happen, even if one side is pretty dominant. But it does look
like
now like
other
is
people
pushing back towards those respawns. If they can start stuffing Gwenchana on the stairs here, then there's nothing sneaky that's going to be able to happen.
No names, but
absolutely. We take a look at the leaderboards.
Some of
One
these
more
guys
time here. Actually,
are more of a diva
Nick's
than
going in right now on this spear dagger, gets flipped
they
down
need to be.
The stairs. We'll see if he can't make anything happen at the bottom of the stairs here. This is where Gwenchana is.
It's like one of the best, like the best, like
really
esports players in the world, like Faker, right? It's
goodness,
like
they end up going
these
down,
guys
but not
somehow
killing
managed
at
to stay
least 10
humble. These guys somehow managed to
right there
be
as,
level-headed.
Polarity tightens the vice grip.
But like, I swear, I don't know if it's just MMO players, man.
Right now, Willow Harper doing a great job of healing in this match right now. Let's take a look at the leaderboards one more time. Flying Penguin, Farbos, Ludens, Willow Harper, some of the top healers of the lobby right
just
there.
Every little thing that goes like slightly wrong.
Sparta and its Shadow.
Start to
Even
spurg
Polarity
out. It's
winning
like,
the damage taken somehow. Getting one of their healers on the board right there. 3.5 million damage done by Nathias. Night Ghost 11
Definitely
and
an MMO player thing. Yeah, probably.
Sparta doing his best, doing what he can on the side of Gwenchana. Gwenchana able to get onto the leaderboards against Polarity. It's not a complete shutout, but certainly Polarity showing a lot of guild cohesion here.
Yeah, Polarity pushing Gwenchana all the way practically to the respawn. Looks like they may have pulled back a little bit now, trying to cover this Gwenchana flank that is going from the cap. But as long as Polarity is reasonably confident that that cap is safe, they are going to push all the way down the stairs and go straight for the spawn camp here, trying to just assert as much dominance, show as much strength as they can. You always have that demoralizing factor on Cherno because it is such a blender, because you are just spawning, dying, dying. The psychological impact of having multiple deaths in a short term, very, very frustrating. So Polarity wants to push out to this respawn, but they also can't get too cocky. Pulling back to the stone now as Gwenchana uses
pulled
the
off there, it's
grapple
better
to
just
get
to
up. They're going to
down and
choose
die.
to play it safe here and
If
continue looking at the stone. They don't want Gwenchana to get a cap. They don't want to risk that Chernobog coin flip, so they
takes
are
like 25 to 30 seconds to get back.
That's, if they can clear this plateau again, we are probably going to see another push aggressively back down towards the respawn so they can continue to try to flex here.
Yeah, Isla Summers and Willow Harper, two of the top healers of the lobby over here, standing right next to each other. I have to believe they're probably in the same static group here as we lock on and watch this. We saw Kitty a little while ago as well. It does look like that the healers on the side of Polarity definitely making a massive impact on this fight right now, as we do see another initiate for Gwenchana, but again, another Cordy spin goes down and just wipes Gwenchana
Damn, they just
off.
keep pushing down, man. You look at the
on the stone with 40
look at the kill feed. It's all yellow, and then you still see some of them getting tossed over
we are probably going to see
the ledge.
Polarity
they just can't find anything
on in this tournament to fight the loser of Supple versus Dwagon, which is one of our next matches of the day. So Polarity having a great time in this match, but the tournament's just going to keep getting harder from here on out.
Yeah, and Polarity, ironically, having to kind of fight the the polar opposites, if you will, in this tournament, going from fighting some of the strongest guilds in the tournament. I believe their first round was against Exodus, was it not? And now they are down in the loser bracket, trying to climb their way back up. But they have shown a lot of strength in this match, and in the previous one, they are now officially past their prediction, which I think was top 15. So definitely Polarity looking like they are going to move forward. We're probably going to see one more attempted cap from Gwenchana here, try to do some sort of heroic last second comeback, but unless they can make that happen in the next couple minutes, then Polarity is pretty safe to just chill.
Yeah, it does look like that they're really struggling to get up the stairs here as we're locked on to Kepi. We're going to see what they can make happen here. A healer on the losing guild side of things, very difficult to play and position correctly. Kepi actually really hesitant to step up these stairs. Oh my goodness, dives into everything. Kepi, I'm not sure this is where you would never mind. Holy Kepi, what are you doing right now? Gets back to full health despite some of the top DPS in the lobby wailing on him right there, or her, who knows, at this point, but is Static in a lot of trouble right now, and Kepi just trying to stay safe as they battle it out on the stairs right here. And again, this is how difficult it is to position on a healer, now running for their lives as they run back down the stairs to try to regroup with their Static that is respawning down here. They know that they are in a lot of trouble, but Kepi doing what they can to stay in a good position and keep their Static alive.
Holy
brother
shit, they just got
Kepi. Okay, right on. Love to see that. But yeah, honestly, they initiate another cap on the stone. Only 13 people on the point, though. We're down at 3.5 minutes remaining, so I think we're in stat pad time on the side of Polarity here.
Definitely in stat pad time. This is going to be the last cap that Gwenchana can have that has any chance of even threatening Polarity. But Night Ghost coming in with 6 kills straight. Definitely going to shut down this Gwenchana push and solidify this match.
Blue, we
didn't see Gwenchana really shake
AOE.
things up during this match.
Necessarily like spins.
Usually when a Cherno is not going your way, you might expect halfway through for them to try to spawning at a different portal or do a full regroup or something like that. But they kind of just ran it down mid the entire time. Do you think it would have made a difference if they had shaken things up and maybe approached from a different angle?
I think that Gwenchana is literally like the Joker in this matchup. Normally, I would say absolutely it makes a difference. It's all about the morale of your squad. But as a shot caller, you have to make a gut decision. Are your guys having fun? I think that Gwenchana are running up these stairs in hysterics right now. They're crying with laughter as they move forward, and they're just having a great time being here and being in the tournament. They don't care whether they're winning or losing. They're just having a good time. And honestly, again, they're just hysterically laughing like the Joker while they get farmed, and you got to respect it at the end of the day. But yeah, normally as a shot caller, you do want to back off and try something different. If you were trying to be competitive and you're trying to well, mix it up, helps people kind of relieve that stress, that tension in their head a little bit, instead of just constantly slamming their head against the wall like this. Most normal people want to back up, take a breath, try something different every time. But people that are insane love slamming their head against the wall, Moreland. Gwenchana, they're big fans.
We do definitely have a good amount of insane players in this tournament, Blue. But hey, I mean, look, getting together with the homies, making a guild, and joining a tournament for fun to see how far you can get. No expectations. It sounds like a fun project. I mean, if you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. And Gwenchana did manage to secure several wins in the early rounds of this tournament. So good on them. It looks like this is going to be their final match. So GG's. One more little cap here, but with the time on the clock, even if they were able to make an overwhelming push, probably not going to matter too much. We're continuing to see that yellow kill feed, but Gwenchana still on the board. Wasn't a total shutout, like you said, Blue. They were able to get many caps at least going here, and they have a few players that are going to show up in this leaderboard at the end when we go over the numbers as well. Yeah.
It looks like, yeah, and just so you know, interestingly enough, fun fact, Gwenchana means it's okay in Korean. So again, these guys are insane. They do not care. They are just running up. They just say, it's okay. It's okay. We just run up and we just run it down on this one, as it looks like our next lobby is actually already ready to go. 30 seconds left on the clock. It looks like Gwenchana is sadly going to be knocked out of this tournament here. They're going to move on to fight the loser of our next match, it looks like, which is going to be Velocity versus Tier. 10 seconds left on the clock. Buey gets another big kill feed right at the end of time remaining here. Big respect to Gwenchana. I couldn't agree more, chat. Thank you for being kind to all of the guilds that come out and play in the tournament. I'm sure we're not going to see that as much in the next lineup. We'll see. There's a lot more beef between those guilds. 81 kills for Nathias, Night Ghost, Buey coming in at number 2 and 3 there. We scroll down, we look at Gwenchana's melee, Keishu and Sparta, the top 3 on behalf of Gwenchana right there. The assists, again, very polarity favored. Slipper G and Sparta coming in as the top assists of the lobby for their team right there. It looks like damage dealt 5.8 million for Nathias, 11 Night Ghost for Alani, and Sparta rounding out the top 5. Sparta, of course, the top DPS for Gwenchana there. Melee and Keishu trying to bring up the rear. Buey down at the bottom of the damage dealt leaderboards there as well. The other Cordy on behalf of Polarity. Damage taken, Slurpee and It's a Shadow, the top 2 tanks of the lobby, and Shadow being a healer. That's pretty typical in Throne. The Crusader, though, coming out at number 1. Polarity in at number 3 with Magic Archer, which again is another healer, but we see the Crusader on Jetro Keeter for Polarity right there, coming as the top take.
You gotta let go there. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So gotcha.
Oh, Jack. Okay. Look, it's not my fault. I see Jethro. I thought it was like Jethro Tall. You know what? It's not my fault. He spelled his name like a ding dong. Anyway, amount healed 20.8 million for Flying
like
Penguin, Barbos, and Ludens. Magic Archer, chat. I don't want to hear it. Top 5 of the lobby
XD.
right there. And then Gwenchana's top either of the lobby is Scoopia.
Yeah, what's up, Sidori? So what's going on, brother?
And Kepi. If Kepi has a million fans, I am one of them right there. So not the closest match we've had, but we certainly have a banger next.
We have several bangers next, Blue. I think we have got pretty much back-to-back bangers for the rest of the night tonight. But yeah, this next match, one I'm very excited to see. The boys from Tier, I was gilded with a lot of these guys in Bricked and allied with them as well. A lot of these players we know from BDO, from some top guilds there. Some stream.
Oh, shit. Smooth heads. What the fuck? You're saying smooth head, smooth brain.
I think Gwenchana and Polarity there showed up on time for their match. They made it look Polarity making it look easy, but Gwenchana making it look fun. So good fights to both of them. Now we're going to move on to one of our feature matches of the night. But honestly, every single match here moving forward is going to be against some of the most competitive guilds in NA East are playing for the rest of the night. The very first matchup of the day
is gonna be crazy.
for these really highly competitive guilds is Tier and Velocity. Tier, as Morland said, from the Ivory server in the Hellowing Alliance, alongside Exodus and Corrupt. Corrupt getting knocked out earlier. Another very competitive guild getting knocked out of the tournament in the losers bracket by Take Care, and again Take Care and on Velocity's side over there. So it looked like Tier finished 4th in the Best in Guild T1 tournament, and that was a very narrow 4th place finish. They almost got 3rd, but Press W flipped Azrael at the last moment on them, or they would have taken home that win. 5 siege wins there on the board for Tier. I'll let you introduce Velocity.
Velocity from the Snowbird Alliance, placing themselves second in that alliance with Take Care, Dragon, and I believe Flex. I think we have Velocity listed there twice, but I think Flex is the other guild. Again, very strong guilds in that alliance. Is Velocity second or not? We will have to see when it comes down to this tournament. This is what's going to, I think, solidify, you know, all the trash talk and all the posturing of who is actually the strongest and who isn't. Their alliance strength on the server being first, definitely the case. The Snowbird Alliance, very strong. They're dominating over there right now. Apparently these guys are associated with Press W from the T1 tournament because they have 3rd here. Some chat are saying that's true, some are saying it's not, who knows, but their predictions here 3rd to 6th, definitely valid. This is a strong guild and they have a strong opponent. This is going to be a tough one. I think personally, me though, I'm leaning in the favor of Tier here.
I don't I'm kind of leaning in the favor of Tier, but it's because I know people in Tier. I know that Velocity thinks that they're going to lose. I do want to give a shout out to a couple of our streamers that have been following the tournament very closely that are playing right now, and that is Vert and Invulnerable GG. There we go. I got it spelled correctly right there. It looks like Invulnerable and Vert are both streaming their perspective of the match. So if you guys want to spectate the tournament through their lens, you absolutely can. You just don't get the boldage shoutcasting, the Giga Chat. You don't get the full perspective, but sometimes it can be fun to see the tournament from another perspective like that. You look over at the versus screen again, Velocity versus Tier. It looks like Tier won this coin toss, and that's very impactful. They chose to pick Velocity. Azriel, Chernobog, and Pakalo. Tier is going to Talus.
Very based with that Azriel ban. I do appreciate the Velocity boys for doing that. But we are heading back over to Talus, which is, I think actually we might have seen more Talus matches than Azriel this time around.
But not more than Cherno.
Nevertheless, this is a map that both of these guilds are going to have played a million times. They might have even played each other on this map in the past, doing some scrims. So we'll see what's going to happen here. If we look at the team composition, 19 wands, 17 or 18 SNSs on both guilds. Everything actually looking pretty similar. Pretty much same number of daggers, crossbows. There's a couple more spears on the side of Velocity, but overall, very, very close team comp here.
Yeah, absolutely it is. As we get the go-go from our tournament director, guys, this is one of those matches like in The Matrix where they say Morpheus is fighting Neo and everybody just drops what they're doing and flips it on. This is what you want to see. This is why we have tournaments, is to see matches just like this. For once and for all, let's find out who is stronger, Tier or Velocity. It's Tier in the red, it's Velocity in the yellow on Talus of all Riftstones. Both guilds coming out on opposite side. Tier already posturing in position. It looks like Velocity is a little bit behind on this one. Autumn the shot caller, I think, on the side of Velocity, posturing back and forth. Moshi, there looks like Velocity's backing up. This is not good for Velocity. There's now stuck in a jump.
They're getting out-tempoed. Not like this, bro.
Big pulls going down. Excellent pulls in for Tier right there. But both guilds moving in. No one has died yet. Interestingly enough, finally, Vert gets first blood against Flux on the board right there for Tier. But oh my god, it's two Terminators fighting each other. Finally, we see Tier overwhelming the kill feed in this first one, and they deserve it. That was a crazy good engage for them, Moreland.
Yeah, Tier is going to be one of the most bloodthirsty comps in the entire game right now. I mean, there are a lot of ego players here, and even if you tell them to hold back, they're just going to ignore you and go forward anyways. These guys want to get kills. They want to be at the top of the leaderboard at the end. If they see any sign of weakness from Velocity, any gaps, any openings, they are going to be pouncing all over that. And right now, it is just overwhelmingly going in their favor as they do not hesitate and push Velocity all the way back almost to the respawn.
Yeah, well, now D-Bone's in the middle. D-Bone's actually might be the shot caller for Velocity here. He's in the middle of everyone. Don't see any emotes this time. Interestingly enough, we saw him emoting a tremendous amount previously in the tournament, but when your guild is getting blasted, not the best. It makes you a little bit more silent there, Moreland, as it looks like Velocity finally running back to the fight. This is a problem
for them, bro.
Because their statics are not ready set. They're not ready. They're not readied up. They're not stacked. You don't have those pre-buffs all stacking on one another before you run in and engage like Tier does. You look over on Tier's side. Look how many shields you see. Look how much overhealing you see. Everyone's already buffed up and moving because the statics are all right next to each other.
D-Bones emoting
for Velocity.
That's my boy
I think it's
D-Bones,
costing them dearly in this match right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That first fight, things were looking kind of even. Neither squad getting any kills, and it was kind of like, okay, well, maybe we have some tanky comps here. Maybe it's gonna be more even.
I'm
but
glad
then
to see D-Bone
Tier just breaking
still going
through
strong,
and
man.
overwhelming
I wonder if he's still
Velocity.
shit-talking
Velocity's gonna have to do a better
boys.
job of taking advantage of when their buffs are up. It feels like they just waited for all those buffs to wear off and allowed themselves to just get farmed by Tier. They're going to have to double down and take this fight a little bit more seriously if they want to make something happen.
Yeah, absolutely. D-Bone's waiting on the stone right now. 2 minutes left on the clock. Velocity goes for
I'm
one more
surprised D-Bone hasn't said
right
some
now,
shit
but
yet,
Tier
bro.
is ready for it. And look at the flank from Tier, and the pulls coming in on the side of Tier is going to do a crazy amount of damage right now. Vert out on the side of the fight, getting locked down by Wesky. Let's see if that great sword can end up killing him. No, his healer keeps him alive. He goes into stealth, manages to get away with that wand dagger right there as he, oh my god, just slips away and then continually pumps out damage on the side of Tier.
They've got a good
moving
wrap around
direction
on Tier right now, but they're not able to
and
convert.
you have to think that it has a lot to do with how well these statics work with one another. Wesker on him again. He is running Vert's pockets right now, but Vert just not having any of it. Wesker again attacking Vert one more time. Now Wesker is locked down. He's on the ground. Orangutan said, "Get out of here." Holy moly, I got you for 3 minutes, Moreland.
Yeah, Velocity finally getting some kills, but only way back, practically under the respawn. They got some hooks and were able to separate a few Tier players away from their group, and that seems like the only way that they are able to get any kills at all, is if they can make that separation. Now finally pushing over to the stone for the first time as a group. Velocity within range. The cap is not live for another 40 seconds, but Velocity needs to make some kind of push here to get ready for that cap to come open. A few of them have circled around to the grapple and are kind of scrapping in the back line, but the feed is just as red and one-sided over here. I'll see one yellow kill and then 10 red kills blue, whether it's the back line or the front line. Tier is just completely locking this down. I have to remind you guys, Velocity is not a weak guild at all. One of the strongest guilds in NA East right now. They placed themselves second within the Snowbird Alliance. I'm not sure about that, and I think especially after watching this fight, we might have to reconsider that ranking, but still, nonetheless, one of the strongest alliances in the game and one of the strongest guilds in the game, but Tier is just demolishing them regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to give respect where respect is due right now. Tier dominating that leaderboard as we just took a look at it before the cap opened up on my screen there. Vert at the top of the damage leaderboards on a wand dagger of all things. I mean, I always say that the NA sleeps on the wand dagger. We've seen a lot more prevalent in EU. This is the first time we've seen a wand dagger be at the literal top of the leaderboards for NA. Clearly, he knows something and how to play it better than other people do. Clearly, he's got a better handle on this situation. As Tier pushes in, neither guild able to actually initiate a cap right now, as it looks like that Velocity has managed to push Tier back off the stone, and now Tier is battling to try to get back in control of the stone. Purple Chicken gonna go for one more cap, gets pulled off again. Both front lines not allowing the other to interact with the stone. Dodeki's gonna go for another cap on the side of Velocity. Interestingly enough, it is Velocity continually interacting with the stone. Can they get it this time? 80, 90%. Can he get there? He does manage to get that off. And it is Velocity that initiates the first cap of this fight. And again, it's Tier looking like they're gonna step in on this one. We've seen them interact with it a couple times so far. We'll see if their front line gets more people on the stone here. As again, it's very close, actually. Look at that kill feed for Rhythm right there as we see 20 people rallying for Velocity. They may have been holding out on us. Their percentage is starting to climb. Tier can't interact with this stone, Moreland.
This is a really good push from Velocity. They are kind of coming out of nowhere. I don't know if it just took them a second to warm up. Maybe they had to, you know, stand up and stretch their legs or something, get the blood flowing, because it looks like they're finally starting to react and play this objective. Now that the objective is live, it feels like Velocity is taking this much more seriously. The kill feed is at least going back and forth a bit, still favoring Tier, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to completely solidify this, but that bar is climbing.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we're seeing them 18% and starting to climb these matches. We're under the 13-minute mark here. I think Tier is deliberately not interacting with the stone yet. But again, if Velocity slowly climbs on this stone, and we've seen Velocity, this is not what you want to do, is not interact with the stone until the closing minutes of the match here. We saw this strategy on NA West exactly once. Now we're seeing Tier I'm pretty sure that's what Tier is doing. They're intentionally not interacting with the stone here on Talus to allow that. I guess maybe they want to wait. They don't want to get back capped. So they think that this match is probably close enough that they can get reverse capped in this case. But the problem is, I think the D-Bones in the front line for Velocity can keep them from even initiating a cap on the stone at all. And if they do that for long enough, it's going to take Tier a long time to get to 100%. Either way, they're keeping enough people on the point right now that they're able to make it happen. Oh my goodness, a lot. Big Cordy spin right there for it looked like Strix right there. Rhythm in the middle of everything, doing what he can on the side of Velocity here as he's got that spear dagger in his hands. We've seen a couple kill feeds for him come out so far.
I knew Tier was going to win.
Needs to try to get
or was
back
expecting
on top
Tier
of this
to win,
one.
but I wasn't expecting
people
them
on
to
the point
fucking
right now. That is
just
not
walk
enough.
Velocity
19 for Tier
like they are right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy. I mean, if the fight was closer, I would kind of see what Tier is going for here. If you think that it's more of a 50-50, there is definitely some strategy in not capping first so that you can slowly tick the stone back and not give your opponent a chance to secure it twice. But in this case, Tier is so dominant, it feels like a bit of an unnecessary risk. Things can definitely go poorly. They could get some unlucky caps. They could get their tanks disrupted at the last second. It's a little bit risky to hold off for this long. We'll see at what minute mark they decide to actually go for it. When if you're this overwhelming and you can completely keep Velocity from even climbing the bar, I would think you would want to just secure the thing and not take the risk.
Yep, that is correct. That is typically what you want to do. I think that maybe they thought that this was going to be a little bit closer than it actually is, and they took the fight really seriously, and they're just sticking to plan A on this one. But you would have loved to see an audible. You know what? They know. Well, we'll see here. Purple Chicken continuously tries to interact with the point. You see Argonite right behind him, gives him a heal. Can he get it? Yes, he does right there. And there's 5 people on the point for Velocity as they continually try to pour onto the point as we tick under the 10-minute mark now. Tier has still not approached the point to try to take it again right now. As again, we see Velocity slowly start to climb in that percentage, but we're seeing so many pulls, so many blood devos down on the side of Tier over here. It's very impressive to see this. Oh my gosh, Vert is absolutely farming right now on this curse bomb right here. He's definitely feuded by a few of the members of the enemy squad, but honestly, he just feels safe. He can just throw down as much damage as he wants right now. If we take a look at the leaderboards, Vert is still on top, pulling away at 2.4 million damage done due to Dogwater with the top kills of the lobby right now. You come down here for Velocity, it's Royce Eurig, and again, Route 2 right there. Top for Velocity for DPS is going to be Anemia, and then Moshi. Interestingly enough, damage taken, obviously, Autumn at the top of the leaderboards for Velocity right there, and then Tier dominating massive Edon, Al Capel over there at the top 3 healers of the lobby for Tier. Velocity's Viola, the top healer for them, really struggling to get onto the point now. Again, this is not oh my goodness, and see, now they're going to start. It looks like Tier is starting to try to interact with the point here as Zeet is going for it, but again, now they're getting interrupted by this Velocity frontline. Like I said, Velocity is just not letting them interact with the point here. But I mean, it's not dire quite yet, but if they keep this up for another 2 minutes, it's going to start getting dire, Marlon.
Yeah, even if you're winning the...
Let's look at Vert's perspective.
Nice.
What? We just become best friends, yep.
Yeah, one flex.
He's going for Ray of Disaster. Yeah, they're probably gonna cap soon.
Midas is on our side, careful.
Full stack. Oof. Is he using Deckmans instead? I don't see a Tevin proc. That's probably why he's using Ray of Disaster. Yeah, he's using Deckmans. Does he do it to free up a skill slot? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
Looking at this other corner, they're kind of clumping.
Around 30% or something. That's a lot better than keeping it at 0 and having to channel that entire cap. That was definitely making me nervous. I was sitting up in my chair a little bit. What's going on here, boys? So, but they are able to get it now. And wait, what happened?
Yeah, it does look like the tier took control of the stone. Velocity is pulled off completely at this point with 4 minutes left to go in the lobby right now. Again, we will see these guys move down to the losers bracket if they do end up losing this match. 4 minutes left to go. It certainly looks that way as tier wipes the remainder off the stone. I would be engaging right now. All of tier is looking the wrong way. It looks like the Velocity shot caller thinks exactly like I do. Purple Chicken gonna dive in. Right now, tier is not in position, but neither is Velocity, just taking 11 years to get forward on this one. Good flank coming in for Velocity right there, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough as tier just clamps down dominance every single engagement, Morlin.
Blue, you could see the hesitation there from Velocity, and I think that cost them that push. They had a really good spot coming in. I don't think Tier was looking in that direction. You could tell a full regroup was coming, but they had a good pace there, but they just waited a little bit too long. They gave Tier time to figure out what's going on and spin their cameras around, get their buffs up, and Tier was able to just stuff them as they've been doing all match. That's the morale degradation of losing over and over again. You have that final push where Velocity is organized enough to listen to the shot caller and know what they need to do, but just that hesitation from getting smashed all round is going to cost them from that push actually being effective whatsoever. They just waited and allowed Tier to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I would have laughed so hard if they waited to initiate that cap and then it had cost them dearly. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God. But like, fortunately, they were able to get that cap off, but it was clear that Velocity's strategy was to keep them from getting that cap off, and they did that successfully for many minutes right there. If they had they executed that properly the entire time, oh boy, we could have been looking at a very
somebody sold their car for this game
right now.
No
but again,
shot,
that's why
man.
You normally just want to initiate the cap, and then you can have your guys just like stand off the point and wait, just feather the percentage at around 20-30% until you're ready, and then you can step everybody onto the point. That's a much safer way of doing things. That's what we see EU players do a lot of the time, and we've seen that strategy employed on NA East as well. Normally, again, you do not want to wait that long because exactly that, you're just playing into your opponent's hands. In this case, Velocity was ready for that exact strategy, and they were like, okay, well, We just keep them from capping the point, and that's exactly what they almost pulled off. Sadly, they're going to come up short on this one, as they do have a cap initiated, but it is just Tier expressing dominance, as they do look like they are the stronger between these two guilds. It's going to be Tier moving on to fight the winner of our next match, which is going to be Supple versus Dwagon. Arguably an even more hyped matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see. I don't recall exactly where Dwagon ranked himself within their alliance, but I can tell you they are a very strong guild, a guild that has come up quite a bit in recent weeks. Velocity having to fight Take Care later tonight. Is that right? After being knocked down to the loser bracket from this match?
Yep. And
That's going to be crazy too, Blue.
Yep, Take Care is going to have to fight Velocity now, as Velocity's Purple Chicken steps forward onto the point here and is not going to make it happen right now for his guild. But honestly, I'm going to give him Purple Chicken MVP on the side of, or Team Ace on the side of Velocity. That guy stopped so many caps. That guy got so many caps for Velocity. Like, look at them. They're all, Zales is wailing on him, trying to stop him. Finally gets the stop off right there. But Purple Chicken just putting on a clinic for his front line there. The unsung hero of the match for Velocity. And sadly, it just won't be enough, as his guild is just flat out weaker. Tier is going to move on. There's Crunk God, one of the old Cho Nation players that everybody knows so well, getting absolutely farmed. Digital will be happy about that one. Tombstone POV for him right there. 17 seconds left
Velocity,
on the clock.
51. Loser,
as we
51.
run out of time right now in this one. Velocity will move down to
We're
fight
gonna see
Take
Velocity
Care, and the
TC.
winner Tier is going to move on to fight Supple or Dwagon. We're going to find out who next. Let's take a look. Who is at the top of our leaderboards in this lobby? It looks like for defeats, it's going to be AZN Princess for T4. You know that guy has the biggest dick in the lobby. 60 kills on the board. PRX at 55. Doo-Doo Dogwater at 55 kills as well. Tier dominating this leaderboard right now. Velocity, Roosfrig, Naito, Flux, and Animoic. All the way down there, the top killers on the side of Velocity. You look at the assists, it's Rarkar, the top of the assists there. Top damage of the lobby. First time in the tournament we have seen a Wand Dagger be at the top of the leaderboards for damage. 5 million damage done. Absolutely gapping the next closest person for Vert. And Mods, we can get a shout out for Vert here. Tremendous performance in that fight right there. 4.2 million, the next closest. AZN Princess, or Princess rather, Rarkar, PRX, and Eternal rounding out the top 5.
Wait, PRX like BDO PRX?
Velocities, Animoic, Rhythm, and Moshi, the top 3. Daikon, Soup, and Flux coming in for them as well.
Is that actually PRX? Taken like BDO PRX? I thought that meant Quick Gaming, bro.
Damage taken for Autumn right there. It looks like I will do it. My mods are all not paying attention. I'll get it. Don't worry, Vert, I've got you. Don't worry, Vert, I've got you. My mods are on union break. 2.2 million for Caraban. Phone's father, 2.1 million right there. Tier and Phobia is in at number 5, the top tank of the lobby for Tier. For Tier there. 35.2 million damage heal for Massive. Edmund, Green Velvet, Alpacal, Tiger Kyle, all rounding out the top 5 for Tier. Velocities, Viola, Chinny, Joshi, and Breezy rounding out the top 5 for Velocity. Good fights to both teams, but it is ultimately Tier that comes up with it.
Yeah, indeed. I have to say, Blue, I did favor Tier in that match, but I was not expecting it to be that devastating. That was a crazy performance on the side of Tier. Velocity, I've said it before, I'll say it again, they are not a weak guild. One of the toughest wargame guilds that is out there right now. These guys are definitely geared. They're definitely doing their reps, but Tier...
Velocity forgot to eat their food. Jesus. You guys are holy shit. I'm gonna have to grab a drink real quick here.
I don't know, boss. If I host it, we're all dead. Or on the back line right there, if Velocity had just pulled the trigger, they probably come up with a win in that engagement right there. But honestly, we're seeing that hesitation from Velocity after they started to lose that match. They just didn't have the confidence to step forward, because that push could have been very Velocity favored there, Marlon.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're getting farmed for the entire match. When you finally do get that final rally, your members are just too passive. They don't have the confidence. We did see with that last minute surge able to take Talus last time around, but it doesn't look like Velocity was able to muster that in those last few seconds there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna see Velocity. People say rip Velocity 24 to 25. Guys, we're gonna see them play in a couple hours here. Like, what are we talking? They have to play again now. Now, let's talk about our next feature presentation, because this one's going to be a banger, guys. Supple versus Dwagon. Supple over here from the Stellarite server, the defending champions of the tournament. They won the Best in Guild T1 to show all of North America who was boss. And this is their A squad over here, rank 1 on their server. Best in Guild T1 finished, like I said, first. And they said, Tier, you can't dodge us in the tournament. Well, they better win this match, and they will fight Tier in the next round. I'll let you introduce Dwagon.
Dwagon over in the Snowburn Alliance, and they have placed themselves first within that alliance. If that is the case, then we are going to see a crazy fight here. Dwagon believes they are stronger than Flex. They believe they are stronger than Take Care. If that is the case, then this might be one of the only guilds in the tournament that even has a chance to knock out Supple, and that match is happening right now. For this chat PvP, let me zoom in so I can read this. Can't wait to run Cobra Kai's pockets again for the 5th time. Daddy Hailstorm won't be there to hold your hand, but maybe you can get loads to call for you like Android does. Blue, I don't know any of this lore. Maybe you do. No amounts of rats in our comms will save you from getting portal camp during the tournament. What cope will you tell your members when you lose this time? Go touch grass, you jobless bums who do nothing but sit on this game 24/7. Also, Jalen needs a wife. Please send waifus. You gotta give it to Dwagon. Most of the chat PvP has been kind of lazy. These guys really brought a little bit of a paragraph there, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did speak with Jalen's before the match. I did ask him specifically. He said he was seeking female companionship, female optional. So anyone out there that really is interested in being in an E-relationship, go ahead and hit him up. Maybe you can talk to Alec. He's been chopping trees for a while now. He might be able to come up with something on this one. If we look over toward our versus screen, the match is just about ready to go. The pick ban is crazy, guys. Dwagon won the coin toss. They chose to pick. Supple has banned Chernobog, Talus, Morokai, and Adentis. We are gonna see these two fight it out on Leviathan.
You love to see it, Blue. Hopefully both guilds have their shark transformations ready to go. Leviathan, one of the more peculiar maps that's in the rotation. You have several kind of goofy environmental hazards that are going to be in your way. Multiple different viable respawn. We will see this is going to be a map that is going to have a lot of kill squad value. Supple has one of the best kill squads in all of NA East, and yet Dwagon did pick this map, so maybe they've got the firepower to counter that.
Yeah, again, I do want to emphasize that Dwagon was supposed to fight Supple Abyss in the last round of the tournament, but Supple pulled Supple Abyss from the tournament. And so the Dwagon ended up getting a bye, but now has to fight the Supple main squad. So I would consider that a dodge. Morlin is saying that, well, they had roster issues. It is what it is. You can't tell me you can't pull 48 people together in an alliance as active as them. So to me, it looks like a dodge, but you can't dodge Dwagon this time. We'll see here, though, as Supple puts in their A team against Dwagon. Okay, give me your prediction. Obviously, I think you're coming down on Supple's side since you're in the guild.
It's not just since I'm in the game. I mean, look, Supple Phoenix did wargame against Dwagon. It was close, but Dwagon did come out with the win. But if you look at the power difference between the main Supple guild, which we see here, and the second Supple guild, the main roster is really stacked, Blue. There's quite a difference. So if Dwagon was that close with the second Supple guild, I think they're going to struggle quite a bit with the main Supple guild.
Well, the audience seems to think this is more 50-50. 50-50 with Dwagon at 54%. I'm going to go
That's
with my
crazy.
boys. I'm going to go with my boys over in Dwagon. I have been playing against these guys. They have been literally spreading
close.
my
Fuck.
cheeks on Snowburn since Talandre came out. Now, they're not on Snowburn anymore.
Yo,
but these
what's up,
guys
Joystick?
are
What's going on,
absolute
brother?
gamers over here, and I know Supple really well. But honestly, I don't really know who's going to win this. Remember, guys, Pachus and Sid are the Supple Cordy crossbows. Frozen 10 bands are the two Dwagon crossbows. It is Leviathan, the map that we are going to right here. And I cannot believe the words coming out of my mouth. We are going, I'm already panning across to try to get over to the action.
Is it
as we
Paquilo?
have just started the match.
Oh,
Look at these
Leviathan.
beautiful bones and the wonderful scenery that we see coming down here. It's Dwagon in the yellow, Supple in the red. As we get a little bit closer to the stone, show me the guilds. There they are, all flying onto the point. Holy moly, it's Dwagon grouped up first on the point, but a big kill feed for Supple right there. But it looks like Dwagon to Sukayo moving it back the other way. It's an all-out brawl on the point right now, Morlin.
Yeah, Dwagon getting a surprising kill feed in that opening engage there, but then just overwhelming response from Supple Blue. I'm seeing 20 red names stacked on top of each other. It's definitely going to favor Supple in his first push. They have control of the ship. We're going to see
Dynasty's
how
on
they decide
Eudora
to set this
6.
up. There are so
I don't
many
pay-
different
I don't play
strategies you can go
COA
with on this
myself.
map. It's really, like I said, one of the more peculiar maps, but also can be pretty interesting
Elsinore
depending on which strategy they take.
on,
Dwagon's going to have to come up with something interesting here because Supple
on the
is
Discord
completely in control of the ship
that's
at the
leading
moment.
that community.
Yeah, honestly, Dwagon, though, understanding that the high grounds are very important, that there's multiple approaches here. You can see people getting pulled into the mud right here. And again, if you have a shark morph, interestingly enough, on this map, you actually swim way faster through the mud than if you don't have a shark morph equipped. So
I
a
think
little
they're
bit of
rank
a
1
Easter
right
egg
now on,
nugget right
on
there if
Eudora's
you didn't know
on 6.
before. And it does look like that Supple is clamping down control of the ship right now, asserting dominance over the top of Dwagon right now. Dwagon in a lot of trouble on the stairs, but honestly,
I'm in deep
Supple is
on
really
Dune right
struggling
now.
to keep them all wiped off right now. As this yellow health bars pesky everywhere they go. There are just yellow health bars constantly around. Shadow Lily on this high ground, on this Spellblade for Dwagon right now, firing down
Have they
to
tried
the low
COA at
ground,
all?
doing a
Not
lot
at
of
all,
damage
no.
to those Supple members, but sadly, none of them actually going down as they have some of the best healers in the lobby.
I've heard a lot of
down
good
there.
things about
there
it.
we go.
I know
Pulling
Joey
them off
was,
that high ground is so
Joey
important.
was telling
You
me
take a
about
look at the
the
leaderboard.
PvP.
Initially, it's a little bit Supple favored, I would say. It looks like damage dealt, though. Dwagon's Myth and Brockle barely managing to make it onto the leaderboards with 10 bands, and Bevic down there as well. Dwagon in a lot of trouble. Look at the healers. Eli, this is the guy that you get your healer builds from, guys. This is the guy that makes those guides on Questlog and on all the various websites. That's why you trust him. This guy knows what he's talking about. Currently the top healer of the lobby. There's Aralite. That's the shot caller for Dwagon right there. They're grouping up on the, looks like the top of the ship right now. Interestingly enough, he's dangerously close to getting pulled down to the low ground right now. You see the rest of his guild down on the low ground down there. Looks like he has to back off of the ship. I'm not sure that he can even get back up here. There's no verticality.
He's not gonna
and again, he has to run all the way up the side of the ship to try to fly down. Chain Me Daddy trying to stay out in front for his guild as well. Looks like Dwagon is backed off a little bit as they're preparing for a push here, Marlon.
The high ground is nice, but if you inch forward just a little bit here, you are very much in danger of getting chain hooked, as we just saw a few Dwagon members getting pulled in. They're trying to fly in and take this upper area. Honestly, I don't think it's the way to go. Much more advantageous to come up the other side of the ship where you can kind of sit on this double decker and try to impact the actual cap. Even if Dwagon is able to hold this high ground here, it is not in bounds for the objective. So once the objective comes live, everyone standing up here is not going to count towards it. So not only are you not counting towards the objective, but you're probably just going to get hooked off anyways. So I imagine we'll see Dwagon maybe try to set up here a couple more times or use it to reinforce, but overall they're going to need to hold hold a different position if they want any chance of actually capping a stone.
They keep trying to pull this man off, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Pasha's putting on a clinic so far in this fight. One of the corny crossbows for Supple, again, here to defend their titles as the strongest guild in Throne and Liberty T1. They are back with a vengeance in the T2 tournament here to try to represent for Talandre. Pasha's waiting. We have still not seen him spin. Finally, the spin comes down and we see him get exactly 1 kill. So not the most impactful spinner that we've seen. The stone is about to start up. 15 seconds on the clock. Let's take one more look at the leaderboards right now. Supple heavily favored all the way across the board right now. Dwagon getting their pockets run at the start of this map. They did pick this map, so clearly they had an idea in mind.
My sleep schedule is so
Aralite trying to do what he can, trying to group up on the bow of the ship up there. There's a lot of different Krelix. Gonna go ahead and cap this for Supple right here. Mulkin tries to stop him. Not gonna make it happen, though. It looks like they fully backed off now. And again, it looks like Dwagon kind of at a loss for what they need to do as they're flying in from all different directions, trying to find a way to approach this stone. Every time they run up these stairs, they just get pulled off by the tanks on the side of Supple, and then they get grouped up and absolutely killed every time. There's the pull-in right there. If you just wait on the low ground way too long, that's what's going to happen to you. Morland, I hope that you have another strategy other than this approach right here, because this one is not it.
It's definitely not it, and you can see that Dwagon is struggling to even get the regroup going. I have Poopsie's perspective out here in the middle of nowhere, and I have to say, this guy is just built different. This is normally a Seeker player, Wand, Bow, but he has swapped recently to Wand Greatsword instead, and I'm routinely watching him. I don't even know if he has a static or what's going on. I'm watching this guy 1v10 out at the respawn. He's not getting a ton of kills, but he is doing a great job of just keeping a ton of Dwagon members busy as they literally a player named Respawn Camper now backs him up. These guys are going to get a tremendous amount of value, and this is what I was saying at the start of the match. This is a map where you can get tons of value with a good kill squad, and Supple main really knows how to run multiple different effective kill squads. Like we're seeing here, it doesn't even necessarily need to be a full static. You could just have a Paladin and a Scorpion out here causing trouble for 10 or 12 enemy players at a time. And what are you going to do? You either have to ignore them and you're likely to take a few deaths, or you have to commit the time to kill them, and Poopsie just doesn't die even when 10 people are hitting him.
Yeah, okay, so what class is Poopsie playing again?
Greatsword Wand.
What? He's playing Greatsword Wand. Now, I will say that that class is actually super sleeper. I believe the name of that class is Paladin. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But that class is actually super sleeper. I have seen that class overperform in probably 4 matches across worldwide. I've seen 4 of them. 4. Okay, of that class worldwide, and every time we see them, they are one of the highest tanks, one of the top performing tanks of the lobby, and they certainly have a decent amount of damage as well, so can create a massive amount of disruption. Clearly Supple knows something about it that we do not on this one, because again, yeah, very sleeper style class right there. Dawn trying to hang in there on the stone right now as Aralite did initiate a cap on the point, but now they're down under 1% as Supple climbs over 82%. Supple looking in a dominating performance, or to be in a dominating position here as they close the door on that Dwagon squad. 19-21, actually very close on the point right now. It looks like Dwagon's starting to overwhelm from this high ground as Ram and his static try to push their way up here and keep them from consistently regrouping right now, but there are a lot of Dwagon members trying to rally onto the stone right now to keep Supple from taking this. It is not just an easy takeaway for Supple. It's taking them some time to work this percentage up. We're seeing Dwagon absolutely fight back.
Yeah, we're seeing Dwagon start to fight from the other side of the ship now, and I do think that is the better strategy. Like I mentioned, you can stand on kind of this middle deck here and count towards the objective, so you can get a bit of high ground while still playing the point. I did see a pretty decent Dwagon feed a moment ago as they took these upper decks, but then Supple eventually just reacted and pushed them completely off. Now it's just looking red up here on these upper platforms once again, but Dwagon is going to have to make some use use out of the back of the ship. I don't think just rushing up the stairs over and over again is going to do it. I don't think that flying onto the top of the ship, the really slanted thing, I don't think that's going to work either. They're just going to get hooked off and they're not going to contribute to the point. So I like this push that they did on the back of the ship.
A lot of ground when they can just like rain down on you like that.
Probably the best option that they have going forward, but they're going to need to commit to it. It can't just be 1 or 2 statics, or else Supple's just going to turn around and take it right back.
Yeah, Supple in a dominating position on the Rift, and they certainly have taken it away from their opponents now. Dwagon in a lot of trouble in this match. 10.5 minutes left to go, and they're struggling to find an engagement that works for them. Moist Pickle, an interesting name, standing on this high ground as a healer, waiting for something to happen here. Frosh, oh, it looks like he's they're getting Frosh ready to go in for this spin here. We'll see if they can't make something happen on the side of Dwagon right now, as it looks like they're trying to buff him up. It looks like Dwagon's preparing for a multi-pronged aggression push. I'm going to cover the cliff side over here, Moreland, if you want to cover the other boat side on that. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. We can see exactly how Supple is positioned in response to this. This looks like 2 statics on the side of Dwagon over here. And again, you see, well, Dwagon not on the bow of the ship. Flash Me Mommy landing down there. Oh, looks like Frosh is going to dive across now. Is the time that they have chosen. Frosh, oh no, lands in a really bad spot. Manages to get onto the boat though and plant his feet. Can he get a solid Cordy spin off?
He had to reposition there, or he was going to get focused.
Gets flipped out of it.
Oh,
Frosh, that was
tragic.
not what you wanted to see right there for Dwagon. And that's exactly what I'm saying, is that the Supple members have the Cordy crossbows feuded, and they are waiting for them to come in. Just immediately CC them. You have got to be patient if you're a Cordy crossbow user. I think he got like a little bit impatient there, and that is the kiss of death. Either way, RLI does initiate a point cap for Dwagon, but I think it's just going to run out again here, Marlon.
Yeah, I think so. These Dwagon pushes are getting slightly better as the match goes on, Blue, but they don't seem to be improving as much as they need to. Now we only have 9 minutes left, and we're going to need to see some significant increase in whatever they're trying to do. They did,
this one is east,
they went for the back of the ship, and I like that, but they're still not fully committing to it. They're almost doing like a split push where they have some people going up the stairs in front, some people going for the back of the boat, and in a situation like this against a guild like Supple that is going to react and reposition very quickly, sometimes a split push is all you can do, but it just feels like there's never a full Dwagon regroup. I think part of that is because of the amount of hassle and harassment that those Supple kill squads are likely causing out at the respawns. But even when Dwagon makes these pushes, it just feels like they have half of Supple's numbers in every single fight.
Yeah, absolutely, Eli. Eli, the top healer of the lobby, the top healer of every lobby. And you can see how he's positioned down here, constantly keeping those healing stacks up on Supple. Supple does not like to lose. And you can see it here reflected. These guys lock in right now. Ipu on the high ground there, going to get wiped off down there. Not much for Eli to do at the moment as they're waiting for Dwagon to go ahead and push in here. And I'll take a look at where Dwagon actually is on the map. Looks like Bam and his static are on the low ground here, but they're getting mopped up right now. Where is the rest of Dwagon? There's Arlight. That's the shot caller right there, waiting for his static to arrive. The rest of them look like there's at least 2 or 3 statics on this left side for Dwagon right now. But the people, everybody trying to come up the stairs is having a very, very tough time of it, Marlon.
Supple being so efficient with these kill squads, Blue. I'm out here in the middle of nowhere again, and I can see why Dwagon is having such a hard time respawning. Normally, you would expect to see a full static camping a respawn, but in this case, I think Supple literally just has 3 people on Portal 1 and 3 people on Portal 2, and the comp is so interesting. It's a Scorpion, a Ravager, and Poopsie playing Paladin. So they've got a couple great swords. They've got the crossbow, and then they've got the Poopsie, who is one of the great swords, is also playing 1. He's got enough heals,
you have Supple, you have
so he can
Tier,
keep
you have
Respawn
Exodus.
Camper, the other Scorpion alive, and he can keep his Ravager out here alive as well, AB. But for the most part, it's just like 3 of these guys fighting 5, 6, 10 Dwagon by themselves. Now Pix is in here as well, another Ravager player, but continually fighting outnumbered and continually kind of winning anyways.
Oh, 10 Bands is so sad right now. Oh my gosh, bro. He went in there. He was buffed up. They flew across. He got this Cordy spin down. There were like 10 Supple members that would have died to that spin probably, but he got flipped off the boat the moment that he started spinning. Unbelievably good presence and heads up decision making by the front line from Supple. They have these targets feuded. They are not going to let them succeed at anything, and that should show you just just how dominant Supple actually is in this matchup, why they are a force to be reckoned with, why they're rank 1 in North America, and why they won the Best in Guild T1 tournament, Moreland.
So all the other guys that broke up and regrouped.
I think that there's some macro issues here with Dwagon. I'm continually seeing like 20 Dwagon players out here at Portal 1 spending a lot of time fighting 3 or 4 Supple. That is not going to work when you're pushing against a guild this strong. You have to at some point just ignore that kill squad, or you have to have a squad of your own that can take them down, because these guys, I mean, the 4v15 out here, there's a reason why we're seeing all of Dwagon's pushes look so light. It's because a third of their guild is out in the boonies fighting a couple Scorpions.
Not sure about anybody else.
Oh my God, they're doing the Alamo strat. They're just gonna fly across and land. Supple actually outnumbered in this fight as they have too many people committed to the low ground. A couple get pushed off as well, but Izzy gets the first kill right there. 10 Bands gets a kill off as well, but everybody on the side of Dwagon gets pulled in, and absolutely Farn Boo is pulled back now to help them as well. It looked like that. Oh my gosh, that was such a bold push, and I gotta give it to Aralite. You gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you just YOLO it and see what happens. It could work, right? They have a lot of people out in the boonies. Maybe we can make it happen, but Supple with the poise to be ready for a push like that. Everyone lands on their head and they just say, no problem. Just breathe for a moment. Okay, now pull them in. Okay, let's start spinning. All right, make sure that we're healthy. Right, Krelix knew exactly what to do in that position and handled it very gracefully, wiping out most of Dwagon right there. I assume that it is Krelix shot calling.
Definitely going to be Krelix shot calling. We see him here in the lobby, and they definitely want to win this tournament. Krelix definitely wants to win this tournament. They won in T1. They want to win again in T2. These guys like being on top, so he's going to be the one calling, but he's going to be keeping his cool. I mean, in a scenario like this is a guy who's practiced every map, and they're feeling pretty confident against Dwagon right now.
Oh
Dwagon
no, they're
try to get some
right now.
going here, but they're not going to cause Supple to panic. These guys just have way too many reps, way too many hours playing this game together. They're going to continue the strategy that's working, and unless Dwagon can really come up with something in his final few minutes here, then it's looking like Supple is going to be able to keep this pretty locked down.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go out into the boonies and see if there's still spawn camping going on out here. Yep. Respawn Camper is still out here trying to interrupt the spawns in from Dwagon, but not doing such a great job at this moment right now. Look at this crossbow dagger doing what he can. He's stealthing. He's looking. These people are at half health. They are easy pickings for him. He's like, no, I don't want to hit that guy. Okay, this is the guy that I want to...
Oh.
Never mind, this guy is absolute garbage. Holy moly, what a terrible player. I'm just totally joking, of course, but like the moment I start spectating him, Moreland, he immediately dies.
What camper.
That is indeed the caster curse. You guys have to stay alive when we're trying to glaze you and make you look cool. It keeps happening match after match. Come on, guys, we're trying to highlight you here.
Yeah, we're trying to help you right now. Don't you? I feel like Adam Sandler, go to your home. Here we go. Kiwi Doc surely won't let me down. A healer right now, all out on their own. Now getting focused down by his team. Surely he will heal himself up and be safe right now as the rest of his team turns around right there and reinforces. There we go. F1. I am certainly a huge F1 fan. Here we go. An actual good crossbow dagger user on F1. Gonna take on the majority of Dwagon in the field right now, trying to disrupt the regroups, trying to knock down these statics on this side. There he goes. He picks up a good kill against Op right there. Now he sees another one. He can tracking him in stealth right there, as he can see him. His monitor is in fact on right now as he's running through.
His monitor is
doing
in
a great
fact
job.
on.
Who his favorite F1 team actually is, because he is sporting the Ferrari.
The caster curse is real, bro. What can I say?
Honestly, just like the Ferrari members, dead and leaving his fans wanting more. As it were, at the end of it, Dwagon really struggling to regroup, but does manage to get a recap off on the stone. 15 people rallied strong on the stone for Dwagon, but it's just never enough.
No, it is indeed never enough. And I mean, it just goes to show, again, this was the map that Dwagon picked. You would expect that they had a specific strategy they wanted to play. You'd expect that they have practice on the map. But nonetheless, Supple showing dominance, not just in the guild v guild, not just in the individual player level, but also in the macro level, having exactly the 4 players that they wanted, camping respawn 1, not a full static, not too few, not too many, and being able to just dedicate the precise amount of resources to an objective so that you can win it. You know, Respawn Camper and those other guys definitely took their share of deaths during this, but the amount of disruption they cause, it doesn't really matter that much as Kill Squad if you do take a few extra deaths, because you're just going to spawn where you need to be anyways. Your objective literally is the respawn. So the amount of value that those guys were able to get, even without a full static, I think really just had a devastating snowball on Dwagon's ability to even get a full regroup going.
Yeah, and Poopsie demonstrating, if you love Paladin or non-traditional classes that you don't see very often, this is the guy you are cheering. This guy represents one of the top end guilds in North America, repping the Paladin on this one, and Supple will move on in the winner's bracket convincingly over the top of their opponents, just wiping through Dwagon right there. Dwagon will move down to the loser's bracket. It was a good fight. They put Supple, Supple would win sometimes. Dwagon would almost win others. That's how I'm going to phrase that. It looks like Boy, Skeezer, Zuman, Zanto, and Gone, the top DPS of the lobby right there. And you see Crossbow Dagger, like I said before, definitely something to be watching out for. But a lot of Spear Daggers and Spellblades in the top for Supple right there. Dwagon at the top of the kill leaderboard with Boons on a Great Sword Dagger, and then Saki on a Spear Dagger there as well. You look at the assistance, Boy, once again. Look at the damage dealt, 3.7 million damage dealt for Boy. EID at 2.8 million, Gone at 2.49 million, Pro at 2.4. 10 bands coming in as the top one for Dwagon on that Cordy crossbow. 10 bands trying to round out that top 5 for his guild. You scroll down, you see the rest of Dwagon all the way down here. It's Saki, Tsukayo, Sukasayo, Mif, Brockle, and Boons, and then Frosh down here is the other Cordy representing Dwagon. Did their best. Damage taken, you see Peach at the top of the leaderboards for Dwagon right there. Pix almost taking it home for Supple, almost not letting him have the top of the leaderboards for this either. But 10 bands, Aralite, Bam, Esper also down here, and then Respawn Camper, we talked a lot about him. It's not every day, Morlin, that you see one of the top damage taken of the lobby be a crossbow dagger user. Interestingly enough, the amount healed looks like 21.1 million by Eli. This is why you follow this guy's builds right here, unless you don't have $3,000 laying around, in which case you could do his off build. The we'll call that the broke boy build. Lilo number 2, DKP check random,
Jesus.
and Senior Drake, the top healers of the lobby. Autix and the second to top healer for the lobby for Dwagon. Good fights to both teams, but Supple asserting dominance.
Yeah, very dominant. And again, just like the previous match, Blue, you know, I went into that definitely favoring Supple, but that was an overwhelming display of dominance. I think they looked really strong there. Dwagon, not an easy guild to take out. We're going to see them go down to the loser bracket now and have some pretty tough fights ahead of them as well. The loser bracket actually starting to heat up. There's some really strong guilds falling down there. But one thing that really stood out to me in this match, looking at the leaderboards, Blue, is just how low the damage is over.
There's a bug with crossbow dagger. No way they're really doing 15% damage in Tevent.
With some of the respawn
I mean,
camping or
50%?
something, because what do you think it is that caused the damage to be like 30% lower than what we're used to seeing in some of these other matches? Just too much time regrouping?
No, I think it's just
I've seen invocators
necessarily pad their stats as much as they are trying to win
eradicators do like 20%.
If you're constantly focused at trying to win the match, you're actually holding cooldowns. If you're trying to pad your stats, you're literally just using your abilities basically off cooldown to try to pad as much damage as possible, right? But if you're trying to win the match, you are waiting. And you can see there were a lot of breaks between engagements, constantly Dwagon trying to back up, regroup, and engage as a unit. That's obviously going to decrease the overall amount of damage done. Let's take a look at why Dwagon lost that last match, because I caught an instant replay of one of their cordies here. You can see 10 bands, the top DPS and kills of the lobby on behalf of Dwagon. You can see him getting buffed up as they try to fly across, and he gets ready for a big corny spin. Look how many Supple members are in range of this corny spin. He goes, there's the pull, there's the spin, and he immediately gets flipped off the boat right there. That is the poise that you saw on the side of Supple. That is why that guild is just that good. They waited for that moment. They waited for him to start using that corny spin and then flipped him right off the boat. They were ready for it, Moreland.
Absolutely. These guys know who the priority targets are, and we've called it out in other matches. You know who the dangerous players are. You know who you should be focusing. But like you said, in a lot of these cases, guilds are more concerned with just padding stats and whoever's hitting whoever is closest to them. But that's not going to be the case with Supple. They know exactly who they should be prioritizing and how they are going to do it. When they see a Cordy spinner flying in, Krelix is going to call that out. And even if he doesn't, people are going to call it out in their statics. They're just not going to let that happen for free.
Absolutely. Good fights to both guilds. We will see both of them moving forward in this tournament. We're headed to another banger, Moreland. Are you ready? Are you tired of winning yet? As the spectators are just winning today. The spectators are just winning. No matter what happens in the match, we're winning. And I'm not tired of winning yet. Let's take a look at Hallowing versus Flex. Hallowing from the Ivory server, rank 1 in their alliance with Tier, Exodus, and Corrupt. Rank 1 on their server overall with 4 siege wins. They says Supple is butt cheeks. I agree. Suck Fupple.
Well, on the other side, we have Flex from the Snowburn Alliance placing themselves 3rd within the alliance, and I'm not so sure about that. I think that this is the last guild from in this tournament, Blue. So if they are able to show up against Hallowing here, they might be able to still rep for that alliance. Otherwise, pretty much all of the Snowburn guilds are being knocked down to the loser bracket today by Ivory guilds or by Supple. Their alliance strength on the server over there on Snowburn obviously going to be first. Their T1 finish going to be top 8, lost to Press W, which I think was the 3rd place guild. Sieges 1, they have 11-1 there. So a lot of success over on the Snowburn server, but now that they're fighting against Supple and now that they're fighting against Ivory guilds, their alliance has been struggling, and we're going to have to see if Flex is going to struggle here too.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Based on what I saw in the previous matches, I'm going with Hallowing here. I like the Flex boys. I think they're great in everything, boys and girls, if you will. But I think that Hallowing, people count this guild out. People do, these guys are massively underrated. I've played against these guys, and I had a really competitive guild. These guys do not mess around. Keep in mind, they lost 15 of their members to Take Care, and then dumpstered Take Care out of the winners bracket. Imagine if they still had those members. These guys are on titans of industry, pushing through the winners bracket here. I think that they're personally favored in this match. Real quickly though, let's take a look at pick ban. Marlon, I'll let you cover it this time.
So it looks like Flex won, and that means Hallowing is going to do the bans. They banned Talus, Paquilo, Manticus, and Kalazan, which is interesting. I would have thought they wanted to fight there. But Flex with the pick decides to take us to the dentist.
We're going to a dentist. Stop, you're confusing people. No, that is not what you said. You said we're going to the dentist. You're gonna scare people away. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the compositions. 10 against 10 daggers. SNSs are 20-21, 15-16 great swords. It looks like staffs, you're looking at 4-6, very close there. Bows 16-17, crossbows 4, interestingly enough, on Hallowing's side, but only 2 on Flex's side. 20 wands against 19, and then 5 spears against 7. The compositions we're seeing start to kind of normalize across pretty much all of these guilds. Who's your favorite going into this one?
I think I've got to give it to Hallowing here. I mean, despite having to rebuild from some of those splits and merges that they suffered from in recent weeks, I think they have come back crazy strong. They've shown in their previous matches so far just how dominant they can be, and I think we're going to see another example of that right now.
Yeah, a Dent is certainly a map that can catch people that are stuck in a T1 meta off guard. We see people prioritizing the high grounds just way too much in this map, and they can just get pulled right down, and that is the problem. Look at the battle already breaking out on the high ground. Oh, the kill feed is really back and forth. If you're colorblind, you don't know who's winning. But I'll be honest with you, for the rest of us, people that aren't colorblind, that's looking awful yellow, Moreland.
That is looking very yellow, and we can see some similar names from the previous match. Kirkland up there, D-Slime up there, some of the typical Hallowing top fraggers. We're going to see them doing everything
Monster
they can
Dota's
to
in
get
there,
on the top
bro.
of the
Oh
leaderboards.
no, Monster not like this,
this
bro.
is another ego guild. They want to be on top. They want to be the person who's getting shouted out at the end of the match. Ari, one of the most effective Cordy players in the entire world right now. One of the Hallowing Cordys. If we keep an eye on him, he's likely going to be farming the entire game. Flex starting to make a little bit of something happen here. It looked for a second there like they were getting a feed, Super Saiyan Andy, but then he is just dead 2 kills later, and it goes right back to being yellow again.
Yeah, a little rough. Snowburn as a server, not having the best day so far. Take care in the losers bracket, winning out. So there's the W, and we're gonna see them fight later. Surely they can't lose twice, right? Like there's.
I wonder what their meta is more like
but
here.
Snowbird having a rough time.
Pretty similar.
Today, if you're representing that server, Hellowing
Dark
in a dominant position over the top of Flex right now. Flex doing what they can. Here's Nell in the middle of everyone on this Cordy crossbow, wondering what they've got to do to make something happen. He's sitting here waiting, trying to get buffed up, looks for the pull. Not gonna find it happen quite yet, but being very patient. You like to see this with your Cordys and all the carnage around him. He's being very patient, waiting for his opportune moment to shine. We should see a pull. Oh my goodness, he gets pulled. Oh, catches a heal from his healer, so he's gonna be okay here. We'll see if he tries to go for a corny spin right now. He's in the middle of everything. It would be a
lot
good
of it
spin,
happening in the Leviathan map earlier.
Hallowing just says, no, you've waited too long, and down he goes on that one. Just gets Baja blasted, as I like to say, in the middle of everything right there, Marlon.
I'm watching Kirkland now at the edge of the fight, one of the most devastating crossbow players currently on the side of Hallowing, just being annoying as usual out here. They want to do something about it. The great swords are hunting him. They want to stun him. They want to knock him down. They get his health low, and it looks like he's going to go down, but he just doesn't. And this is one of those players who knows how to play just around the edge of the fight to get a lot of damage. You feel like you can kill him. You feel like you can stun him, but then that healer always just saves him at the last second. Such a slippery player, and likely to be at the top of the leaderboards at the end. Look at that. Again, 5% health, back to full.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I was watching Wanhita, which is a fun word to say. If you've never tried it before, just say it at home with me right now. Wanhita. It's fun. It's a good time. That being said, Wanhita is not having a great time in this match right now as they keep getting pulled down. You see Miku up on this high ground. Okay, we're finally getting a chance to fire. Here we go. And there's Slayer, rather, right in on everybody, just not letting people fire from this high ground right here. Slayer actually might get pushed off. Apes together strong, as it were. All of the DPS turn around, and who's actually sitting on the casting couch really here? It's gonna be Slayer sitting on the couch with a bunch of people standing behind him, but Hellowing is not having any of that as they pull all of those people behind the couch to actually sit on the couch now instead. Interestingly enough, they are all dead now, getting pulled down to the low ground down there. Ivy running into the middle of everyone, trying to regroup with Hellowing right now. Is Hellowing 50 seconds on the clock. We look at this defeat. Okie dokie. The first Flex member in at number 15th, it is Nell down here, followed by Super Saiyan Andy, Yanis, Monster Dota, Sneaky Bonking, Coffee Jelly down here, Damage Dealt, Super Saiyan Andy, and Glistening, trying to keep up with Park JJ and Ari, putting on a bit of a clinic for Hellowing right here. 8.7 million for Jukes, Cammy at 5 million, 8.4 here for Ariana. Flex trying to keep
Flex
up
is
with their
going to
healers, but they're
VR
certainly
chat?
having
Nah,
a
nah.
much
Oh,
tougher
fuck.
time. 20 seconds before the stone opens up. And I'll be honest with you, BDOing is the only member. This is what I was saying before. You see the good members or good guilds not try to overcommit onto the stone right now. As you see, only one member of Halloween backs up. The rest of them are trying to hold in position over here as they all try to push through. It does look like the rest of Halloween is going to try to concede the high ground as they're going to go for the cap on the point. After all, here they're going to concede high ground advantage right there. And oh, look at that. Here they come flying down now from Flex. Are going to come down to the low ground. And again, we're seeing some people, Necro, trying to fire from this high ground, but you're just going to get pulled right down. There's Slayer once again. We see this guy constantly being a menace to the high ground players up there. Does manage to get pushed off right there as Miku firing from the high ground as well. No one has been able to interact with the stone yet, interestingly enough, Marlon.
Yeah, I wonder if they're even trying to interact. I'm not seeing a whole lot of caps go off. Look, I'm starting to see a channel now, but we might see a bit of what we saw Tier do on Talus, where they kind of just hung out and waited a little bit. Again, in a scenario like this where it's so one-sided, I don't think it's really worth the risk to do that. We saw how Tier almost threw, getting shoved off the stone when there was only 6 minutes left. But so far, Hellowing not making a huge effort to go for the cap. It seems like they're content to kind of just hang out here and farm for a little while.
Yeah. I think that they are content to just sit here and farm. They are comfortably looking like they're going to move on to the next stage of this bracket as Flex is in a whole lot of trouble. Roach Wrangler going to try to interact with the point right now, but BDOing is right there next to him. You see BDOing hovering. No, he's going to let him have it. Interestingly enough, they are going to take it. Now 16 people on the point, but I just don't think, based on how the kill feed's going,
28-16.
yeah, they're really struggling to get out here.
Yeah, they got to keep taking Portal 1 here. But if they're going to intercept it, they're also getting screwed.
Man, I have to say, these Snowburn guilds, I did not expect them to get cleaned up quite like this today, Blue. I was looking at these lineups and thinking, oh man, these guilds have been scrimming for a while. I've seen some of these guilds fight. They look really equal in power. People are trying new things. It could go either way. But this is 4 fights in a row now of Ivory versus Snowburn, where the Ivory guild has pretty overwhelmingly come out on top.
The Snowburn guild.
This is the second time
no.
now. I think Hellowing was the guild that knocked out Take Care, and it was pretty decisive there too. I would have expected both these guilds to be able to at least keep Hellowing on their toes, but this looks pretty free for them at the moment.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. It's a bit of a hot dog in a hallway situation for the Snowburn enjoyers today. If you catch my drift, because they are getting blasted. Yanis picks up a few more kills on the side of Flex as Flex starts to rally onto the stone from the other side here, glistening on this high ground. But immediately, look how quickly the Hellowing squad is able to lock down anyone that gets up to the high ground. And that's the problem with a dentist, is if you're trying to play it like we used to see a dentist played, you're going to try to keep people on high grounds like we saw in T1. But in T2, you can just get pulled down. You can get locked down so quickly. Look at Slayer, knocks him. He says, get off the high ground, you loser, and just blows him away on the high ground right now. And you can see Slayer sees a couple more people on the high ground. He's gonna die, and he'll come back the other way now. What is this? Thinker Stats? What an interesting name. Thinker Stats firing from the high ground on this Spellblade right here. And again, Hellowing, anytime anyone steps up a little bit close, it's just pulling people to the low ground or locking them down with a greatsword. And they're just not going to let them do that. Coffee Jelly on this low ground on the Templar. Oh my gosh. Where did his health go? Hellowing clearly understands builds at a level that I think the other guilds just don't yet.
I'm watching Finker up on this roof still, Blue, and he's managed to not get hooked. I think he's kind of limit testing with where he can actually stand to be outside of that chain hook distance. Maybe he's onto something here. I'm seeing some of his other Flex players with staffs try to do the same thing. They're all kind of grouped up on the backside of this building.
Let me hop over. I gotta do There we go. There we go. Alright, I gotta focus on Arc Boss real quick, because I gotta be in Alliance comps, but... Ah, man. What are the other two matches? I want to watch it, bro, but fuck. Ugh. Hellwing, Flex, and then who is it next? Cobra Kai? Exodus? Cobra Kai is probably gonna get dumpstered on, bro. Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you. Look, I still wanted to watch the Alliance, the tournament, but I mean, Exodus versus Cobra Kai. I mean, they're gonna get rolled by Exodus, bro. Unfortunately, it's just how it is. Oh shot, this arm breaks. Three, two, one. Okay. Did you hear about Whelp's YouTube being deleted? Yeah, he said he got hacked, which is kind of shitty. Well, Whelps isn't. I don't know, man. Like Whelps isn't really like the Whelps isn't really like an abrasive like streamer YouTuber. You know what I mean? Like at worst, he just has like a deadpan expression most of the time. But I didn't know he had ops like that. You know what I mean? Oh shit! Five is heavy. Five is heavy. They're jumping down now. They're jumping down now and coming from 5. Oh motherfucker! No. I'm going PV. I'm gonna PvP here. Fuck it. All evasion. Hold on, bro. I'm trying to buff up. One sec. I'm eating my meal. Yeah. Bring. Whew. Oh, oh. Oh my god, what's so annoying? Oh my Christ. Oh my god. I can't fucking move. I was trying. I'm pushing, I'm pushing. Fuck. Nope. Holy fuck. They're heavy pushing middle of 7-6 right now. Holy fuck. Bro, I can't move. Okay. I just couldn't move. Six and 7 clearing up a little bit, but they're gonna make another push here in a sec. Me, man. Oh. Oh, I can't get up. I'll pop this later. Go, gotcha, go. Let's go. Ooh. Okay, looking for DPS. Oh shit. Yeah. Motherfucker, bro. Fuck me, man. Holy shit. Big clumper, big clumper. Ooh. Oh. Holy fuck, brother. Holy shit. 6 under control at the moment. Just have a few people camping down on 7. Could be good. There's nobody there. Wait, is there a setting that I'm like not seeing? Epic. Epic. Hmm. Can't fly right now. How well I can fly in. I'm trying. In PvP. Oh. Can't do shit right now. I'll pop the buffs later once we're min-maxing. I can't even cast skills, hello? How badly am I getting staggered? Ugh. I'm killed through, I'm killed through all my buffs. Yeah, I'm here by 7. Incoming push right now from 7. Incoming push, big push from 7 right now. I just went in here. What the fuck? I'm already getting focused. There's too that was many. There's so many ice spears going by back, man. Casters. Let me up. Oh boy. We have a good number here at 6 right now. Just hold it. Watch out for 40 spinners. We just took down Singular and Anthers. The hell? Incoming push at 6. Incoming push at 6. Heavy push. Heavy push. Heavy push. We're losing 6. We're losing 6. Big push at 6. Big push at 6. You mad Miz. Yo, what's up, Knuckles? Yo, what's up, man? What's going on, brother? Thank you for the sub, man. Yeah. %. Okay. Uh. Like there's a little DC came from the hooks. You got healed. Let me heal, let me heal, Nano, let me heal, Nano. Pushing coming at 6. Need help at 6. We just got spun on. Jesus. We might have too many people chasing up the stairs at the moment. Yeah, there's an eclipse summon gate up on 50, up on 5, up on 5. Eclipse summon gate just now. Pineapple as well. Summon gate on 5. They summon gate on 5. It's in safe zones, yeah. Wells as well. I'm gonna wait for them to get half, and then I'll see if I can counter gate. Yeah, only if it gets under out of control, I'll counter gate. Brother, I am getting dragged back to Timbuktu, baby. What the fuck? I just gotta recharge my buffs there. Alright, looks like we will someone get as well then? Looks like the alliance someone get it. Well, okay. Well, okay, I'll pop fucking everything. Oh boy. Oh, let me fly. Oh, I fell all the way down. I said late push. Okay, we'll send on. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. What is this? There they got. Oh, I should have blocked. I should have blocked there. I'm just gonna jump down. Boom. We're going on boss, baby. Oh my Christ. Please. Fuck me, man. Ugh. The non-stop pulse is crazy. Ah, caffeine. I'm just playing life right now. Holy shit, bro. I can't even see. Hello. Ooh. They have 5 overrun at the moment. Oh, Jesus. I can't move. Wait, are they jumping? No? Oh, okay. Oh, oh, can I make it? Oh, I made it. Fuck! I'm in Nervo Village. Oh, nice, a waterfall. I'm fucked here. No, no, no. Oh my god. Not the desync, bro. Got spun on. Oh, I'm trying. Uh, uh, oh! Oh my god. How'd I kill? Oh my god. I can't even move, bro. I can't move on the stairs, man. What the fuck? Ugh. All right. Oh. Heavy on two side on the boss platform right now. Soma. Everybody. Yeah, it's a mix. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Oh, fuck me, man. I'm a fucking kangaroo. You're about to have flyers from milk from 5. Oh my god, I died in midair. Oof. Oh, I love getting spun on every single time. Yeah. I think my gate's down. Oh. Oh. Yeah, they're trying to pull Sunny on this side right now. Oh, fuck. Oh. Alright, let's see who else. PC versus Velocity. Oh, PC's fighting Velocity right now. Oof. How the fuck did I get stunned midair? What the heck? Uh, okay, all we got are pants. Nothing so far. There's crossbows on the ground at the moment. One sec. In the bathroom. Oh. Oh man. Let me bring up the
site issues, you have to go in kind of arm in arm with your healer here. Otherwise, your health bar is just going to completely disappear. TC knows who to be targeting from Velocity here. Again, these guys are allies. They're familiar with each other's names. Plus, they've probably scrimmed and they've probably been watching the tournament up to this point. They know exactly who to be focusing. And even though Velocity has some really key DPS players here, if they don't go in with the help of some tanks and healers, there's just no way to really like peak as a staff or a spirit and get value here. You have to play with your group.
Yeah, absolutely. TC locking down this point with 6 minutes to go. They certainly look like they're going to be the ones moving on in this tournament. Velocity, a really strong guild in NA East, no question, but I think that they are going to end up coming up short in this lineup. You see Harana over here on the side on this greatsword dagger. We looked at him a little bit in the last match that we saw with Take Care. And now again, he's putting on yet another clinic, locking down these targets, just disrupting the regroups on behalf of Velocity. Velocity does initiate once again on another cap. They have 22 members on the cap, but you can see how quickly that is thinned down over there as again, once again, a huge kill feed comes through on the side of Take Care.
Yeah, and I think that's going to continue for the remaining minutes that we have here. I mean, it's you see Velocity make these slight improvements, but then TC is just able to adjust to it every single time. They clearly are they just know how to play with their groups, Blue. They know how to avoid the line of sight issues here. They know how to stay healthy. You can see those key Take Care DPS players, Broomstick, Aishi, Viglin, and the core.
It's a good match or one-sided.
They're trying to get focused by Velocity here. Velocity's trying to
pretty
get
one-sided
kills,
right
but
now.
They just know how to stay safe here. They know how to play with that ball. They know how to use line of sight.
Poor Velocity, man. They lost a supple earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
And went straight to facing TC
right now, but TC looking like an impenetrable wall. And honestly, the biggest thing about TC is that their DPS, every time Velocity steps onto this rift and they get any amount of yellow health bars through here, look how quickly the red health bars go down right there as they just get absolutely blown away. Midas Whale, one of the Cordy spinners that looks like on the side of Velocity, doing what he can. That was Take Care getting blown away. And again, normally it's Take Care blasting down Velocity, but now Velocity had a big surge onto the point right there. But sadly, Purple Chicken uncharacteristically has not been able to interact with the point quite yet on this one. There he goes, and it's too late. Take Care is already regrouped and come back to the point. We'll see if Moshi firing on the left side of your screen over here, trying to fire in on the point to the best of their ability, can hold on. I don't think the yellow health bars can really hold it together though, Morlin.
No, they are trying. Again, you're seeing that incremental improvement here. You're seeing Velocity try
Quick
something
as
else.
fuck
You're seeing them
regroup.
take up
Yeah,
more
it's generally
space
pretty
now.
quick because
We can
of
see on the
portal
side,
crease,
Moshi and
portal
Daikon, some of
3.
those staff
Portal
players
3 so
from
close
Velocity
to
starting to get some
to the
value,
rift.
starting to be able to actually live on the platform long enough to
But right
get some
now,
kills.
Velocity kind of has a
If
way
the
in.
match was longer, maybe they would be able
But
to slowly get some momentum here. But with 3 minutes left,
they're not
just
winning the
don't
fights
know if
in
there's
the rift
enough
at all.
happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. Foe over here doing what he can. You see Flux on the outside of the fight here with that spear dagger, looking for an opportunity to try to get in on this one with only 3 minutes left to go. I think that Velocity may have accepted defeat in this particular round, but I wouldn't expect I would expect Purple Chicken or D-Bones to try to run forward at least one more time and try to make something happen. There's the attempted camp right there, but they're just dying too quickly as they try to run through these tiny little choke points onto Grand Alon, and that's what makes, again, this map so difficult to play on with such strong AoE in the current metagame, like Cordy Crossbow and like Spear as well. It's just a really tough situation if you're not the guild controlling the point.
Yeah, very difficult to push when you basically have no option other than a bunch of different choke points. Some of those choke points having some other hazards as well. You got the grapple that you gotta deal with,
nuclear reset
being
maintenance.
kind of stunned as you land.
I
You
think
got the
it
rock
still
that
does.
you
I
can
don't
kinda
think they
get
ever
stuck on as
changed
you
it.
climb it. And there's just very limited entry points into this. You have to basically open yourself up to some kind of AoE choke point attack, and when everyone is playing a spear or a spellblade or a Cordy,
Because I know
then
some
going
guilds,
through any
what
of
they
these
do
choke
is they
points
leave
is just
before maintenance.
not going to be a whole lot of fun, especially as a squishy. There's not a lot you can do even as a
and
dagger class.
rejoin a different guild after
to,
maintenance
stealth
to
in
do
or anything like that. You're
weekly
still just
world
gonna get
bosses.
hit by those AoEs coming through these narrow passageways.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing their best with what they have is Velocity right now. Under 2 minutes left to go in this match. It just looks like they are struggling to get towards the point. We might be bad at warbaking. At least we're not bald. Velocity. Okay, buddy. Yo, chill out. There is nothing wrong with being bald. I don't want to hear it, Moreland. You tell him.
I guarantee you that at least a couple of these guys are bald. I mean, what are the odds that none of the 48 members are bald? I don't believe it.
I mean, genetically speaking, it is likely that almost none of them are bald, unless they're older, in which case there's serious baldage going on in the guild. Look at how he's still spamming it as he runs in. Lucy is a nerd. Look at that. Oh my god, the disrespect coming out for Lucy right there. That's one of the tournament directors, if you guys don't know. Quay over here doing what he can on this healer to try to not die at all anymore, because he's trying to pad his stats on the side of TC. 1 minute left to go in this lobby. It does look like the Take Care will have a pretty good day today as they run through the losers bracket. They said second or third for this tournament. They're gonna have to win the losers bracket of this tournament if they want to come up with that win. 40 seconds on the clock. Man, not as close as we thought it was going to be, Moreland.
Not as close as we thought it was going to be. I do wonder how this would have played out on a different map, perhaps something that was a little bit more open, where Velocity had a bit more practice. TC now in these final moments, though, pushing out and kind of going for the ego push open field fight and still showing quite a bit of dominance. So I think these guys are doubling down. They are ready to get serious. They want to just run through the losers bracket so they can get their rematch against Helloing, so they can fight these other Ivory guilds. Again, these guys, they want to go top 3. They might not expect to win the whole thing, but they do want top 3. And so we're seeing the beginning of that possibly.
What do you think are making top 4 in the East?
Yeah, absolutely. Take Care dominating this leaderboard here as they take away the final match
here.
of the day here. Spear, Dagger,
Exodus.
top 3 right there. Sample, Ashy B, Glenn, Zoxor, the first one, the Cordy Crossbow at
Fourth
number
is a
4,
toss-up, I think.
And then the Staff, Dagger, Spellblade start to come in.
But those 3 for sure,
right
top 3.
Let's take a look at the top
Unless
ones
they take
for
each other out.
Velocity here. Give them some credit where credit's due. Rosberg, Rhythm, and Raitao, Azo.
I think the only way those 3 don't make top 3 is if they take each other out.
Damage dealt. Moshi on the Spellblade for Velocity coming out on top of that one. Rhythm doing a great job as well in the middle of the front page there in what was a very one-sided fight overall. To be on the front page is extremely impressive.
Damn.
So good fights to him as well. What a gamer. Sample, V, Glenn, NA, and Ashy B, the top damage dealt for Take Care right there. Damage
hopefully it's like
taken. Looks like Autumn, Foe, Foe, Gar, and Caravan, the top damage taken to the lobby. If we look over at Take Care, it's Fuji Cakes and Hiatus Fuji Cakes, an absolute gamer coming in on that tank right there. 21.3 million damage healed for Nocturnal, Woo Wuru, and Sea Turtle right there with Bun and Weeks rounding out the top 5. If we look at the top velocity, it's Joshi.
Yo, Bert, what up, brother?
Preezy and
What's
Jimmy
going on,
coming
man?
down here, rounding out the top 5.
Congrats on the match today,
fight,
bro.
but definitely Take Care on
Coming
top
up top. Top damage with a one dag.
Congratulations to Take Care Velocity with some really tough matches today, but they had an excellent showing. Crazy the performance that some of the Velocity DPS players have, despite how tough of a map that was. We saw some crazy stat lines at the end there. Blue, keep a mental note of those healing amounts that we saw, not just in this match,
Shout out to Bird,
but in
man.
the other matches tonight and throughout the tournament, because that change is coming tonight in the maintenance.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you're using Deckman.
Compare that to the healing numbers.
Would you prefer Deckman over?
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see that. You know that they're
over
changing that based on the tournament, so that's amazing. I want to give a big shout out to AGS. If we get some WAGSs in chat for supporting
I was hoping
the
there would
tournament,
be.
doing a great job putting up that 1.3 million Lucent prize pool. Otherwise, the tournament worldwide would not be happening, mainly because I don't have the money to front that kind of a prize pool, guys. I'm not Mr. Moneybags over here, but I will certainly put forth all the effort to put the tournament on. Again, I'm not being paid. I'm not being sponsored necessarily. They're just supporting the prize pool. They're putting forth the unique drops that we're getting every week as well. We're all going to be getting a unique title in game for just watching the tournament on Twitch.
And then there's
really
maintenance
cool.
after
Squadron
one,
Commander
right?
is quite a cool title, if I do say so.
Am I gonna have enough
myself.
time to do
So
my
again,
dungeons?
Yeah, WAGS there. Really appreciate them supporting the tournament there.
Overcapping once is not too bad.
Tournament directors in the chat doing
I just want to keep my tokens at like 9k because I'm hoping and that they bring back the Arc Boss accessories to 4-star,
but you know what?
like they do have it in Korea.
Did a great job of smoothly handling everything and
But
trying to
hopefully.
handle everything with as much grace as possible. Sure, we had a situation there, but I could say, again, we try to handle it with as much grace as possible. But people are going to want to know why a match is 30 versus 48. You know, that people are going to want that explanation. That's why I put it on the screen so everybody could see for themselves what actually happened there. And we'll see what we have to do about that particular situation, that unfortunate situation.
All right. Tomorrow is NA West. Okay. Nice. 220, right? I'm gonna do like my 4 stars, man. So I'm gonna do a 4-star for now. I can sort of kind of hold aggro now a little bit. Oh. Man, what a day of banger fucking wars, man. Oh wait, is Mana actually? Did he say okay to the fuck? Oh man, I mean, oh like, oh wait. 4-star XD? Oh, there we go. I didn't even know he was still in party, bro. I just gotta just I just kidnapped him. I just kidnapped him into a. I didn't even know he was in party. Had I known, like, obviously not. Fuck, man. My my bad, man. Oh, see, hacking is doing it too, bro. Oh shit, yo, Blue. Thanks for the raid, brother. Gooner raid. Quick shout out to the man himself, Mr. Blue Squadron, bro. Banger matches today, man. The only thing that sucks about Wednesdays and Saturdays is I always miss like a match and a half to arc bosses. Like the two of the last matches, the second to the half of the second to the last one, and then the last match I always miss because of arc boss. I wouldn't mind missing arc bosses though, but you gotta get some of the guys in the guild loot. Yo, what's up, Rhythm? Yo, what's up, Gotcha? Yo, what's up, J. Lou? Nosferatu. What's going on, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Little Patty. One of the shoutcasters for the Best in Guild tournament. And yeah, hoping we get good results tomorrow in our tournament fights. Looks like I think we fight 2 matches tomorrow. 2 matches. Yeah, I think 2. Yeah, I believe 2 matches. Just gotta AoE the mobs a little bit so they're weaker before we get to the next part. Oh, what's up? Yo, gotcha. You wanted to run? I did say I needed to run 2 4 stars today. Cause I got a prep. Oh no, these are Lizard King not like this, bro. Lizard King. There you go. I was grabbing some adobo. Oh no. Of course. Next run maybe. I was trolling there. I was trolling. That's a troll. Gotta eat. Yeah. Same. Need mana. Give me the base damage. Give portal, give portal. Yeah, what's up, Bonesy? What's up, Jazu? Thanks for the follows, boys. Appreciate y'all, man. I'm just doing 2 4-star runs, and then I'm gonna do a token burn. I try to keep mine at like 9k because they remember they put the arc boss accessories in chapel. It's supposed to be in 4-star dungeons, but they didn't. They took it out of the chapel and they didn't put it back into the 4-star dungeons, which Korea currently has. And we're supposed to be 1-to-1 patch with them. That's why I keep it at like 9k, so that the moment that those accessories are back on 4 stars, which they should be, I'm just gonna spam my 4 stars. I'm keeping the tokens too, just in case. Things you gotta do is free to play, man. I'm just gonna let them put some mana down though. I should keep mine too. Yeah, just keep yours at like, just keep it at like 9k every reset. You'll be good. Like reset, do two runs. Just keep it down. And when they put the arc boss accessories back in there, like they should be, then yeah. Gotta penny pinch a little, you know. When you live that free to play life. I was thinking of like doing that 12k thing. Like I think if I try to push for it, I could have gotten pretty close, but I don't know, man. I just don't think. I mean, it's a chance at a golden. It would be nice if we could get it, but it's RNG, you know. Not really the best. Not really the best route to take. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Gotta get that base damage from having my collision, my drastic charge getting resisted. Brother, you are dying. Yeah, he's not getting healed at all. Yo, the healer does not like him. Hold on, let me heal you. Because I am merciful. There you go, King. Worst event in the game's history? What's up, King? The fortune one? Yeah, it was kind of... Oh, fuck, I wasn't paying attention. That's my bad. It was kind of, it's doable as free to play if you were stacking precious like Marins and stuff like I was. But even then, it's like I just don't think it's worth me sacrificing all that stuff. You know, I feel like that's a lot of solid and precious Marins and Stalins that I have to sacrifice. And I just don't quite know if I want to make that trade-off. You know what I mean? What the hell? You gotta get your dailies on Event Merchant? Yeah. True. I don't even trust it to distribute the prizes properly. If there is one thing, it's like the response that they have on their guys in the TnL Discord has been pretty fast. From my experience at least. I need to craft more attack remedies. Here you go, buds. Hacking got it? Okay. We got 22. We got 38 minutes before Nebula. Grim turd. Okay. Oh god. Give me my Calanthea. No. Damn it. Fuck, I'm at 40k now, bro. I need to burn a little. That put me at 40k. Mm, mm. Shit. I gotta get my daily. Party. Right, there's 3 out of 6. This is a kid like full. Fuck it. Ah. Marins are like 9 loose in each right now, and in the east. Wait, how much is it for us? I think it was like 6 last time I checked. Fuck, no, none of those sold. 7.7. Jesus. Rubrics is 11. Why? Ah, fuck it. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. Yo, Q. I am in Crimson Manor. Oh shit, I didn't know that. I just tried out that proc. I didn't know that it proc that fast. Time to get on Dune. I can't do, brother. I have 390 something people that are still in need of drops. Can't be bad. Can't be backstabbing the audience like that, bro. We need guard dog. We need guard dog's mouthpieces. Okay. The hell? Why did I think that was gonna be targeted? No, I don't know why I didn't just switch to AoE spec. Probably because I'm too lazy. Keep it intro. Yeah, that's how you get banned, bro. What the hell, bro? Q been trying to get me banned on Twitch, I swear. You can guard dog. What? Has this thing not dropped yet? First he wanted me to show my nipples on stream so I could get banned. Now he wants me to... See about the hot tub stream. Now to think about it, it was probably Q's fault of with what happened with Whelps. Are you the hacker? Crimson Trap is like over here. I gotta run, or rather, I gotta hop over there. We probably need to move bases. Yeah, we have to. Like I told you that's why I didn't make a fancy base, because we have to move over to another spot after that one. Because there's a spot we have to camp, and there's a spot that we have to grab. We have to grab aluminum, basalt, and all that. And the diaminium, whatever. It only comes from like one place, I believe. That's the one we're trying to move close to. Yeah, you guys saw I farmed a fuck ton of stuff. We're actually just a few components away from... We had those components before. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe somebody was crafting stuff, but I didn't have time to farm all of them. I know... Oh yeah, Stepa got eaten last night. I was like, just craft your shit, man. Just craft, get you back on your feet. Yeah, he got munched on by Bellander last night. Bro, he sounded so sad, man. I was like, yeah, at least I got a bike back. Oh my god, man. I was hard progging last night. I was hard progging. Yeah, just a few components, some erythricites left. Look at the ingredients for the ornithopter, and just farm those things. It's legit just components and then some more aluminum. That's it. It's just a few components from that you can get from like all around the places around our base, and then the farthest one is probably aluminum and erythricite. That's it. And that's basically a vehicle crafter, and then ornithopter right away. I already have the ornithopter research learned. I should use shout out victory first. Yo, Shrubert! What's up, Shrubert? What's going on, brother? Then found it too that I couldn't make it. Yeah. Have you started crafting? Have you started mining erythricite yet? And aluminum? The diamondine dust or whatever. You can only get, I believe the only place you can get that is from at the spot like west. But that's also a good spot though. That's around the spot where I want to build, because it has everything. Oh yeah. Oh my god, why do I keep mistiming that? Ooh. Nice. Okay. Oh my, are you kidding me? It pushed me and then rotated away. Yeah, it's gone. Oh. No, bro, why'd you kill him? Ah, we got another guy. Okay. Hmm. How's it going? Yeah, stream's going good. Pretty good. It's gonna be maintenance for us. It's like 6.5 hours of maintenance, bro. What the hell? But it's okay. I'm probably gonna hop on KR and check out any test out any like updates. But not a very big patch, I'll say. What the hell? Don't die, boys. Don't die. Don't die. Event fish bait before maintenance, bro. Oh man, I'm not the biggest fan of fishing. I don't mind it. It's just not my go-to. Unless it's like really satisfying. Speaking of satisfying life skills. Chrono? I have the video for the 7-minute like gameplay video. So I'm gonna watch that in a little bit probably. Have some Reddit threads that people wanted me to react to, so I'm gonna be doing that probably as soon as maintenance starts. Or I'll do the chrono one first. Need mana. Ooh. Five, six. We're all here, right? You got it? You got it? Okay. Yo, what's up, Airbros? I figured you seen the Chrono gameplay, right? I haven't watched the video yet. I saw little tidbits, but I was saving it for stream. So I'm gonna watch it after this run, I think, or maybe after Nebula in 20 minutes. But yeah, I have a few things that people wanted me to react to, so I saved it. Yeah, I'm gonna be watching it for sure. Don't spoil, don't spoil, don't spoil, don't spoil. Is it good though? It's worth the react? Oh, that's what I like to fucking hear. You guys say anything? Okay, good, good, good. My man, my man. But yeah, looking forward to it. Chrono is just a new world remastered, and that's a good thing. And that is actually a beautiful thing. You know what I like about like when I look at Chrono, and actually who was it that put it like really well last night when describing it? Scruff. It was Scruffoon. Put it really succinctly last night, when he said like he loves the scale, and I was like the same way too. You know how like this, you know how like the scale of New World, like how you are compared to the world, like how it portrays it. Like right now, right? Like you can see this. It's like Valentra is obviously like 6x my size, right? Like big womans, you know what I mean? But what the hell? Did you lead that to me? Uh-oh. But like I don't feel small. You know? I don't really feel small. Or like if in New World, right? Like in New World, when you look up, you like big ass tree, like you look up, it's like, oh shit, giant ass tree. But it's just that the scale of you versus the world, I think, is what I like about it. Nice. I actually don't see a lot of people doing that mech. Hacking's the GOAT. Let me get back my mana. This is quite easy? Yeah, this one's super easy. Oh my god. As you say that. All you had to do was not be beside me, bro. Come on, baby. I mean, this is supposed to be like just the first 4-star dungeon, right? The raid itself is gonna be Calanthea. Hopefully, it's challenging and fun, is what I hope. Like not you know how like certain ones sometimes it's like complicated for the sake of being of difficulty. Not but like not like, you know, challenging in a fun way. Oh shit, hold on. Uh-oh. Are you okay, buddy? What the hell? Of all the places to be, he just wants to be close to me. So I have the oh Megalo. Oh fuck. It's not gonna help me, bro. Oh fuck. So I have the Chrono gameplay, and then I have TnL Reddit thread or threads. I don't know what else I have, but I have those two for sure. Oh wait, I think Cannon's Chrono interview as well. Let's see. I can make time for it. You're kidding me. Thing is, if I have aggro, it shouldn't even be targeting me. It's only if somebody's like close to me, I believe. Come here, boys. What is he doing? What is he doing? Please don't get me trapped. Okay. Ah! Oh shit! Alright. Come on, man. Alright. Fuck, I haven't even finished my shit. Oh fuck, I need to grind. I've been busy with doing this week. Yo, JF90JJ, what's going on, brother? And Black Wolf. Thanks for the follow, guys. Welcome, welcome. I need to burn. Any token burners? Oh, it's 12 minutes though. No, whatever. Wednesday. Last week was... Yeah. I gotta take out the trash later. Alright, since we're waiting... Alright, this is the 17-minute... Alright. Then I have another one right after. Okay, okay. 12 minutes, 17 minutes. Yeah. We'll have time. Okay. Let me know if let me know if volume's 2. Let me know if volume's good. Alien vagina.
Chrono Odyssey is an open-world MMO that transcends the bounds of space and time. As you step into this vast, dynamic realm, many battles and adventures await at every turn. The fate of this world is yours to...
What are these, like PvP zones? No, I'm just kidding. Conflict zones? Event zones, maybe? Is this a world boss? Mini boss? Maybe?
make. Satera is home to a wide array of dungeons.
See, this is what I mean. Look at the scale. How close it is. Oh, what? Oh, this UI looks way better than before. No, it didn't. It didn't used to look like this. I like this, especially when you compare it to new. Or you compare it to New World, bro, where like one of the bars is like a few pixels like off, and the moment you notice it, you never unnotice it.
Each offering its own unique challenges. Rally your allies through the
Wait, so is that 1, 2, 3, 4? Q to switch. What's C? The chronometer. So C, Q. Okay, not bad. Potions are F1, F2. Ali, what the fuck? I could probably just keep. Let's rebind those. Fuck.
party system and embark on grand expeditions that test your teamwork and tactics.
Let's fucking just 2K this shit, bro.
To prevail, you must coordinate with your allies and unravel the
Block,
intricate
block.
mechanics of play. Dungeons in Cetera offer more than just combat. You'll also encounter puzzle-driven mechanics that must be solved collectively.
Oh,
Beyond
did
mere
you just
strength,
throw
your
his axe?
success depends on party synergy and quick wit.
Oh,
Each
shit.
dungeon features distinct
Bro, he ignited it and the enemy's right beside him already.
themes and environments, teeming with monsters and formidable bosses.
What's this?
As you claim rewards and progress,
Like combo points or
even
something?
greater dungeons await on the path ahead.
I like the bro. I love this UI. I love the the icons as well. What is this? What is this, like a stagger bar or something? Like you empty it, the boss is staggered. Okay.
World quests unfold across Cetera, each with its own story, from disappearances and forbidden rituals to fallen settlements. A blasphemous ritual, known as the Sacrament of Destruction, sows fear across entire settlements, as villagers are abducted and offered as sacrifice. In the face of despair, you must rise as their beacon of hope. Some quests offer a deeply personal journey, while others require a party to confront powerful
Rapid
foes.
fire stance.
With clear objectives
Ooh.
and narrative-driven encounters,
I like that. I like that there's a skill like that that relies on you having a good front line, bro.
each
What is
quest
this? Like I've been noticing Bo has these like little things up here. Like this, what is this? Like an explosive arrow or something? I'm guessing that depending on your, maybe it's a passive that you have, where you have like different types of arrows loading up, or different skills load up different type of like arrows.
immerses you in a rich world beyond the battlefield.
Oh shit! See, this is what I mean by scale, bro. Like look at that, look at how big your character is compared. Technically this guy's like twice your size, right? But I feel like in terms of how it's presented, I feel like this guy feels more daunting than like Valentra, who is like 6 times your size in Throne. That's one thing I appreciate about like this type of like world scale. Collect loot.
Time portals are anomalies formed by distortions in the flow of time. Here, you'll encounter the world of Cetera anew,
Bro, that's basically New World. That's the corruption.
reimagined in entirely different timelines, whether
Remove
from
the
the
Witch of
past
Time.
or the future. Though the surroundings may look familiar, the world around you shifts dramatically. You must stay alert to
Ooh.
conquer any threats
Bo's
that
looking
may
kind of good,
arise.
eh?
Within these portals lie valuable items to further your
Shashi?
progression.
Oh no, bro,
Test-
were those actual roots? Ranger has the Hashirama cells?
Test your resolve as you head into the unknown.
Actual shinobi, bro. Hey. Oh, that's... Oh, man. You hear that? You hear that voice? Yo, what's up, like it is, hey? Look at this.
The unknown.
This is oh. Oh man, that's New World right there. It's like this game, from the looks of it, learned from New World and made it better, which is a really good thing. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is console UI. Pretty clean. Look at that. Look at the switch up. I like that. Look at that. Presses R1. Switches up. Oh, clean.
Guardians are mighty entities that have long coexist with Cetera, dwelling throughout
Yo
the
bosses.
land. But
Alright.
not all are foes. Some act as protectors, while others pose a threat to mankind.
Wait, not all are foes. Does it make it so they're not killable? Or does it... I wonder if like the ones that are not foes help you kill the ones that are foes. That would be sick, huh? Like seeing just like two titans fight it out.
As a proud sentinel of Cetera, it is your duty to stand against the encroaching darkness. Field Boss content features large-scale battles.
What's that Y
require
on your ally?
coordinated efforts. To defeat these powerful foes, you must exploit their weak points, break their parts, and even mount the boss itself to shift the tide of battle.
Okay.
Engage in epic, immersive encounters where your every move and decision shapes the outcome of battle.
Ridge Walker.
As Cetera teeters on the brink of ruin, the Void Nexus is a core threat.
No.
These dangerous hives trigger deadly
This
void,
really looks like...
bringing destruction upon
Yeah.
the land. If left unchecked, their corruption will lead to Cetera's inevitable downfall. Track down the Nexuses and purge them before it's too late. Monsters continue to spawn from the Void Nexus with each phase cleared. No matter how ferocious the onslaught, you must stay focused to prevail. Only by eliminating all monsters and destroying the Nexus core will the
Centurio
land be freed
Spada.
and return to its former state, restoring balance to Cetera.
Bro, his sword looks like a popsicle. You know those popsicles that you split? You got like two handles.
Each region is protected by an ancient warden that has
Titania.
existed since the land's creation. They serve as the final bulwark, upholding the balance and boundaries of
I wonder if you could like do these at very low levels, like lower levels than you're supposed to do, as long as you do the mechanics
their domain.
like perfectly.
Your party's strategy, teamwork, and courage will be pushed to the limit in this epic, large-scale raid. Each region has its own unique region boss. This confrontation requires far more than mere brawn.
Is this on the
Your
playlist?
actions shall determine the very state of
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. 100%. Like I see basically New World but improved. I can't say no.
Cetera is a vast open world where exploration knows no bounds. Many unexpected encounters await your journey. You may come across unique monsters with abnormal attack patterns, sparking your curiosity and providing a chance to bolster your combat abilities. Scattered throughout Cetera, labyrinths are warped, unstable realms of fractured spacetime. Shaped by unknown forces, labyrinths bend the laws of reality,
Puzzles.
forcing you to engage your senses from a new perspective.
Oh,
You must solve complex, interconnected puzzles to uncover the secrets buried within.
all right. Okay.
Combat emerges naturally within labyrinths, preserving the tension of intricate puzzles. Sudden encounters with monsters heighten the otherworldly atmosphere, intensifying the thrill and pacing of every
You
moment.
gotta dodge. Okay.
Labyrinths rank among the greatest enigmas of Cetera, harboring mystical challenges for all who dare enter.
Oh, wait, double jump? No shot. This game has double jump, bro. That's such an underrated thing to have in a game. Oh, we'll get pushed off. Okay.
Outlaws have started to spread across the Terra. Take on bounty missions to track and eliminate these
Bounty
outlaws.
bosses.
With each target,
Oh
you'll
man,
learn
I already
more
know what
about
I'm gonna
their
do with my
backstory
static.
and unique arsenal of exploits. Fighting these unpredictable foes will prove a fierce challenge.
Bounty.
As you complete missions and increase your bounty level, tougher enemies and greater rewards await. Build up your reputation as a bounty hunter and grow in strength. Join the hunt and bring justice to Cetera.
Man, Bo looks sick, bro.
Certain regions are
You using a bro that?
particularly
Yeah,
susceptible to
it's so
conflict,
good, man.
giving rise to dangerous
How you doing,
PvP
brother?
zones. In these areas, you're free to engage with other players as you choose. Draw your weapon and fight to the death.
EVP.
Safe zones still exist, but take heed once you cross the line. Danger can strike at any moment. In PvP zones, monsters aren't your only enemy. It's up to you to decide who's friend or foe. Throughout your journey, you will encounter unexpected events such as monster attacks, shifting environments, distress
Oh
calls,
man, how you doing? Going to stream to maintenance? Yeah,
They
yeah, I
deepen
will.
the sense of immersion, drawing players into sudden combat and giving shape to
I have
a breathing world.
I have some videos that people wanted me to
The
react
most
to, and
unassuming
then a Reddit
can
thread.
evolve into a battlefield.
Apparently, it's
Familiar ground.
its whole
can
script
become
I
a
gotta
crucial
read.
crossroads.
Wait, what is this? You can mount these things? Oh, sick.
In
What if there's like one of the
you will
modes
come
of
across a range
transportation? You
of
just stand there
crimes
and
to
it
challenge
brings
your
you to your
resolve,
destination.
insight,
You can just
and
AFK.
combat skills. These immersive labyrinths are filled with puzzles and various mechanics, offering
The
countless
double jump.
opportunities to put your wits to the test.
The double jump.
Similar to roguelikes, trials feature shifting conditions that demand creativity and adaptation. The choice is yours to take a risk for greater reward or play it safe. Each decision shapes a run that's uniquely your own. Trials are a prime testing ground, pushing you to
Battle
grow
Keeper, and they have their own shop.
and forge your path ahead.
Cobran Captain. This is like the orc chief in Throne. His weapon.
There's more to life than combat in Cetera.
Oh, here we go,
Its
boys.
vast
Here
lands
we
are rich with
go.
plants, ores, and monsters, scattered across a timeline that stretches from ancient eras to the distant future.
New
Gather what you find
world.
to craft valuable items.
This is what I mean. Look at this is what I mean by scale. Look at how you are, your scale compared to the world, right? And the way that you see it from the game. That's what I mean by scale. That I love like this type of scale.
and unlock new possibilities.
Wait,
Life-
oh, hold on. You're not going to speed past that. Like we're not
And
just
to
gonna.
craft valuable items and unlock new possibilities.
Okay. There's. Wait, what? There's processing mastery XP on your sickle, and when you're gathering, it gives you extra swordsman class XP. Oh. So you could straight up just. You could actually straight up just be a life skiller. And still level your class. Oh, that's sick. That's how you cater to everybody. Look at that. You're crafting this, it gives you swordsman XP as well. Plus your processing XP, mastery XP. Oh, that's sick, man. This is very new world, by the way.
Life skills in Cetera are rooted in exploration.
Wait. Prefix, imbued with a very high chance upon acquiring. Special attribute, imbued with a very high chance upon acquiring. And this is what you get for crafting it. Again, Swordsman XP, gives you class XP. Oh, that's so good. Equipment score is 5 to 15. So yeah, there is some variation there. There is some RNG there. For sure.
Spanning gathering, processing, and craft.
Hunters, 5 strength, 3 dexterity. Veteran gatherer, increases gathering mastery by 1000 for every 30 seconds unsuccessful gathering. Cooldown 30 seconds. Oh, word. Okay. Bag weight capacity. Oh, lord. Here we go, bros. There's bag weight. Hopefully it's not as bad as like early days of BDO. Bag weight, like horrendousness.
Crafting.
Attack, stamina recovery, increases damage boost to monsters by 10% for 10 seconds upon landing on attack. Cooldown 30 seconds. Oh, nice. Yeah, so this is going to be... It looks to me that this game is going to be like pretty heavy on having multiple gear sets. So I'm hoping that like the pace that you get to that is more horizontal in a way, where you just have like adaptable gear sets for like every scenario, and you can work on that. You can start with the content that you enjoy and then you work on the others. That would be really nice. But they better have like presets available.
Each opens a different
But that's the
path.
impression I'm getting right now. CDR, crit rate, intellect vitality, increases mining mastery. Okay, so this is for
Progression.
life skills again.
Step
to learn their life
beyond the
skills.
battlefield.
Attack, incoming damage reduction, 2.88%. Stagger boost. Stagger boost? Like, increases stagger chance or increases stagger duration? Additional stagger damage. Font of life, plus 23 HP recovery. Oof. It's gonna be a stagger build, boys. Hit you with a shield.
Collect resources, forge your own gear, and shape your journey in new ways. Life in Cetera
Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna speed past that.
Life
Crit resist, physical defense, magic defense, metal defense, crit damage reduction, plus damage reduction from monsters, and then 3.73% damage boost on bosses. So this is pretty much these traits are pretty much PvE. So you're gonna have a PvE set for sure. I'm guessing there's gonna be a PvP set if they're gonna have like PvE specific things like these.
in Cetera isn't bound to sword and spell. There's an adventure waiting in every
Oh, you can slot up a specific skill by 2 levels. Well, alright.
skill, and a future crafted by your own hands.
Gold Fragment of Eternity. I'm guessing that's something we get from like a dungeon maybe, or a certain activity. Battle defense. Yeah. +1, 41 to 42 item score. Increases your defenses. And you can transfer enhances. Ah. Hold on. Will you bound to this character upon transfer? Ancestral Concentration. Increases damage boost by 24% for 3 seconds upon landing a basic attack. So this is probably for very burst heavy classes, I'm guessing. Assassin? Because 3-second duration on a boost for with a CDR with a CD of 30 seconds is pretty long. It's pretty long. Right. Very high chance, very high chance, very high chance. So very high chance of getting like certain attributes. I wonder if these things over here have anything to do with it. I see an arrow down, so I'm not sure what that means. I'm just trying to pay attention to everything. like glean whatever insight we can glean. Okay.
The Chronotector is a powerful artifact
Chronotector.
capable of manipulating time and space. Those chosen to bear its power
Leviona. Ooh. Is the Chronotector that was initially ruptured? Yes, it was really annoying. Shit. What? There's no shot. No shot. I I hope that's just like a mistranslation. But if you know what? I'm not hoping that it's a mistranslation. I'm hoping that this is actually in the game. I hope they don't change this. This I'm a big Leviona fan now. Yes, it was really annoying. Shit. If you think that I couldn't concentrate so much. Oh fuck. Oh, Leviona the goat, my goat.
are granted access to abilities
My
that
goat,
defy
Leviona.
the limits of reality.
Yeah, what's up, go away?
Your Chronotector will evolve with time and experience.
Temporal resistance duration by 5 seconds. Oh, so even your Chronotector is basically like a piece of gear that you're gonna upgrade. And there's different trees: isolation, reversal, resistance, summon, and tune.
As it grows in strength, you will also gain greater precision and power to unlock your full potential.
Oh, that's sick.
Only those who wield a Chronotector can command time and space. In the right hands, it holds
Oh, that's the summon. It has. It looks like it has a summon tree. Yeah, that's a summon.
the power to
Oh,
shift
that's so sick, man.
the fate of the world.
Oh. It's basically Dune. It's Dune Awakening. Holy shit. Chrono Gate. That's a vagina. Giving birth to full-grown aliens. Alright,
Chrono
my guy is
gates
aura
are
farming.
at the core of Cetera, holding the secrets of time itself. Within, you'll come face to face with overwhelming odds as you take on punishing, fast-paced boss encounters.
Oh, great
Every
sword.
strike, every dodge
Boom!
demands sharp timing
Ooh.
and precision, delivering a hardcore combat experience of depth
Okay.
and skill. Enemies
Boom.
you defeat don't
114
simply
crit.
perish.
I
With
don't
the
mind the
power
low
of the Chronotector,
numbers.
You can capture their souls and summon them as specters in battle. The stronger the foe, the greater the power you wield. Taste the thrill of battle in Cetera as you challenge Chrono Gates throughout the land.
Damn, what a giga change, just blocked them all. Hey, yo. Oh. Oh, you can block those. Look at the scale in this, man. Oh. Dual axe. Let's go. Never mind, we got whooped. Bo looking good, bro. Bo is looking good. Yeah, I really want to know what's that resource build up
Begin
for
your
bows.
journey across time and space. In this uncertain world, only you can shape how the story will unfold.
Jesus. Wait, no, there's more. Come on, please let me in the playtest, please.
One
Please.
last tip.
Please, game.
Hidden deep with
Eden is currently in development and will not be included in the CBT. God dang it. Okay.
Terra is yet another challenging content mode. Eden. Though
Eden.
anchored to land, Eden exists beyond all timelines, beholden to neither past, present, nor future. Here, you'll descend into an abyss of endless dungeons, each one a nightmare without end. Eden is home to powerful bosses, forgotten by the rivers of time.
Oh,
You
shit.
must face these overwhelming forces, either alone or with allies, and claim the rewards needed to thwart the void. However, these treasures are no ordinary spoils. Rare and immensely powerful, they can blind even the purest of heart to greed. In the shadow of temptation, even trusted comrades may turn foe.
Oh, wait. Even trusted comrades may turn foe? What is that? Like somebody's gonna drop out a party and start ganking you if you got like... It's like, hey guys, oh look at this. I got like a really good pair of like dual swords. Wow, it's so OP. You hear like 3 of your party members like drop party, start ganking you.
Eden is a vast, boundless realm steeped in darkness. The deeper you venture, the greater the risk and reward. But be warned, the path
Hello.
forward may offer no return. Your time in Eden is limited. All acquired rewards are stored in a cube,
In a
but
key?
it too has a cap.
Okay.
Choose your inventory wisely, for all else will be lost. You must return to Cetera before time runs out. If you fail to escape, everything you claimed will turn to dust.
Everything you claimed will turn to dust if you don't... Isn't that just dark and darker? Bro, the the end game PvP mode is dark and darker. Oh, hallelujah. It's just dark and darker, bro. That's so oh my god. I never would have thought of that. Holy shit. That's so good. Bro, I was just hoping like arenas or BGs or something. But they gave us basically a dark and darker end game for this game? Oh, nah. Oh, that's so good.
Descend into Eden's depths, where time is your greatest threat, and fortune favors the bold. May the blessings of time guide your journey in Chrono Odyssey.
Oh, 1v1 for loot. 1v1 for loot. Boom. Get wrecked. Oh, no. He jacked his shit. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, man. You know, I was very neutral, or tried to be neutral with Chrono, because I've just been burned so many times. But when you show me something like that, like it's pretty hard to not get hyped. Especially when you show me this. Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, what's up, Nim? What's going on, brother? How have you been, man? Yo, A-Dub, what's up, man? Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. That's so good, bro. Let me just bookmark that just so it's... Wait, is it? It's from a bot. Seven months of hell. Welcome to hell, kid. Hold on. And there's another thing that I have to. Hold on, let me just. But no, I'm hyped for the PvP, man. There's some sort of open world PvP, and then there's Eden, which is basically dark and darker. In a nutshell, and that's that's so good. Hold on, let me just click this link. What is this? Oh no, not another one of these threads, bro. Alright, fuck it, we'll read it. Whoa. Can you guys see it clearly? Like, I can zoom. Alright. What did they make IGN do this video? I always dislike their videos just for the fun of it. Oh man. Yeah, I mean when you're a known entity, I guess it's easier that way. When you have good reach. Alright, so this one is 2,000 hours of Throne in Liberty. I quit the game, farewell. You know, I still don't know why people keep doing this when they quit. If you quit, bro, just quit. But, you know, maybe I guess it's therapeutic for somebody to do this. You know, I can't judge. Alright, first of all, it says, first of all, I'm going to say everything I'm going to say will be about the PvP system. I won't be talking much about PvE side of the game. It's not something I'm particularly interested in, so I don't feel I have the right to speak on it. As someone who has played 2,000 hours of Throne in Liberty, I quit the game last night. I won't go into the reasons why I left. I don't feel the need to explain, and frankly, it doesn't matter. I mean, it does if you're making a thread about it, no? In light of the experience I've gained, I just want to write down a few thoughts. Not to complain, but simply as someone who has played the game for a long time, reached number 1 in kill rank, and played in the top 100 of the arena, maybe by chance one of the developers will come across this and decide to fix a few things. And if that happens, maybe the remaining players will get to enjoy a better game. I won't come back to this or write anything again after this post. Alright. So he has multiple points. Number 1, evasion is not a suitable mechanic for MMO type games. We see this in MOBA games like Dota or League because there are too many heroes, too many skills and items, and everything resets at the end of the match. We don't see these games in League. It's been removed in League in Season 1. But I do agree with his point of evasion is not a suitable mechanic for MMO type games. If you want like actual skill expression, if you want people to be happy about like the fact that they've outplayed somebody, you don't put evasion in your game, because otherwise it's all up to builds at that point, right? I don't think evasion should be a thing. As a matter of fact, I think resistances shouldn't be a thing in a game either. Like for CC resists. Maybe not for like things like burn or poison or something like that, but like hard CC resists essentially, right? But that also means that like your game shouldn't have a plethora of like CC chains either, right? Or at the very least have like a CC cap on somebody so they don't get capped like the whole time. But I agree with evasion and any type of RNG in general in combat. I just don't like. Like I want to be able to see somebody winding up an attack, and I know the character animation for it because I've studied it, I've like paid attention to it, and now I can outplay that person. That's how I would want it to be. So it can be balanced, but if you implement this in an MMO game, you cannot achieve true balance, and in fact, it has never been achieved. I'm not sure about like it has never been achieved. I think one example, Ragnarok Online did a very good job of balancing it. I don't like evasion in general in PvP, but Ragnarok did a pretty good job of it, where it's like you're not gonna have, even if, let's say it's a pay to win game and people try to wail for it, right? You're still not gonna have like an assassin with high flee, high evasion tank a ton of people, because what they did in that game is that the more people that hit you, the less your total evasion becomes. So like by the time you're getting hit by like 4 people, your evasion's already like all the way down to like 1/10 of what it was. So so those people even people with low hit are hitting you. So that's like a really good adaptation that Ragnarok did, and I think it would work in Throne. Make evasion be a PvE thing, or be a 1v1 like build or whatever. Let's see. But the beauty of Throne is basically has it ever been achieved where it's there's a balance? In a way, yeah. Throne would be a really good example of being able to balance around that, because there's a counter to everything. We've known this from the beginning with Throne, right? There's a counter to everything. The problem is that it's very expensive to have multiple sets, and it's time gated. That's the problem with Throne at the moment. If it was way easier to switch between builds, because that's the premise of like build of classes in TnL, then this wouldn't be a problem. Right? Like sure, it would still be builds in Liberty, but it's builds in Liberty for everybody, not just for a few. Right? Like if a healer or tank has skills that absorb all incoming damage, they will create a perfectly synchronized party where nobody takes damage. And this leaves no way out for smaller groups of players or those who simply can't gather a full team. That's how it should be, though. Right? I know there's that fantasy of you 1v5ing, 1v6ing a whole group. Right? But that's how it should be. If somebody has formed an optimal party, which is not all the time, let's say like I'm guessing this is like a nebulous scenario. You're one person or you're 2 people, and you're facing a party with optimal classes that has a balance of healers, tanks, and DPSs. You shouldn't be able to win that, especially if they have good micros, especially if they have good synergy. Like you shouldn't be able to win that, right? Because then that's more imbalanced. If we're talking about balance, like it would be imbalanced for you as one person or 2 people to take on 6. Right? Sure, like you could say that, like, yeah, sure, if there's ways to work around that, especially if you're built hard like against somebody, you could maybe kill one person still. Kill 1 or 2 people, but you'd still die and you won't be able to wipe them. But I think and this is a whole nother argument where it's like sometimes it's still possible. Like I've gone up against full parties and still come out with a kill, right? Parties with with people of the same class as me, like Templars. But if I lose and I get blown up, which is like against competent teams, like I always do get blown up before I can even get a kill sometimes, then that's completely okay with me, like getting completely blasted like that. But I think the problem is sometimes there are people that just complain about this, when in fact there was a way for them to kind of like at least go 1 for 1 in that scenario. but they're just not good enough. But that's like a whole another can of worms that is a whole debate by itself. Even in this, if this minority consists of highly skilled players with optimized builds and sufficient combat power, they will be doomed to lose. Again, not all the time. Therefore, healer classes should have stronger healing abilities, not invulnerable shield skills. This should not prevent them from being fragile, of course. Wand players should have some defensive traits, but not at the cost of balance. The same applies to tank classes. Their defenses should come from their own class mechanics, e.g. from SNS itself. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It does come from SNS itself. That's why when you hold an SNS, you're just tanky by default. Right? If you're not building like full tank as an SNS, somebody who builds like glass cannon can still kill you even as a tank. Like if I were just like to stand there and get caught off guard by like a crossbow dag, that crossbow dag, which technically I should counter with my defensive skills like counter barrier, still can kill me. But yeah, SNSs are still strong in general. I think that's just a fact. But probably with the Blood Devo changes and everything, that's far less so. I mean, we saw in the tournament, the moment that the patch hit, TTK went all the way down. And Wand is pretty strong as a weapon, I'll say, in terms of like support and offense. The healing was not as good as it was without the bow heals, for sure. And that's why TTK is down, because of the fact that like you can take down HOTS. By the way, people underestimate the power of HOTS from bow. Like usually the HOTS from bow with your healing touch, your flash wave, probably ends up healing you way more than like the wand burst heals. As explained in the previous point, once healer and tank classes are adjusted properly, the damage output of DPS classes should be reduced. Yeah, that's true. Because right now, if somebody's not building like pure tank, where like they do damn near like no damage, like a spear dag or a crossbow dag, a GS dag will still burst them down. Like there are like spear dags that can that can kill me if I don't react fast enough, or if I don't pop my defensives. All right, but in a case like that, they could just wait out my defensives, and then as soon as my defensives are down, I'm screwed. Right, and as a Templar, as long as they know the sound effect of Curse Bomb and they see it coming, because like they'll see stacks of curses on them, you can just Q block it. So that negates my whole setup, my whole damage, and boom, it's just gone. And in the meantime, their cooldowns will be much shorter, and they'll be able to kill me. At least to a level where nobody can one-shot anyone. Since immortality shields will no longer exist, PvP will become more enjoyable and skill-based. I don't think it was ever immortality shields. I think it was just Blood Devo in general, which was the problem in terms of survival, in terms of like really high TTK. Because right now, you could pop like all your defensives on SNS, and you could still get blown up by somebody who built against SNSs, like Shield Pierce, high crit, high heavy. You can still get blown up. Your best bet is to Q block. That is until you get hit with a Wrath skill, which is a pull, which is from daggers, which is you could also get frozen while you have your defensives up, or even Ascending Slash will KD you. So your Q block, which is supposed to be quote unquote like OP, which the length of it is pretty OP. You get hit with a Cataclysm. Then it's just rough. You'll still get KD'd. Area of effect skills should deal less damage, while single target skills should deal more. Because if a weapon can both hit multiple enemies and deal high damage, everyone will end up playing that weapon. As has been the case in the last 4 months, around 70% of DPS players are using spears. I agree with this one. Part of it is also the fact that like before, because of the 222 meta, spear players were able to just build glass cannon and get away with it, essentially. So I do agree with this one in terms of area effect skills should deal less damage, and I think that's why people say that they prefer the flash wave meta. Because yes, it was basically flash wave, but each flash wave by itself was not really dealing a lot of damage, right? And usually it was classes on like liberators or infiltrators that are usually like easy to kill anyway. But yeah. Tank classes should, of course, be hard to kill and should be able to stun, provide control, and tactically disable their opponents. But currently, SNS is being used as simply as a tool to gain defense too easily. They shouldn't make other players immortal with the shields they provide. I'm guessing when he says shields, he probably means Blood Devo. They themselves should be tanky and fulfill their role of area control. They should not contribute to damage or external defense. Yeah, this one is like 50-50. Like a tank should definitely be able to buff up their party defensively. 100%. Like every game you're always gonna see tanks be able to buff up their party defensively. Right? You'll see even in like upcoming games like Ashes of Creation, right? Like you have a tank skill that basically makes it so people like your party members like behind you take less damage. It's just the thing. It's not so much this, but it's more so just Blood Devo. It's not a concept. It's not this concept that's the problem. It's Blood Devo specifically that's the problem. A proper 1v1 arena should be added where the same classes are matched against each other. That is a horrendous idea. Imagine putting 2 Templars together. Imagine putting like 2 Seekers together. Imagine putting like X weapon versus X weapon with a dagger versus each other, and they just, let's say like staff dag, and they just build evasion because they know that there's no shot the other guy can build enough hit to hit them if they full focus evasion. This is a horrible idea. Let's do BGs instead. Or let's do what Chrono's doing with Eden. It should offer satisfying rewards. The kill ranking should reset monthly, and there should be PvP incentivizing rewards to encourage more participation. Yeah, and that's called meaningful PvP. But proper 1v1 arena is not the go-to. You could do this with like BDO, for example, but I wouldn't do it for TnL. In order to let players who play for long hours catch up with pay-to-win players who progress quickly, the limited farming system should be removed. Players should be integrated into a system where the more you play, the more you can earn in terms of items and resources. I think this is a good idea. I don't think that the current time-gated resources should be a thing, because if a free-to-play player, or not even like a free-to-play player, if a new player wants to come in, the fact that they have to wait an X amount of time to get the necessary resources to upgrade their weapons and get into the end game, not because it's for lack of grinding, but more so because they're time-gated, you know, that does make it easier for people to not have, you know, not have like retention within the game. The number of guild allies should be reduced to 2, or if the 4 ally system remains, then the maximum number of guild members should be reduced to 35. I'm going to tell you right now, this is not a system problem. This is not a system problem. This is not TNL's fault, by the way. Like in terms of alliances, this is not a TNL problem. This is a player problem. Let's stop blaming the devs for a second, because the 4 ally system didn't stop people from having 16 guild alliances. What's this gonna do to stop that? Before, when I ask people like, hey, how about we split our big alliances, and you know, two top guilds take in 2 up and coming PvP guilds, and then we can split the forces that way so that we can have like good open world PvP. Guess what happened? Nobody wanted to do it. Nobody wanted to do it. This is not a system problem. This is a player problem. The number of castles should be increased to 3, as the game map is more than large enough to support this. This would increase competition, allow more strong guilds to rise, and motivate players to actively work towards the new goals like castle ownership. This one, I can't really speak on this one too much, because then it's just gonna be like 3 different alliances, probably not decking on each other because they're scared to lose castle. Which brings me to this problem again. A good majority of MMORPG players are very insecure. They can't a lot of like quote unquote PvPers can't handle losses. Can you imagine like the amount, like I can't even count the amount of times where a loss has led to somebody crashing out and quitting the game right after because their mental was so fragile. That's the reality of MMORPG players for the most part. A lot of MMORPG players love the idea of PvP. They're not actual PvPers. That's the problem. It's a player problem. So this could work, but you know, there are many more things that could be said, but even if they only implement these changes, the remaining player base will enjoy a much more balanced and fun game environment. Yeah, he did have some good points here, right? But for the most part, some of these are not really all that viable. And again, we love to blame NCSoft, we love to blame AGS. AGS is just a publisher, by the way. People keep forgetting about that. Right? This is not a system problem. This is a player problem. That's just how it is. Until the day comes where everybody loves competition and doesn't mind losing for the sake of competition, this will never work. This will never work. Because there's way more insecure players than there are actual PvPers. I don't mind getting my ass handed to me for 2-3 months straight if it means that like I'm improving gradually over and over and over and over with my stack, who also doesn't mind losing if it means there's improvement. But 90% plus of people are not that type of people. That's just the reality of it. Because like you could have given them any system, and it's either they stick by that system or they come up with a system amongst themselves to make fights fun. Right? Because if the 4 ally system didn't stop people from having 16 guild alliances, no system change will change that fact. That's just how it is. How did the 16 guild alliance work, Mr. Cortez? Oh, so basically, you know how like there's 4 guilds only? They would mark each other and kind of like coordinate on TeamSpeak or on Discord with all the guild leads. let's say for Castle Siege, right? So let's say for Castle Siege, they would mark each other and say like, hey, by the way, my guild, our alliance, our 4 guild alliance will handle Siege Ruins 1. The other guild like, okay, we'll handle Siege Ruins 2. Okay, we'll handle Siege Ruins 3. Okay, the other 4 guild alliance will handle Siege Ruin 4. So they know they found a way to not get in the way of each other while being not technically allies. The 4 guild system could not do anything to stop people from forming mega alliances and mega zergs. Reducing that the alliance limit to 2 instead of 4 is not going to help that. And they'll be more incentivized to do it anyway, because like you can't defend a castle with 2 guilds. You could go 70-70 each guild, but you're not going to be able to defend a castle with 2 guilds. It's just impossible. So who gets the rewards? It's up to them. The alliance that holds the castle could make the other guilds like pillage all they want. They could do like a cycle where they transfer, ownership to alliances every other week. Yeah, I mean, depends on like how they negotiate with their allies. What are your thoughts on server transfers and guilds running from each other? I mean, it just brings us back to this talk, right? And also another thing is, I don't get why people complain about, bro, you have 2,000 hours in a free-to-play game. You get like 60 hours on a $70 game. You've run this game to the ground, essentially. Stop being so dramatic over it. My hours, I'm at 2.3k hours right now on NA alone. And vastly more than that in KR. Like, I'm probably closer to 6k plus hours in TnL. $2k hours. And this is not even like BDO hours either. Right? Like BDO, you could technically be like AFK 24/7, like just fishing. Right? But this is 2k, like almost all of this is 2k active hours, bro. MMO players need to understand that there is a term called endgame for a reason. And there's a reason why expansions are a thing and new content is a thing. Because eventually, especially if you're a hardcore player, you're gonna get to the end of the game. You're gonna get to the end of the game. And there's gonna be less things for you to do. And most of those things that you get to do in the end game is gonna be repetitive. You need to be realistic with yourself, and if you still like the game, objectively you like the game, not because like you have like these feelings for it, because you've been burnt out because you've been doing the same thing over and over and over. But you have to be realistic. Like, okay, I'm at the end game. I'm at a point right now where I'm like fully geared. I know that there's content and I need to prepare for it, like when it does come. So maybe I'll do my dailies. That's it. I'll do my daily. I won't hard grind it. I'll do my dailies to keep up. I'll do my dailies to keep up, and I'll play other games. That's it. The concept that like a lot of MMO players need to get is that you don't have to stick to only one game. I know that the concept of like having your forever MMO is a thing, right? Like that people want. I just want a one MMO that it's just my forever MMO. But that's the thing. Every MMO is you're gonna get to the end game, and regardless if that end game is good or not, there will be phases where you get burnt out and you get tired of it because it's repetitive. You can't tell me that you have 2K hours and you complain about it. Like you should have been like the game's content should have been like done at like 500 hours. So like that's what I don't get, like people dooming about game like MMORPGs so hard. It's like, bro, you're burnt out. Like you're not thinking objectively right now. You're thinking based off of feelings. You might have some good points. The game might not be perfect. The game might be flawed, but that's every single game, brother. That's every single game. And TnL is a younger game. Like even the IP itself is fresh. The problem was never that TL is bad. It's that it's getting worse. I wouldn't say that. Talandre T2 Talandre content is better than T1. If you played this game from the very beginning when it launched in KR, the amount of improvements that they have made and strides that they made since that point up to this point is amazing. And I can say that because I've played this game since the beginning of KR. I've seen it improve. And the way that it's improved from then to now is basically based on like community feedback. That's our dream, man. Like a lot, like probably like 95% of the changes are based on community feedback. Rerolling helped me with not getting burnt out. Rerolling helps. Something like a fresh class perspective definitely helps. Yeah. But that's why I'm saying, right? Like they need to make it so it's easier to, it's easier and not so time gated to get these resources to move on over to other classes. Because you don't want somebody to invest in a class and then a big patch comes in a month later or even a month and a half later and that class is now irrelevant in PvP. But because the resources are time gated, they can't switch. They can't really switch all that easily, right? And this has happened too. This has happened to other people where like they reroll to a class because like they want to stay relevant. They want to play the meta because they want to win these GVGs, right? The high end GVGs. They do this, and then the class gets nerfed like a month later or half a month later. But in the previous class that they were at is actually like good now or better. But they can't because the only way that they could quickly adapt is they had to dump their previous gear onto that and their resources into that. And they just don't have the Lucent. They don't just have the resources, the merit, the everything now. So that's what feels bad. So I think the main thing that TnL could do to really, help people help people manage their own burnout is just make the resources not time gated. Because you know that the game is like the devs know that the game is evolving consistently. It's identifying several metas at a time. Make rerolling not be such a such a time gated thing. My server died because the strong alliance came and monopolized the server. It's either stay for trash PvP or convince 60 people to transfer server. The server transfer. I mean, again, that's what we talked about in this. This is not just like against this is not just against like bigger guilds, by the way. This is also towards smaller guilds. I can tell you right now that there's multiple smaller guilds out there that has like 1 or 2 good statics that if they put aside the ego and actually work towards getting together with other smaller guilds like statics that are also good, you could easily take down bigger guilds. Or if the server, if a server unites, And this has happened before. Like some guilds who left Crimson before and went to other servers, got absolutely dumpstered because the whole server united against them. Right? But if people are not putting in that, if people are not putting in that effort, but the big guilds are putting in the effort to organize, then they should win. Getting these more PvP events that are rewarding enough to get people to log in. Right now, it's just a few hours of NEB and few ZVZ events. Feels like we have more chores than fun. I agree. But like again, Serinda, this is what I'm saying, right? It's like about like the end game. We're at the end game right now where we're like we have all the gear that we need for our class, and really we're just collecting like upgrade resources basically, right? That's all we're doing right now. We're collecting it for the next big patch, for the next like weapons that come in. That's all we're doing right now. But that's because we're in the end game. We don't really have gear to work for anymore, right? And we just have to like to realize that like, hey man, it's like, yeah, we're in the end game. This is how it's supposed to happen. We can't just like keep going up vertically like forever, right? Because then new players definitely won't be able to catch up. I mean, if only 3 to 4 specs are viable in competitive GVG, there's a big issue in the game in terms of balancing. And then you see balance patch one time each 3 to 4 months is unheard of. But here's the thing, RF. There are builds that are quote unquote like people think are saying that they're off meta, they're pocket picks, but they work. It's like you have GS crossbow, bro. You have no. You have like GS wand builds like paladins that build high hits so that they can't be evaded. And they mana burn the core users. And the core users can't do damage because they need mana to do damage. Like you can get creative in the game. You can. If you want to kill, I say like a lot of people are building high evasion, but they're squishy. Like you see like evasion builds like 19k evasion, right? 20k 19k HP, 20k HP, 18k HP. I've seen people with 17k HP like go full glass cannon. If you're a GS wand, you can build high enough hit that you're able to hit these guys semi like reliably, but because they're so squishy, you don't have to have like 100% hit rate on your combos. And I can say that because like we have guilds, like the top guilds like run it and it works. It serves a very like specific purpose, but it works. Paladin isn't good? I don't know, brother. Like I have paladins like fucking making the lives of making the lives of of high evasion people in the top guilds miserable. It's not gonna destroy everybody in every single piece of content, but it's good. People do build to fight / beat the meta. They choose to they chose to copy and complain about build diversity. They don't, There's a lot of diversity you can do. There's a lot of counters you can have to the meta. If Cordy's meta, you just have to identify like what makes Cordy tick. It's not even Cordy itself, by the way. It's just Raider in general. It's just SNS crossbow in general. You could do it with Burkant as well. You could frag out with Burkant as well. Like you just have to know what makes the class tick. I was like, oh, okay. So they need they do more damage if they have like more mana, full mana. Well, what if I just mana burn them? Right? Before, like remember before when people were saying like, oh my god, the lose no weapons besides the spear is all trash. It's bad. Well, guess what, bro? The lose Noah daggers fucking. The lose Noah daggers fuck up. The lose Noah daggers fuck up like, fuck up Cordy users so bad. Right? And you build, let's say like you build evasion too on let's say you get they lose Noah, like let's say like spear dag, right? You build like a high evasion and you build like CDR, you basically build CDR on it. You probably get down the smoke to like 15 seconds or less. And Paladin is so diverse, man. It's like we have a person who does it offensively. We have a person who does it support, like as a support as well. And it works incredibly well. Right? But you have to realize these are all things that people will say like, "Oh, they're bad. It's useless. They're useless. It's so niche, it's useless." And it's the hardest counter you can have to the current meta. I'm like, bro. I don't know, man. I feel like I mean, but I feel like that's the difference too, right? It's there's people who complain about the meta and there's people who counter the meta. And I think it's all about like having an understanding of how and what makes these builds like tick. Because there's so many like instances of people saying like, "Oh, this is OP, that's trash." And then that's trash hard counters that this is OP. You know what I mean? Like people were telling me before. It's like, no, bro, Templar is so dog. It's so useless. You're just a tank that does nothing. And then I was like, bro, give me the next step one. Give me the next step one. Because I said that because I played Curse Bomber in KR after I finished playing SNSGS. I was just so tired of it. I was I was having people other and also other by the way other content creators complaining about like me. I was like, bro, it's only doing damage now. I was like, it's and I'm in my head, I'm like, it's always gonna do damage. So the meta is finally shifting it to evasion. Not quite. There's still people who build endurance, and some people who prefer to build like glass cannon. They are now slotting 1 rather than 5. Yeah, but that them slotting less doesn't mean the class is worse. Right? The fact that they're still slotting 1 and we're like our alliance is also slotting paladins as well for different purposes means that the class is still very much relevant. Because the kit allows it to do multiple things, which makes the build good. It's just that you probably won't see as many of it as you usually would because like not everybody has the resources to build it. But I guarantee you, if building classes in this game, other classes in this game was easier, you'd see more people build it. Right? Like when we were short on like on Seekers before, there were so many people who wanted to roll Seeker. but they didn't have the resources. These few weeks, or guild help to reroll efficiently. Yeah, I think that's why like I that's why I said it earlier too, right? Which is that's why it's hard, in my opinion. It's really hard because like for our tournament, like is that for our tournament roster, we had to like give these guys lucent from the guild bank essentially. We had to feed these guys like items because the meta shifted like halfway to the tournament. I'm like, bro. And how many hours does the game go live? They said it was gonna be 6.5 hours, so 6 hours. Well, 5 hours and 54 minutes. You staying up? Me? Yeah, bro. I stayed up super late last night. Let me log on KR. Yeah. If you guys have any videos or if you guys have any videos or like Reddit threads that you want me to react to or read or watch, just let me know. Either tag me in the Discord or just link it here. I allow links on Twitch anyway. Let me hop on Korea. Hmm. Have look for a good event. Yeah. You're gonna try CO? Corner Odyssey? Oh yeah. That game looks good. Let me log in my KR account. They already had their maintenance, so I gotta do update. I think open world PvP is gonna be peak, just like early game New World was. Just not a fan of the Doodle interview saying that here will be no pay to win, and then saying that there will be. Wait, what's the pay to win? I haven't watched or Oh wait, yeah, fuck, I forgot. I was supposed to watch the Canon interview. Just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna take out the trash real quick because it's trash day tomorrow, so I don't have to worry about it. And then while this is patching, I'll let it patch. I'll be back in like a few. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. More convenience and items for depot players have low access to. Wait, let me see. Let me watch it. I'm back, by the way, boys. One sec. And I gotta watch the canon interview too.
Audiences.
Yeah, watch the canon and I'll link the other. Okay. I'll watch this first, and then is this just like a timestamp? And I'll watch the canon video. Does anybody have the link to the canon video? You can go from the beginning. Okay.
For what it's worth, it's this. This is an old talking point, and I know this video's got into like a bit of a rant, but fuck it, why not?
Okay. I guess I'll watch the canon one. Canon Chrono Odyssey. This is the full interview, right? 30. Okay.
Guys, the time is finally here. The interview that you have all been waiting for. I had an opportunity to go meet with the Chrono Odyssey lead and ask him a bunch of questions. There were 0 restrictions with the questions, no angles, just an honest interview. In case you missed the teaser, want to quickly add some context here. All the questions in this interview came directly from me. We had a huge time constraint, and I really wasn't sure if we were going to even get all the questions in. So to save time, I had all the questions written down on a script, which I read off of so that we wouldn't have to waste time in between questions translating. Don't forget to follow me on Twitch. I'm live every day, and I'm going to be playing a lot of the beta nonstop on the 20th. Probably a 24-hour stream, and if I have keys to give out, I will certainly be doing so via my stream. I hope you enjoy.
Well, you guys wanted juice, and today you're getting some juice. I am here in Seoul, South Korea at the Chrono Studio, and I'm joined by a special guest, the man that is in the driver's seat when it comes to Chrono Odyssey. Please, if you don't mind, an introduction.
안녕하세요. 저는 크로노 오디세이 프로젝트의 개발 총괄 PD 윤상태입니다. 게임 개발을 진행하면서 개발자들이 한 방향을 볼 수 있도록 방향성을 제시하는 역할을 하고 있습니다.
All right, so question number 1. A lot of games throw in the MMORPG label to its game while trying to deliver a Souls-like or even a survival-like game. Every single one of those games is not considered a real MMO to any real MMO player. Chrono tries to deliver a Souls-like vibe, especially with the combat, but to me, it for sure felt like a fully fledged MMORPG first. We're seeing this being labeled as an online action RPG rather than an MMORPG in some areas. Is it safe for us to assume that this is truly an MMORPG?
네, 말씀하신 것처럼 크로노 오디세이는 오픈월드 액션 MMORPG입니다. 하나씩 구분해서 설명을 하면 오픈월드라는 부분은 저희 이제 월드를 마음껏 로딩 없이 탐험할 수 있게끔 만들어져 있는 월드고요. 그리고 액션에 관련돼서는 저희는 액션성에 대한 부분을 되게 강조하고 있습니다. 그 부분에서 타이밍이랑 그리고 컨트롤을 요구하는 그런 액션을 지금 담아내고 있고요. MMORPG의 부분에서는 기존의 멀티플레이의 즐거운 경험들을 그대로 살리면서 기존에 있었던 MMORPG의 피로감을 줄일 수 있는 방법을 녹여내고자 만들어진 게임이라고 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다.
My experience with Chrono Odyssey was that this was more of a sandbox rather than a traditional theme park. The progression from the beginning gave the player real freedom with how to progress to max level. Even the main story quest simply had you go from one Chrono Gate or boss fight to another, and if you weren't good enough or strong enough to clear it, you go level up at your own discretion, which is very Souls-like. Can you please tell us, from a game design perspective, what is the identity for Chrono?
네, 말씀하신 것처럼 크로노 오디세이는 처음에 테마파크형 형태를 취하고 있습니다. 그래서 처음에는 테마파크형으로 설계를 했던 이유는 처음에 유저들이 우리 게임에 대해서 익숙하지 않을 때 이게 유저들에게 견인하는 역할, 우리 게임의 시스템은 이런
That's pretty
식으로
smart. Makes
플레이를
sense.
하는 거다라는 어떤 견인하는 역할로서 만들어져 있고요. 그리고 그 구간을 지나게 되면 이제 샌드박스형으로 설계되어 있습니다. 이후에는 자기가 원하는 플레이 방식에 따라서 여러 가지 분기를 토대로 이제 플레이를 해 나가고 성장할 수 있도록 그렇게 만들어져 있습니다.
There are a lot of things I saw in Chrono Odyssey that are different from traditional MMOs. Can you tell us your thoughts on traditional Korean MMOs and how Chrono differs from them, if at all?
크로노 오디세이는 기존 한국형 MMORPG와 좀 많이 차이가 납니다. 기존의 한국형 MMORPG에서는 엔드 컨텐츠가 PVP 위주로 만들어져 있는 경우가 많은데 저희는 이 부분을 PVE 중심으로 좀 더 만들어진 형태이고요. 전통적인 RPG 방식에서는 탱, 딜, 힐로 극명하게 나눠지는 부분인데 저희는 이제 이쪽 그 역할에 대한 구분을 명확하게 하기보다는 좀 더 전투 특유의 액션성을 좀 더 살리는 방향으로 설계되었습니다.
Does Chrono draw any inspiration from other MMORPGs in terms of game content design? If so, what games?
크로노 오디세이는 첫 번째로 시간을 여행한다는 부분에서 고전 RPG인
This just plus points for me. Chrono Trigger.
크로노
I love Chrono
오디세이에서만 사용하는 장비인 크로노 텍터라는 부분은 젤다의 전설 시커스톤에서 영감을
You know what I liked about the Chrono Detector is that if you're playing Dune right now, Dune Awakening, right? It's it reminds me of like the MK2 Emperor's Wings, where it's like it lets you fall down slowly, and it also lets you like when you jump and get to an elevation, right? And you use it, it also like slows down your ascent and makes you ascent like farther. I think it's such a good system for exploration.
부분과 전투의 부분에서는 엘든링의 영감을 많이 받았는데요. 오픈월드를 설계함에 있어서 엘든링의 어떤 의도된 결핍을 줌으로 인해서 유저들에게 생각지 못한 경험들을 좀 전달하고자 그렇게 설계.
Little combat. I'll say the melee combat is pretty wonky.
했습니다.
Our experience in the beta test did not include the all-important
Carl.
endgame content or endgame loot.
What up, bro?
For an MMORPG, this
Did you
is
join my Ethereum restart
arguably
guild
the
yet?
most important factor because it determines the day-to-day replayability. Is this fleshed out already? If so, can you tell us what we can expect?
캐논 같은 경우 베타 테스트를 해보셔서 이제 그 분량에 대한 컨텐츠들을 아마
Yeah, global.
크로노가 만들어 놓은
Global
컨텐츠의
one.
아주 부분적인 내용들만 플레이 해볼 수 있었을 텐데요. 저희 크로노 오디세이는 그것과 먼저 있었던 베타
It's just nice.
테스트의
It's just me in there right now.
4배는 더 큰 필드를 준비해 두었고 엔드 컨텐츠에 대한 부분들도 초반부에 대한 일부 플레이만 해볼 수 있었기 때문에 이후에 던전 플레이나 멀티플레이에 대한 계속 루프되는 방식의 성장 컨텐츠도 플레이 해볼 수 있을 겁니다. 루프되는 어떤 컨텐츠에 대해서 멀티 컨텐츠로만 있는 건 아니고요. 싱글을 좋아하는 플레이어들이 또 엔드 이후에도 싱글 플레이어들이 계속해서 성장할 수 있는, 루프할 수 있는 그런 시스템들도 마련되어 있습니다. 그래서 싱글 플레이어들은 멀티플레이에 대해서 좀 거부감이 있거나 좀 필요하다고 생각하는 분들은 싱글 플레이의 루프 컨텐츠를, 그리고 멀티플레이를 좋아하는 유저들은 멀티플레이의 컨텐츠를, 루프 컨텐츠를 즐길 수 있도록 준비되어 있습니다.
Will there be dailies in Chrono Odyssey? What are your thoughts on dailies? Because the Western players, they're not really big fan. We are not really big fans of dailies.
1일 퀘스트 같은 경우는 아직 계획하고 있는 건 없지만 가급적 유저들에게 숙제하는 경험을 주고 싶지 않습니다. 1일 퀘스트만 하루에 들어가서 매일 똑같은 것들만 반복하는 그런 게임들을 저도 좋아하지 않고
This man is speaking my language right now. I'm kind of turned on.
좀 그런 쪽보다는 자유롭게 좀 플레이할 수 있도록 여러 가지의 컨텐츠를
Global S1.
준비하는 형태로 제작하고 있습니다.
The beta test is coming soon. This beta test will only be the early game and limited to early game regions from my understanding. How much bigger can we expect the world to be at launch?
정식 출시 스펙으로는 지금 클로즈 베타 때 플레이 해볼 수 있는 크기의 맵의 월드의 크기의 4배의 맵을 4배의 월드를 준비해 둔 상황이고요. 그리고 그 4개의 리전을 이외에도 과거와 미래에 대한 여행들이 되게 인스턴스한 아주 짧은 작은 규모가 아니라 거의 필드에 가까운 그런 시간 여행의 월드를 준비하고 있습니다.
Gearing reminded me of vanilla Arcade with workbenches and optionality for players to choose from. To add context, you would see a list of gear that you can craft and target farm the materials needed to craft said piece.
Bro's
you also have the
haircut is
option of
wonky as
farming
fuck.
different gear
Oh,
pieces
come
via
on, bro.
questing, field bosses, etc., giving players the freedom of choosing their own content. Chrono delivered this type of gearing experience in the beta test. Is this going to continue to be the case through the end game?
네, 말씀하신 장비 파밍에 관련돼서는 저희는
Just wait till the next
플레이를
vid.
하면서
Oh no.
파밍을 위주로 플레이하는 유저들이 분명히 있을 거고, 그리고 제작을 위주로 하는 그 플레이어들이 있을 텐데요. 파밍이 더 좋다. 그리고 채집과 제작을 통해서 만든 게 제작 아이템이 더 좋다에 대한 부분들을 어떤 것도 우위에 두지
Yo, Facebook. This is the Chrono Odyssey interview, dev interview.
않으려고 지금 계획을 하고 있고요. 어느 한쪽이 쏠리게 되면은 한쪽 컨텐츠가 붕괴되기 때문에
Yo, appreciate the follow, brother.
주도적으로 하는 유저들과 그리고 제작을 주도적으로 하는 유저들의 두 성향의 모든 성장을
Mr.
다
Cortez,
가져갈
Brooklyn,
수
and Gian
있는
too, man.
그렇게
Sorry
설계를
about that.
하였습니다.
In the beta test, we didn't see a whole lot of options when it
We just
came
watched
to
the
gear
gameplay
pieces.
vid. It
Is
was
this
pretty-
intentional for simplicity reasons,
Man,
or can we
that's
expect
pretty
the launch
good.
version to include a lot more gear, allowing players to build more variety?
크로노 오디세이에서는
Yo, Ainge,
베타
thanks for the follow, brother.
테스트에서는 극히 일부만 공개됐고요. 그리고 저희 레벨과 티어에 대한 구분들이
What
훨씬
was that? Yo, Facebook, thanks for the sub, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. I got Linglo and Slinchi so far on this account. Linglo and Slinchi. Oh, okay. Linglo is the best healer, I think. Slinchi is really good because she shields you based on her max HP per turn. Not bad.
더 조밀하게 많이 준비되어 있고, 거기에 유니크 퍽을 전이할 수 있는, 그리고 추출해서 전이할 수 있는 시스템을 통해서 아주 깊은 성장감들을 이제 런칭 때는 만나보실 수 있을 것입니다.
Will there be super rare chase items?
Yeah. You're good on those. You just want to pull Rosa, Messiah, as like DPSs. But you don't have to worry about it for a while because you're basically forced to level up Leon anyway as your DPS because there's an event with her. You don't have to worry about it. You'll be summoning quite a lot before that you reach the end of that event.
Items only few will have, or should we expect everyone at the end game to be relatively in the same gear in terms of power?
네, 후자에 가까운 것 같고요. 엔드급 사기성 아이템, 이것만 얻으면은 거의 게임이 끝이다라고 생각하는 그런 아이템은 좀 지양하고 있습니다. 만렙을 달성하고 오랜 시간 플레이할수록 좀 수평적으로 많은
Horizontal progression, so more like Guild Wars 2 then, right? In terms of progression.
성장을 설계하는 것이 목표고요. 그리고 이 부분에서 좀 더 깊이를 더하고 많은 형태의 성장을 유도하기 위해서 좀 더 다양한 아이템들의 조합으로 여러 가지 빌드나 새로운 메타를 만들어 나가는 형태가 저희가 목표하고 있는 부분입니다.
Will Chrono be a longer or shorter grind? Will it be more like BDO, where the last few percentage of power is essentially impossible to obtain, or more like Throne and Liberty, where after a few months, pretty much everyone is in the same gear, in terms of power, that is?
두 가지 형태에 다 장단점이 있다고 생각합니다. 하지만 저희는 성장을 위해 지루하게 그라인딩을 반복하는 것들을 좀 지양하고 있고요. 캐논님이 말씀하신 것처럼 좀 단기적인 구조의 단점을 좀 보완한 형태라고 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다.
A lot of Western users do not enjoy the gear enhancement systems that Korean MMOs traditionally produce. RNG systems with 1% or less chance to upgrade later on, gear downgrading or even completely breaking. I did not see any of those traditional systems present in Chrono. Spending hundreds
Old
of
school
hours grinding
KR
at the end
MMOs,
game
bro.
only for a less than 1% chance to upgrade something doesn't really feel good or motivating to continue. What can we expect the gear enhancing systems to be like in Chrono?
저희 크로노 오디세이의 강화 시스템은 강화를 통해서 만족감을 얻기 위해서 설계되었지 그걸 위해서 어떤 확률이나
Dynasty.
피로감이나
It's just me in there right now.
좌절감을 맛보기 위해서 그렇게 설계된 형태는 아니라고 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다. 저희 강화 과정에서 복잡하거나 불합리한 그런 형태는 절대 만나보실 수 없을 것이고요. 그런 요소들은 저희 철저하게 배제한 형태의 강화라고 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다. 저희 강화에서는 아이템이 부서지거나 그리고 너무 극악의 확률로 퍽이 붙는다든지 이런 형태는 완전 지양하고 있고요. 좀 더 그냥 유저들이 강화를 통해서 합리적이라고 생각되는 그런 어떤 성장감을 받아들일 수 있도록 그렇게 설계하고 있습니다.
As someone who has played a lot of MMOs and prefers expansive build optionality, I also understand this could be overwhelming for others who prefer simpler systems. We talked about the gear building optionality, but I want to ask you about the skill building optionality or the skills tree. From what I saw, the skill tree options were pretty straightforward and there weren't a ton of options. Of course, choosing 2 weapons naturally gives you double the options, but the tree itself isn't exactly large. Should we expect more to come, or is the goal to streamline this to make it less overwhelming and easier to understand?
저희 크로노 오디세이는 Easy to Run, Hard to Master라는 목표로 설계를 했고요. 처음에는 쉬운 구조로 성장할 수 있게끔 전투를 설계했지만 깊이를 더하거나 좀 더 깊이 있게 파고드는 유저들을 위해서 뒤로 갈수록 자기만의 빌드와 메타를 만들 수 있는 형태로 그런 구조로 지금 설계하고 있습니다.
One of the most commonly asked questions I now ask to you, is this game more PvE focused or PvP focused?
크로노스의 처음 개발을 설계할 때부터 이 부분을 비중을 어떻게 둘지를 되게 고민을 많이 했었는데 PvP를 좋아하는 유저들이 생각보다 현재 그 통계상으로 되게 5%나 10% 정도밖에 안
5 to 10%?
된다라는 통계를
Hardcore PvPers?
기준으로
Probably,
해서
yeah.
좀 더 저희 컨텐츠에 PvE 중심으로 설계를 했습니다. 좀 더 그 PvP를 좋아하는 어떤 몇몇 소수 분들의 어떤 즐거움을 위해서 PvE를 좋아하는 유저분들이 거기에 대한 어떤 피로감이나 좌절감을 맛보지 않도록 PvE 중심으로 크로노 오디세이는 만들어졌습니다.
What kind of PvE content can we expect at the end game of Chrono Odyssey?
크로노 오디세이에서는 10인 레이드와 5인 파티
10-player raids.
파티 던전이 준비되어 있고요.
Damn.
레이드라고 하면
I could have
많은
like
분들이 훨씬 더
I could have
매시브한
my
어떤
my
큰
5.
많은 인원들이 좀
my static.
들어오는 걸 생각을 할 텐데 저희 같은 신규 IP의 그 게임들은 좀 많은 인원들을 매칭하는 부분이 좀 어렵다는 부분도 있고 그리고 이 부분에서 유저들도 매칭이 안 됐을 때 피로감을 느낄 수 있다고 판단해서 10인 레이드를 준비를 하고 있습니다.
There are very clear tank and support roles or skills at the very least that are that's in Chrono Odyssey. Will the dungeon raid experience feature a classic holy trinity?
RPG라고 하면 아마 역할에 대한 구분에 대해서 모든 분들이 생각하게 될 텐데요. 저희는 탱딜 힐의 어떤 명확한 포지션을 나누는 구조보다는 좀 더 많은 다양한 형태의 빌드로 자기가 원하는 형태로 플레이를 할 수 있게끔 그 부분에 좀 더 포커스를 맞췄고요. 그렇다고 해서 탱과 힐에 대한 역할이 없는 건 아닙니다. 그 부분들은 멀티플레이에서 충분히 작용할 수 있도록 지금 설계되어 있습니다. 결국 좀 더 자기의 개성에 따라서 좀 플레이 스타일에 따라서 조금씩 더 많은 다양한 어떤 빌드를 플레이할 수 있도록 준비되었고요. 좀 더 자유로운 조합과 플레이를 할 수 있도록 유도하는 형태라고 봐주시면 됩니다.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the PvP. Now, aside from the dueling, PvP during the beta was an opt-in system that allowed players to kill anyone else that was flagged for PvP in the open world. It was fun, but the balance honestly wasn't that great, and it certainly had a lot of improving to do in terms of polish. Is this something that you guys intend on focusing on, or have maybe already focused on? Or will this be more of like a Diablo 4 PvP approach where it's just side content and deliberately not balanced?
저희 게임에서 PvP는
Deliberately not bad. Please don't.
선택적으로 자기가 선택할 수 있는 형태로 자리 잡을 거고요. 이 PvP를 하는 경험이 불쾌한 경험이 되지 않도록 자기가 원하는 사람들만 PvP 형태로 이제 게임을 플레이 진행할 수 있도록 그런 컨텐츠가 마련되어 있는 형태라고 봐주시면 됩니다. PvE가 좀 더 중심이지만 PvP를 좋아하는 유저를 위해서의 컨텐츠는 마련되어 있다라고 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다.
What kind of PvP content can we expect at the end game then?
엔드 컨텐츠 기준으로 저희는 PvP 부분은 이제 자유 분쟁 지역이 준비되어 있고요. 자유 분쟁 지역에서는 PvP를 켜거나 끄지 않더라도 이제 분쟁이 일어날 수 있게 만드는 어떤 지역을 만들 거고, 그리고 PvEVP로 컨텐츠가 에덴이라는 컨텐츠가 준비되고 있습니다.
The PvP zones that you're referring to, will they actually have any significance, or is it just going to be...
I'm glad that there's actually zones that's forced PvP though. Like I'm gonna be, like my ass is gonna be living in there.
of side content? Is there actual value in going into those zones?
자유 분쟁 지역 같은 경우는 좀 더 PvP를
I
좋아하는
can't wait to hear
유저를
the crying about that forced PvP zone. Yeah, is what it is.
위해서 마련되어 있는 어떤
I'd be like, yeah, just don't go here.
선택적으로 원하는 유저들만 가도록 좀 그렇게 설계되었고요. PvEVP로 지금 준비되고 있는 컨텐츠는 그냥 해도 되고 안 해도 되는 어떤 그런 컨텐츠가 아니라 좀 더 크로노의 성장과 연결되어 있는 구조로 설계하고 있습니다. PvEVP인 어떤 에덴 컨텐츠에서 얻은 재화나 어떤 성장 아이템은 크로노의 성장에 중대하고 좀 중요한 요소로 작용하게 될 것입니다.
그 혹시 거기서
네.
그 약간 그 PvP 존에서
네.
약간 레어 아이템 같은 거나 뭐 리소스 같은 거를 파밍을 할 수 있는 그런 것도 있나요?
네, 있습니다. 에덴 컨텐츠에서만 성장할 수 있는 아이템 그리고
The
거기서만
Eden content, yeah. A PvP zone with unique items. Yeah, that's what Eden basically is. Eden map. The Eden map is basically just dark and darker. That's Eden, which is fucking amazing. There's a there's a zone that's like forced PvP.
유효하게 성장할
It's
수
a
있는 아이템이
PvE zone.
존재하고요. 에덴에서 그 고유 성장 아이템을 얻고 또 크로노 오디세이의 필드를
Yeah, me too.
플레이를 할 때도 그 성장 아이템을 유효하게 반영되게 돼 있습니다.
One more question on the PvP. Will you or would you consider adding battlegrounds or arena to Chrono Odyssey?
PvP를 좋아하는 유저들을 위한 컨텐츠로
Yeah, freely contested zones prepared. Ooh. You feel me?
지금 자유 분쟁 지역이 준비되어 있고 PvEVP 컨텐츠가 준비되어 있는데 이 부분은 계속해서 저희가 고민하고 있는 중이고요. PvP를 할 수 있게끔 설계가 되어 있기 때문에 이 내용으로 3대3이나 5대5로 플레이.
Riz got into a good guild in TnL. Excited for the PvP in this game. Oh hell yeah! So a lot of the hardcore PvPers are probably gonna be done after the tournament. So it kind of like sets a good precedent for like all the other smaller guilds that want to be competitive as well after, because it frees up real estate for them. So you might have come at a good time.
PVP를 할 수 있는 구조는 쉽게 만들 수 있습니다.
Skill gap wise, yeah. There's gonna be, if you don't, if you're not as familiar with other skills and how they work, you definitely will feel a bit of a skill gap. But once you get used to them, once you get used to that, basically, once you get used to this stat, kind of like let's say for fireball, you notice when fireball, you notice when fireball charges up, right? Like you see them charge it up. Like they could be walking around, like they usually have like their staff, like kind of like that. Once you see that happening, like to a staff user, get ready to like press Q so you can block. That's a huge amount of like burst that they have. And I mean essentially like what hold on. What that does is it blocks out like a huge chunk of there because they invested specializations into that skill to make it charge and make it do a lot of damage. And usually they do that because they invest a lot of like crit and heavy. So once they invest a lot of crit and heavy into it, especially the ones that build like glass cannon, like so there's two ways that you can kind of do it. You can kind of like build more, hit a little bit, but you'll hit less. Or the more popular builds usually for like spell blades is essentially is my TnL done patching? It is, right? It is. Okay. Let me just start in the background while we watch this. So I can check any updates that you guys want to see. Yeah. So that's essentially it. Regarding that.
이번 CBT에 대한 피드백에 따라서 이 부분을 어떤 식으로 좀 더 발전시켜 나갈지 계획을 잡을 생각입니다.
It's been mentioned before that this game will focus much more on solo player experiences, leading people to believe it will be more in line with a BDO-like experience where the majority of your time is spent doing things on your own. This is the polar opposite of Throne and Liberty.
I should start running the 20% travel speed to throw people off since everyone is used to zooming. Yeah, everything at travel speed is so nice.
Is pretty much
as a tank.
Where does Chrono Odyssey lie?
정확히 크로노 오디세이의 게임을 설계하는 과정에서는 이 목표가 반영이 되고 유저들이 이제 이렇게 느껴주실지는 모르겠지만 싱글 플레이 유저들과 멀티 플레이 유저들의 어떤 성장을 다 할 수 있도록 콘텐츠를 마련했고요. 싱글 플레이 유저들이 계속 성장할 수 있는 구조의 콘텐츠들이 여러 가지로 마련되어 있는 반면에 멀티플레이어 유저들이 이제 멀티플레이를 하면서 즐겨낼 수 있는 그런 콘텐츠들이 준비되어 있습니다. 싱글 플레이 유저들은
Should I spam to level 10? Usually, here, I'll send you the Pride Win guide for progression. This is what I'm following at least. Shit, hold on. My TnL is loading up. There you go, Carl. If you guys want anything, you said Tevin, right? I could check Tevin. See what extra loot he does. Okay. Ooh. Hold on. Almost there. I'll check it for you one sec here. is it? Oh, right here. Heavens. Okay. Looks like similar drops to Bellendir. You have your Arc Boss stuff. You're probably gonna have your Nebula accessories in here as well, right? Arc Boss stuff. Arc Boss, Arc Boss. Yeah. Nebula. Nebula. Non-boss Nebula though. No Lunar. Oh, but it does drop weapons as well. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Well, here we go. Oh, okay. But no earrings. That's the only thing. There's no earrings. There's no Neb earrings. It should have included Neb earrings, right? Need that night belt? Yeah. Oh wait, I'm not even wait. Is my other main the guild lead on this one? Oh yeah, Little Fatty SNS staff. Bro, Addy hasn't been on for almost a year. Yeah, this was basically when we were all playing in the Hyper Boost server. Nugget is still here. Smork still here. Monk still plays. Oh, I miss Monk, bro. If only his PC didn't blow up, man. There you go.
와 실현 같은 컨텐츠가 그에 해당하고요. 그리고 멀티플레이 유저들은 레이드나 그리고 원정 던전, 인스턴스 던전 같은 것들이 그 예시라고 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다.
In the beta test, there weren't a whole lot of guild systems or content. What kind of guild systems or content can we expect to see in the live version that you could share with us today?
현재 크론 오디세이의 길드 시스템은 사실 소셜적인 부분으로만 작용하고 있고요. 좀 더 길드에 대한 부분들을 발전시켜 나가는 부분은 아직도 계획하고 있고 검토하고 있는 중입니다.
In the live version, will there be an open economy system utilizing open trade and auction house, or will there be limitations in bound elements? If there is an open system, how will you combat botting?
경매장을 있고 개인 거래는 지금 허용하지 않고 있습니다. 그리고 귀속 아이템은 존재하고요. 이 부분에서 개인 거래를 저희가 지원하지 않는 이유는 경제 시스템이
So I think it would still be nice, like more social, to still have like a goal for the guild, right? Like people playing the game, actively playing the game, getting rewards for it. I think would be pretty nice. Like so there's probably not gonna be any GVG. This is RMT.
그 개인 거래로 인해서 망가지는 형태를 많이 보았기 때문에 이 부분에서는 좀 엄격하게 저희는 개인 거래를 하지 않는 형태로 구성되고 있습니다.
One of the biggest issues I've
Why is he shaking? His hands were shaking, bro. Just don't have a premium on it? Yeah. Let it be like BDO, man. Just let me buy it with silver. Another quality of life features mainly related to UI things that felt a lot more in line with the single-player RPG
found
games
with the
or
game
console.
personally were some of the quality of life features mainly related to UI things that felt more in line with single-player RPG games or console, and less traditional MMO PC MMORPG. An example would be the partying up with your friends system. Were these things changed or improved from the previous beta test?
이 부분을 충분히 공감하고 있고요. 저희 UI 시스템은 컨트롤러와 이제 그 키보드 마우스를 이제 동시에 다 지원하기 때문에 키보드 마우스 같은 경우는 뭐 입력할 수 있는 방식이 너무 많기 때문에 키보드 마우스 중심이 아니라 컨트롤러 중심으로 개발하고 있는 중이고요. 컨트롤러에서 이미 제대로 작동하게 되면 키보드 마우스에서는 당연히 잘 컨트롤할 수 있기 때문에 컨트롤러 위주로 좀 개발을 하다 보니까 좀 더 싱글 플레이 위주의 어떤 UI, UX의 형태를 좀 보이고 있는 중이고요. 이로 인해서 좀 불편을 겪는 어떤 유저 피드백들을 지금 많이 취합한 상태이고 계속 끊임없이 이 부분은 다시 수정하고 디벨롭 해 나가는 중입니다.
Another major concern I have is with density. Chrono is a true open world, and gathering resources is a major part of the game. Chrono will for sure have thousands of players on each server, and players will absolutely be contesting each other for these resources. Two words I know that you will understand, along with the beta testers: red trees. Imagine thousands of us trying to chop down red trees. Please tell me, what are your plans to address the density issue?
베타 테스트에서는 일부
I got Rosa on your other account, said she's T0. Yeah, Rosa is T0, but you get like a lot of summons though. Like the amount of summons that I've gotten for like I have like probably 10 plus SSRs already, plus some dupes. And Rosa, you can get Rosa in the if you don't get Rosa later on, you could always just do the summoning thing anyway, where you can just like have targeted summon. Like I don't have Rosa yet, but like I have her as like a targeted summon, just in case like I don't get her by the time I reach like level 40 or something.
지역만 플레이를 할 수 있기 때문에 아마 그 제한된 지역 안에서의 희귀한 채집물에 대한 경쟁이나 그리고 리스폰에 대한 것들도 아마 크게 좀 와닿았을 거라고 생각합니다. 좀 더 많은 영역을 포함한 어떤 필드로 런칭해서 플레이할 때는
you get a free
이런
copy.
부분들이 좀 더 해소될 거라고 생각하고 있고요.
You can get Rosa with your selector.
희귀한 대로
They
저희는
get so much.
유지하게 만들 거고요. 몬스터의 어떤 리스폰 시간이나 이런 부분들은 스케일링 할 수 있는 자동으로 많은 유저가 몰렸을 때 그리고 그 유저들 대비해서 리스폰 시간을 제어할 수 있는 그런 스케일링 시스템으로 저희는 해소해 나갈 계획입니다.
The
The version we played
have
had
no
no
50-50
mini-map,
other in this
and
game.
only a compass forcing players to hit M to pull up the map often to figure out their location. I've recently taken a poll on my YouTube, which consists primarily of MMO players and what they prefer. The overwhelming majority prefer having a mini-map. I want to ask you this directly. What is the intent for not having one, and will you consider adding it based on these numbers? These numbers being, by the way, only 6% preferred not having a mini-map, only 6.
저도 미니맵이 더 편해요. 저도 미니맵이 더 편한데 설계하는 과정에서 미니맵을 선택할지
I feel bad for the dev, man. Like his hands are shaking, bro. I use my gems on poles on my cook. No. So the only thing is like you use your gems on poles, and then you use like 1K of it a day to increase your energy, basically, right? Your stamina, so you can keep grinding in the background because you want to get to higher levels ASAP.
할지 되게 고민을 했고요. 일단 첫 번째는 HUD 상에서 너무 많은 시스템적인 정보를 두려고 하지 않았어요. 저희는 액션성을 강조하는 게임이다 보니까 HUD 상에서 좀 많은 그 인터페이스를 차지하는 그런 UI는 좀 지양하는 편이었고요. 그리고 의도적으로 정보의 결핍을 줌으로 인해서 좀 더 시스템으로 유저들이 접근하기보다는 좀 더 몰입감 있게 이 캐릭터가 내가 플레이한다는 생각으로 그렇게 해주기를 원하는 그런 의도에서 나치판을 선택하게 돼요.
Okay, solid point, right? But what if what this is a life where you have a GPS, bro? Like technically, isn't that like the same thing?
Let's address the elephant in the room,
kidding.
the monetization. I'm going to tell you.
All right, this is where it gets spicy. Let me prepare myself.
What every Western MMO player is thinking and wondering. Every single Korean company has a terrible reputation when it comes to monetization in the West due to the fact that every single Korean MMO has some form of pay to win. I personally went to NCSoft last year and told the lead at Throne that the overwhelming majority of Westerners saw the game as pay-to-win trash, and if they would consider changing it for the global audience. His answer was that they felt like the pay-to-win elements in Throne were fair. Give it to us directly. We're all adults here. Is Chrono Odyssey going to be pay-to-win?
걱정하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 저희 크론 오디세이는 페이 투 윈이 절대 없습니다.
Oh, damn. Okay, bro. This is the most confident I've heard this man speak during this whole interview. I like it. I like the energy.
하셔도 됩니다. 저희 크론
There's no need for
오디세이는
concern. There will be absolutely no pay to win in Chrono Odyssey.
페이 투 윈이 절대 없습니다.
I hope so.
공정한 환경을
Honestly,
유지하기 위해
I'll be honest though, as a free to play player, I can say this because I play games like free to play. I don't care. Bro, if it keeps the game running, pay to win that shit, man. I don't care. If I beat somebody who pay to wins or who whales out, like the more satisfying it is for me.
그래서 가장 중요한 가치로 삼고 있습니다. 현재는 코스튬에 관련된 외형만 변경하는
Focus on costumes and cosmetic focus items.
어떤 상품으로서 저희 BM은 설계되어 있고요. 유저가 신뢰할 수 있는 구조를 만드는 것이 저희들의 가장 중요한
It's not pay to win, it's pay for convenience. Yeah, I mean, I don't care about that either. You know what I mean?
우선순위입니다.
What exactly is the monetization going to be then?
And I can just, the reason why I can just say that, it's not because like I'm a whale myself or anything. Like it's because I'm a free to play player. As like me personally, just me, as a free to play player, I could give a fuck less if a game is pay to win. To like the level of like Throne and Liberty, for example. Like I don't care. Unless it's like Ragnarok Origins type like pay to win, then there's no problem. And as long as the game doesn't make itself and it's like updates only about the pay to win, and only for like more pay to win stuff, then I don't care.
For Chrono Odyssey, you mentioned just selling cosmetics, or is there anything more to that?
비즈니스 모델은 크로노의 비즈니스 모델은 장비의 외형 변경을 하기 위한 코스튬, 그리고 탈 것에 대한 코스튬, 그리고 일부 배틀 패스에 대한 것들만 고려하고 있습니다.
You say no pay to win, so I just want to double check and confirm here, because no pay to win, I've seen a lot of loopholes that these companies will try to, they'll try and say there's no pay to win,
Damn,
but in
bro.
reality there's some kind of
is laying
currency
in
that
on
you
him
can
right
buy
now.
that eventually leads to pay to win. So you're confirming that there is no pay to win straight up, and the only monetization is pretty much what you've explained before?
네, 없습니다. 코스튬이나 이모션 같은 어떤 소셜에
Bro, emotes.
관련된 내용이나 치장성 상품 외에는
Are we under power no matter the grind? Like if you can pay to win items that free to players can get. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the only time it becomes a problem. Like if I'm able to grind for it, I don't care. It's like in BDO, for example, it's like, all right, man, spend 100k USD all you want, brother. Like I'm still gonna end up out gearing you.
어떠한 그 밸런스에 영향을 주는 BM 상품도 고려하지 않고 있습니다.
There's going to be a lot of people who will be insanely happy hearing this, but there's also going to be a lot of people that are just not going to believe what you're saying until they see it. Mainly because there have been many companies that have said there was going to be no pay to win, but ended up adding it later. What do you say?
Look, I don't blame people for being skeptical about this, because let's not forget what happened with BDO. The BDO was supposed to be no pay to win type of game. And they added pay to win later via the marketplace. Granted, it wasn't as bad as people thought it would be, right? But still, it was added. And it was Kakao. it was Kakao that was doing it at the time. So I don't get people. I don't blame people for being skeptical. It would be wise to be skeptical in this at this rate.
Say to those who don't believe.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만 크론 오디세이에는 페이 투 윈 요소는 절대 없을 것입니다. 게임의 밸런스에 영향을 미치는 그 어떤 상품도 없을 것입니다.
Now, to be fair, Chrono Studios is a brand new player in the space, and it is its own entity, not run or owned by any other company, which, by the way, is a big misconception. From my understanding, this is a brand new team working with a new Cacao publishing team. And I feel like this is important context for people, and I want to make sure that this information is correct. Is that correct? The Chrono team, the Chrono Studios, is its own entity and it is not a subsidiary of a different company?
네, 맞습니다. 저도 이런 댓글이나 질문들을 너무 많이 받아서 확실하게 좀 이야기를 해야 될 것 같은데요. 크로노 오디세이는 엠픽셀과 엠픽셀의 자회사가
Like Nightcrows, I not? Yeah, I don't think it will ever.
완전 구분되어 있는 독립된 회사로서 지금 개발을 진행하고 있고요. 다시 한번 말씀드리지만 저희는 엠픽셀의 자회사는 아니고 크로노 스튜디오로 완전 분리되어 있는 독립된 법인으로 만들어진 새로운 기업이고요. 어떠한 엠픽셀과의 연관성이 없다라는 점을 이 자리를 빌어서 한 번 더 말씀드리겠습니다.
Well, I genuinely hope that Chrono Studio sets the new standard for these MMORPGs that are coming up. How many people are you expecting to have in the closed beta test?
이번 클로즈
I don't think there'd be like arc boss weapons, as that's what they were saying. They didn't want like any super end game like weapons like arc bosses and stuff like that in the game. So that's also a good sign, to be honest.
클로즈 베타 참여자는 한 100만 정도로 생각하고 있습니다.
1 million participants for this closed beta test. What are the odds, bro? What are the odds? Please give me my access. Where's the Chrono access, man? Chrono Odyssey, hello. Hello. Chrono. Chrono.
이 부분은 그냥
On
게임에
4
대한
Steam
자신감도
accounts?
있지만 저희가
Oh my
이때까지
god, man.
영상을
4
공개했을
actually
때의
4
어떤
Steam accounts? That's
파급력이나,
crazy.
조회수를 근거로
That is crazy.
산정한 수치이고요. 충분히 가능할 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
This is the first Korean MMO I've ever seen put this much value into Western feedback. If I may say, the devs held
Hey,
a
if you
Discord
get an
call
extra
at the
one.
end of our previous beta test with a translator to communicate with us global users directly. This was really encouraging for us because it's not something that we're used to seeing with Korean game developers. I'm pretty sure it's the first time Westerners were able to communicate feedback directly with Korean devs who...
You know what the crazy part is? This is like a golden opportunity for like the Chrono team, because the West has zero trust right now. Zero. So if they play this right and they prove the Western audience wrong with our doubts, that would set up their company going forward.
Who we're seeking. First, I want to tell you that we genuinely appreciate the effort.
No shot, I get two
that
and you
you've
don't get
given
one.
us,
I don't know, bro. I'm
in
just making
seeking
sure,
our
man. I don't know.
feedback here in the West.
I'm waiting for
and I'd
my
like to
content
ask
creator
you,
thing to be
will
accepted.
we be getting
Still.
a true global launch, or will the Korean version be releasing first for Chrono Odyssey? Also, will updates be globally launched, or will Korea get the updates first?
먼저 제가 감사드리고 싶은 건 그 FGT 이후에 플레이 테스트에 참여한 유저들과 소통하는 자리에서 진심으로 제가 좀 감동하는 부분이 있었어요. 좀 진심으로 이런 게임들이 잘 되기 위해서 수많은 피드백을 주셨고, 마지막으로 이 게임이 꼭 잘 만들어지기를 응원한다는 메시지들이 디스코드를 통해서 수많은 사람들이 올라왔는데, 게임을 개발하면서 그런 감동은 처음 느껴봤거든요, 사실. 오랫동안 게임 개발을 해왔지만 좀 그 부분이 좀 울컥하는 부분이 있었고, 이 부분은 저에게 되게 큰 감명이 깊은 경험이었습니다. 저희 크로노 오디세이는 일부 국가를 제외한 전 세계 동시 출시를 목표로 하고 있습니다. 출시 이후 업데이트 역시 글로벌 동기화를 목표로 하고 있고, 지역 간 격차 없이 동시에 업데이트될 예정입니다.
I have a question that I know I probably will not be getting an answer to, but I'm going to ask it anyways, just so that I can tell you guys that I've asked it. When can we expect the global launch to be?
이 부분은 공식적으로 아직 말씀드리기 힘든 부분입니다. 하지만 이번 클로즈 베타를 토대로 유저들의 어떤 피드백을 반영하는 데 좀 더 개발자로서 집중할 것이고요. 그리고 런칭에 대한 소식은 추후 별도로
Global launch will be
다른
next year. Beta is the 20th. Another one. I'm thinking October. October, like at the earliest, probably October.
다른 형태로 안내 드릴 수 있도록 준비하겠습니다.
That's pretty much it, guys. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure the global audience is going to be ecstatic hearing all of these answers. 시간을 내주셔서 너무 감사합니다. 네, 감사합니다.
As I mentioned in the video, that's pretty much it, guys. Don't
And what is this? Mr. Cannon. What is this?
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let me know your thoughts, of course, in the comment section below. Don't forget to follow me on Twitch. And remember, there's a lot more Chrono content coming very soon. I will be for sure streaming the beta test. Once again, follow me on Twitch. I'll see you guys in the next video.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Oh, man. That was a good video. That was a good interview. Okay, so what was the other one we were gonna watch? This one? Oh Lord. Okay, you said from the beginning, right? Wait, who is this? Kira. Okay, let's see.
So I had like a 30-minute video recorded, friendos, talking about Chrono Odyssey, specifically the trailer that got released yesterday at the Summer Games Fest, as well as the fact that the beta's coming on the 20th of this month. So we have like 2 weeks till the game comes out, at least for testing, and we'll get to see whether or not it's going to be a game that could be enjoyable, despite obviously there's going to be some problems with monetization and things like that. But then I figured, why even release that video? Because it was mostly just, you know, reacting to that information when there's something more important to talk about. Because personally, I'm not a fan of when it feels like I'm being lied to and it's kind of being glossed over or glazed. And people should probably be aware of this. And this is not to say I don't think Chrono Odyssey is going to be a good game. I don't know. You know, why would I think it's going to be good or otherwise? I've never played it. This is just to say that it's very weird when a company just starts saying things that are not true and then immediately being proven otherwise, or you know, maybe not true. You could stretch, but let's go over it and you can make your own opinion. So Canon, who is a MMO content creator who's done stuff, I guess predominantly around like some of the Korean games and stuff like that, cool guy, he posted a snippet of an interview with one of the producers at Chrono Odyssey, and this was obviously spreading like wildfire that the game is not going to be pay to win, which, you know, if you believe that this is the case, I've got a bridge to sell you, or, you know, an airport if you're a investment firm. I never even released that video. Some Nigerian guy scammed an investment at a bank and sold them an airport that he didn't own, obviously, and didn't exist, which is a fucking funny one. I'll have to release that video at some point. But basically, when somebody tells you something's not going to be pay to win, it's an MMO from Korea. It's going to be pay to win. It's just what level of pay to win. And it's not necessarily that they're lying. It's that they see pay to win as this, you see pay to win as this. If they say it's this and it continues to be that just because it's more pay to win than you consider.
I think he needs to like stop kind of like talking in circles, and he needs to just set what his expectations are or what his definition is of pay to win.
That doesn't mean they lied. But when they say it's gonna, not have any of these specific things and then immediately like backtrack on it, that's very weird. So I'll play the clip in a second, so we can go over. But there's something worse than this that we'll go over. That's we'll just start. So Canon releases this video. He talks to the guy. Credit to Canon. He like asks this question repeatedly so that the guy can't squirrel away with a non-answer that people typically give. But he basically presents it. Every Korean company has terrible reputation when it comes to monetization in the West.
Terrible reputation
Let's
when it comes to
continue.
monetization in the West due to the fact that every single Korean MMO has some form of pay to win. I personally went to NCSoft last year and told the lead at Throne that the overwhelming majority of Westerners saw the game as pay to win trash, and if
True.
they would consider changing it for the global audience. His answer was that they felt like the pay to win elements in Throne were fair. Give it to us directly. We're all adults here. Is Chrono Odyssey going to be pay to win?
걱정하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 저희 크론 오디세이는 페이
So there's no need to be concerned. There's absolutely no pay to win
to
in
win이
Chrono
절대
Odyssey.
없습니다. 공정한 환경
Yeah, his problem is that people have different definitions of what pay to win is. I mean, pay to win is basically pay for power. If I paid $1,000, and that makes it so I go up even just like 1%, or like $100 to be more. If I pay $100 in that and spending that $100 instantly, like if let's say we're on an even playing field, right? Like we're right here. If I pay $100, like this is me. If I pay $100 and this makes me move even just like a little bit higher than you like that, that's pay to win, right? That's pay to win.
In order to make it a strong commitment to fairness, this is one of our highest priorities. Our current business model is focused on costumes and cosmetic-focused items.
EM은 설계되어
Is TNL pay to win? Yes, absolutely. You pay $100 in TNL, you immediately like if we're right like this at the very beginning TNL, I spent $100 to buy like tier 2 items, and all of a sudden like I'm here, that's pay to win.
있고요. 유저가 신뢰할 수 있는 구조를 만드는
Building a
것이
structure that players can
저희들의
trust
가장
is
중요한
our
The only
core.
thing about TNL is like within like a span of 2 months, it doesn't matter if you pay to win. Like everybody's gonna be on an even playing field anyway.
Priority.
What exactly is the monetization going
So he then reiterates the question,
But it still is pay to win.
asking specifics. What
Just that like when you get to end game, when everybody else is end game, it doesn't matter if you paid or not. If you're bad, you'll still lose. That's the only difference. But again, at the very beginning of it, it still does give you power over somebody who didn't pay. So that still is, by every technicality, pay to win.
what's going to be in the game?
Like you could say that's pay to win temporarily, right? Because you might end up like just like losing in the end game, but it's still pay to win. You still paid for power. But a free-to-play player can get anything a player who pays $100 can get. So in TNL, you just pay to progress faster and making it pay to win. Yeah, pay to progress faster is still pay to win. It's still a form of pay to win. Again, you spent money and got power in exchange for it. That's pay to win. If you spent money for, I don't know, if you spent money for like inventory tabs, stashes, storage, then I wouldn't count that as pay to win because it doesn't really give you power. It just makes your life a little bit easier.
Give us specifics, and the guy.
And like I've played games like BDO where I didn't buy any storage space or weight, and I do just fine.
Says he mentions Canon continues. He mentions selling cosmetics. Is there anything more to that? And the guy basically says the model is going to be changes to appearance of equipment, as well as mount cosmetics, emotes, and things like that, as well as a battle pass system. And then he triple.
A lot of Eastern MMO devs don't think that's pay to win at all. I think that's. I don't think they don't think it's pay to win. I think that they think it's an acceptable level of pay to win. Like just to quote the dev that Canon talked to in TNL before, right? Like he said, like we feel like the pay to win in this game is not as egregious and it's at an acceptable level. which by all means, like the pay to win TNL is at an acceptable level, because you know, like in the end game when everybody's the same gear, no matter how much you paid, it doesn't matter. But it still is pay to win just because of the fact that like paying money equals instant power.
Asks the questions, you know, is there going to be loopholes? You know, we've seen people have loopholes in these games, and the guy again reiterates that there is no pay to win. There, aside from socially oriented content like costumes, emotes, or cosmetic goods, we are not planning on selling items that will disrupt the balance of the game. So, ask the question once.
Yeah, I thought the dev said repeatedly that there will be no pay to win. Yeah, that's what he's saying. And Cannon reiterated that as well, to make sure that like there's just, he's not trying to go through loopholes, like, right? But I guess we'll see.
Once given the opportunity, said no. Asked the question twice, given the opportunity, said no. Asked the question 3 times, given the opportunity, said no. And then this pops up. A few hours later, MMORPG.com released an article with an interview from Chrono Studios. In this article, they ask again questions about the pay to win. The answer they give here is different from the Canon interview. They state, quote, instead, our game's in-game monetization will focus on cosmetic items and quality of life enhancements, ensuring that gameplay balance remains intact for all players. So then, a new Korean article just released, also confirming convenience-enhancing items. The problem is, obviously, people in the MMO community and the people on the MMO subreddit just don't seem to understand the issue here, because as this reply illustrates, it's just replying to something that isn't even really being discussed. He says this post is everything that's wrong with the MMO community currently. There's a difference between pay to win, quality of life enhancements. As a community, we should be fine with a free-to-play game that you can subscribe to for added benefits like QOL improvements. Take ESO, for example. Yeah, a fantastic example of when they design the game to be drastically worse so that they can sell you the solution repeatedly. But you can say BDO is an example of this. Just spend $500 on this game and then you'll have an experience in the game that isn't shit. Like, great, fantastic, right? That's fine. I'm not even going to argue with you having that opinion. What I'm going to argue is this is not the issue that's being discussed. The issue that's being discussed is somebody saying on camera in front of hundreds of thousands.
They should just copy the monetization like New World, make it buy to play and sell cosmetics. I think it will be buy to play though, and they will sell cosmetics. But in terms of like pay to win, convenience enhancing items, if it's like PoE where you have stashes, then you know that's a whole different thing. And if it's like if it's additional weight, because we did see in the trailer, by the way, we did see the some of the items have like additional weight on them for carry capacity, but Canon did mention that like playing the beta, he didn't really have like weight issues while playing the game, and he played it a lot. So unless they change that into purposefully like making weight an issue in order to sell the convenience enhancing elements, and depending on the level that they increase that to, then you start getting into that gray area where it doesn't give you power, but it lets you progress smoother.
Thousands of people when asked directly, not once.
Does it like give you like power directly? No, it doesn't. Does it ruin like in-game balance? Not really. So that's the loophole that Canon was talking about, that he was trying to like prevent them from saying otherwise. So it really is gonna depend on convenience enhancing elements. It's like the reason why I'm not like happy or angry about it right now is because I don't know what they are. Until I know what they are, then I'll know how to react.
Twice, not 3, but 4 separate times is there going to be pay to win in this game? And he says cosmetics only, cosmetics only, cosmetics only, battle pass maybe. And then in 2 other publications where another person in your company or even you was interviewed, You say quality of life enhancements. I don't care.
Oh, one sec. Let me use the bathroom. I'm back. AGS can do it because they love burning. I mean, X has a point. What's going on, X? What's going on, brother? He has a point. You know, there's a lot of like lofty ideals and lofty kind of like goals, but if it's not sustainable, it's not gonna last, no matter how good it is conceptually. Yeah, what's up, Nyamak? What's going on? Nyamak? What's going on, man? How you doing?
If you have these in the game, I'd prefer you didn't, but obviously my preference is fucking irrelevant. I don't care whether you do. This is what I expect from the industry. This is what I expect from MMOs. So you're not disappointing me in any way. This is not a shocker. I'm not like, oh my god, you're gonna have pay to convenience in there. Like, yeah, obviously, this is what the industry is. The issue is that you've said one thing and then you're saying a different thing to other publications. That's fucking weird. Like, the problem's always going to be if you say no pay to win as like a fucking broad sentence, like a broad statement. Nobody can argue whether you lied or not when something is considered pay to win, because pay to win is subjective. Just realistically, like if you look at the objective sentence of what is pay to win, it's spending money for anything that will give you an advantage. But subjectively, that might be for somebody like, you know, someone might say bonds in old school RuneScape and not pay to win. I'm going to say they are. You can buy gold and buy all the gear in the game, and then you have an advantage over people that didn't do that.
Yeah.
Because they have to grind for fucking thousands of hours to do it instead. Like, you can argue, oh, it's not an advantage to have pets in BDO that auto loot for you because you can't use those in PvP. They don't, you know, help you kill somebody. But obviously they make you get stronger faster, which means that you can kill somebody, which would be winning, right? In this very easy to understand example. You can argue that it's only pay to win if the very strictest thing is you sell something in the cash shop that you can't otherwise obtain in the game that makes you more powerful. Yeah. Almost no game has that. But these games are considered pay to win when...
Yeah, exactly. And he's right about that, right? It's like because of the amount of grinding in BDO, the fact that you have pets over somebody who doesn't, it just adds up over and over and over and over, and it becomes a huge disparity in power. It's kind of fixed now in a way because like you get pets regardless in BDO, and most of the grind spots are pretty, like there's a lot of grind spots that are pretty static. So it's not so much of an issue now, but it was definitely an issue back then because of how long you'd have to grind usually, and the amount of time saved, but that is just over time becomes like better and better and better and better for you. But in the case of this right here, if let's say we don't know yet, none of us know anything yet, what these convenience enhancing elements are. Let's say they're weight, because we know that there's weight in game, right? Because we saw in the trailer there's equipment that gives you extra weight. If there are stuff out there that just, let's say, lets you grind like or gather for like 2 hours without having to go back, and not buying these things will let you grind for will let you gather for like an hour or an hour and a half without having to go back, right? Something like that. Like, that's not all that egregious, because like chances are it's not gonna be like BDO where somebody's gathering for like 16 hours a day. So it doesn't quite like add up. And like the time wasted picking up loot manually is also not egregious in a setting like that, because you're not picking up loot in this game, for example, in a way that you would have to pick up like hundreds of mobs worth of loot in BDO at a time. Um, so yeah, that's like the major, that's like the major thing, I think. But if you make it so, because again, we're going off of what Cannon said, right? Where he played the beta, he had never had any weight issues. So if they change that from weight being a non-issue or not too much of an issue to a bigger issue, that's when they start getting into like that gray area where it's like, okay, it's like we know what you're doing. You're trying to go through the loophole here, and making it so it's not as obvious. But we know what it brings, and it's pay to win. I would consider that pay to win, 100%. The same way that I would consider pets in BDO pay to win before, especially before they would give away the pets for free and the free T5s. I would consider that 100% pay to win, because like if you're grinding for hours upon hours upon hours, and just having that convenience overall in the span of like, let's say in a span of like 10 hours, you've saved, let's say you grinded for 10 hours and then you save essentially 2 hours, whereas like your 10 hours compared to somebody who didn't spend anything or didn't buy these convenience items is a equivalent grind to 12 hours, then I would consider it pay to win. Because if you do that every single day, then that's an issue, right? Like a ranger might have more weight issues than a barbarian. That I'm not sure. We just saw in the items earlier that there was like added weight, kind of like New World.
When they have things that, again, you spend money on to get a benefit or bonus that someone who doesn't spend money otherwise wouldn't have. This is very easy to understand. Again, I don't care. But when you say our game will only have X, Y, and Z, and you specifically list the things, and then in other publications you say other things, weird. Now, you could obviously make the argument that these other publications misquoted them, or they got it wrong, or whatever. But the issue is that you then go on to say something else in the video that makes me just not believe it.
So let me ask you guys here in the chat. Let's say this is hypothetical, right? If they sell like a equivalent to a value pack almost, or like a convenience subscription thing, where you can learn skills you can reset skills whenever you want. You don't have to be in town. You can access the auction house wherever you want. You don't have to be in town. Something like that. Would you guys consider that pay to win, or is that just more for convenience?
Anything you say, and it's this. Cannon asks, and I don't know why he does this, but he interjects his opinion here as well to say like,
Chrono Studios is a brand new player in the space, and it is its own entity, not run or owned by any other company, which, by the way, is a big misconception.
So Cannon says this is a big misconception, and let's just clear up right now. It's not a misconception. It just was objectively true, and still is in most people's minds that aren't looking at this as
132 people in the Chrono Odyssey test build. Oh, Orbit. I would love to be in there. But then again, I wouldn't be streaming right now if I was. I know it's pay to win in KR sense, but for most NA people, it's considered pay to win if the convenience is too large. Yeah, it's not pay to win in KR. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. If the convenience is too large, I would say that's like in the gray area, but anything in the gray area, I will just consider pay to win. Yeah. I will consider that pay to win. Is it a very mild level of pay to win? Sure. But let's not like kid ourselves. That's still pay to win. Right? If there's a convenience if there's a convenience thing where like my 12 hours of grinding results same efficiency, besides like the convenience, like the weights, for example, is only the equivalent of your 9 or 10 hours of grinding solely because of the fact that you bought these convenience items, and then the game requires us to kind of like grind consistently like every day or every other day, and that adds up to a certain degree, then yes, that's paid. That's absolutely pay to win, because like it might be very, be very like tiny, but over time it adds up. But again, they did say that the progression was more horizontal, so that might be a non-issue.
It's
We'll
like
see.
a business entity, a legal entity. This company, all the people.
For I live in Asia, and all the game in my region is pay to win, bro. Yeah, Nim. I play a lot of MMOs in the Southeast Asian region servers, right? So yeah, it's most they're all pay to win. I'm not even gonna say most because they're all pay to win. Time events and dailies is what makes pay to win feel way worse. Luckily, they said that the game's not really gonna go and have dailies, which is good.
People who work.
Yeah, I played a lot of Southeast Asian games. Ragnarok Origin, Ragnarok X, Ragnarok Online, RF. Like, yeah, all these games, man, that are just agrees. Like, I've known people and I've talked to people that have spent 500,000 USD on these games in Southeast Asia, and I'm like, that's fucking crazy.
Work at this company are people who worked at fucking NPixel, other than new hires. All the people that work at this, the money that went into making this company is NPixel money, as far as I can tell, right? All their original trailers from 2 years ago is NPixel. There was no Chrono Studio until 2024. Now, this might not matter to people, and realistically, if the game's good, it doesn't matter. But it's the pissing on my face and telling me it's rain, right? That's the issue. Because the guy turns around and says, you know, we're our own studio. We want to make this clear. We're not a subsidiary. We're a completely different company. He says it 3 different times. He reiterates 3 different times.
Yeah, they're not subsidiary, but what if NPixel is in the form of an investor?
We're a newly
Has a stake in the
established
company?
company called Chrono Studio, a separate legal and completely independent legal entity, right? We have no connection whatsoever to NPixel.
Oh, no connection whatsoever. Okay.
Bro, the main guy that's making your game is the NPixel CEO and co-founder. It's literally in his fucking LinkedIn bio. Co-founder CEO, full-time, 7 years, 10 months, September 2017. Currently, NPixel is developing a AAA game called Chrono Odyssey for Steam and console platforms. And they're also involved in multiple high-quality projects. This is the main guy that's making fucking Chrono Odyssey.
Yikes.
So
that is bad.
What do you mean you've got no connection whatsoever with them? You are them. Right? Like...
Oh boy. I'm in the state, if the game pay to win, it is what it is. Just take it or leave it. Yeah. I think if you ever, well, I think the main thing is like people don't want this to be a pay to win game because they want to play it. Like they want to play it with some level of like longevity. You know what I mean? So that's like a thing. But as somebody who has played a lot of like Southeast Asian games, you go into every game that has pay to win with reasonable expectations. But I don't think that's the argument here. The argument here though for Chrono is the fact that like we don't want it to be pay to win, period. Like we don't want to have different expectations because we just don't want it to be pay to win, period. And that's all. That's all that really comes down to. Because like if it doesn't go that route, then the game will thrive.
I'm not fucking taking crazy pills, am I? You can obviously always make an argument
Once
that
the honeymoon
like,
phase ends,
oh,
yeah, that's
you know,
the fear.
legally we're
That's the
not
fear.
a subsidiary.
Well, it depends too. The fear is that. And usually that fear gets magnified if it's a public company. I'm not sure is Chrono Studios a public company, or are they? They did say that there's just their own entity, right? Like they don't, because once investors come into play, then that's when things get a little dicey, where they have less control. It depends on the stake that the investors have in the company as well.
Fine. Like, nobody cares. Nobody sat there like fucking tracing the family lineage. Like, oh yeah, legally you're not affiliated with them, so that changes anything. People aren't thinking like a lawyer. They're thinking like a normal person, which is, you probably got the money for the game from NPixel. A lot of you, the higher ups, worked at NPixel or still do, and then you just spun this studio up, and you're like, oh yeah, we've got nothing to do with NPixel. What the fuck are you saying? Here you can see this is the guy's Twitter, just in case he never updated his LinkedIn. NPixel Chrono Studio CEO. So he's the CEO of both NPixel and Chrono Studio. But by the way, no connection whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
Like, again, read the quote. We have no connection whatsoever to NPixel. Brother, you're lying to me. Like, what the fuck is this? So you could say,
is that why his hands were shaking?
Maybe this interview is the correct one, and the Korean article and the MMORPG article is mispublished or something like that. But you then also been caught in the same video saying something that it's just objectively untrue, isn't it? Like, you do have a connection.
He's right.
Now, obviously, you might ask,
that's just a
why would
moment.
they lie about this? You know, or why would they try to make such a big deal about having nothing to do with NPixel? And it's because obviously NPixel has a reputation of making one game which failed, as far as I can tell, called Grand Saga, a mobile gacha game, trying to cash in on, you know, the fucking gambling addiction of buying anime waifus on a fucking mobile game. But also because if you go to like any of their investment portfolio websites, you know, things like Crunchbase, it says it's a computer game development company that aims to build a game ecosystem based on DAO, such as blockchain-based projects and NFTs. What is DAO? Decentralized Autonomous Organization. Basically crypto bro shit. So that's two reasons why they not want to be affiliated with them, which is dishonest, right? You can just say, oh yeah, we were going to do that, but then we decided not to, and we're just making this game and whatever else, and be fine with it. Like, who gives a fuck? You were going to do something and you didn't, or you failed at it, but now you're making another game. If it's good, who cares? It's just the you know, the fact that you're telling people one thing and different things happening. It's just weird. It's unnecessary. I mean, you could literally even look up the company registration here, and it's the same fucking dude. Representative name for the company.
Yeah, his name is Bay. That's sick.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I hope Chrono's good, but I'm setting my bar low, so yeah, man, I just want to play good MMO. Yeah, man, I mean, it's just, that's why, like, MMO players are so jaded, right? It's like, we don't really readily trust people, like, all that much. Hey, what's up, Kim? What's going on, man? Ashes will save the world.
It's a shame,
We'll
really,
see.
that this has to be a thing, because
hopefully we won't need all that much saving.
Other than, you know, the silliness of just lying when it's so easy to look it up. Or
well,
you can say
York,
maybe they're not lying, they're just doing some...
follow, man. What's going on, Ike?
Legally, we're not these people. It's just a wording of, welcome. Maybe it's a mistranslation, or we have nothing to do with them whatsoever, no connection whatsoever, when you literally are them and have been the whole time. It's just crazy to me. And there's obviously a bunch of misinformation around this game. Specifically, you'll see no end of comments from people saying, oh, Kakao have got nothing to do with I'll just splice in the video I recorded earlier of me going through the Reddit comments, and you can get the info from that, I guess. So see you in the past, and see you on the next video. You see, you've got to love the MMO subreddit. Combat so trash that they're afraid to show it without 3-second jump cuts. I remain skeptical. No, you just remain fucking perpetually on the MMORPG subreddit.
Oh,
you are the embodiment of this subreddit, and it's why it's just a fucking shit place. Because maybe the combat sucks. Maybe that's why they're Jason Bourne in. You'll get that reference if you've ever seen the Jason Bourne films. Maybe that's why they're born in the trailer. Or maybe it's because every trailer ever does this for video games.
How are you doing, Ken?
They just do. It's supposed to be like cool to watch. I don't know. If they said this is gameplay and then did it, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. But at the same time, the game's coming out for you to play with your own hands, or for you, probably your fucking feet. in like 2 weeks. Less.
This is why, man. The MMORPG subreddit is such a it's like the amalgamation of everything negative about like the MMORPG community, because if it's not their game, it's trash.
In 2 weeks, and you don't have to buy anything. So what would be the point of them having?
It's Doomer City, yeah. Just the muse of some people's intentions. Oh wait, what intentions? If I may ask.
Hiding it at this point. Oh, they're gonna get you to download the game for free and try it. Like, come on, bro. Use your bonds. It just doesn't really matter, does it? At the end of the day, why aren't they properly showing combat is the question. It looks awfully static, and you can clearly see in what footage they completely faked it, and which is the actual system. Alright, bro.
There is a legit beta weekend that's gonna happen. I don't see why people are so like, yeah, they're hiding it, brother. People are gonna get 1 million people are gonna get to play it. What's there to hide?
I'm fucking bullying the disabled. So this is the pertinent, I guess, information if you're talking about monetization in Chrono Odyssey, which, you know, it is a conversation to be had every MMO. You need to have this conversation. It gets a little bit old because realistically, we know what to expect. It's a Korean MMO. If you're going into this thinking it's going to be like, you can only buy skins, show me the MMO where that's the case, and I'll say that's probably mostly an exception. Even for Western games, they sell gold, not specifically generated, but they sell the ability for you to buy gold from other players. WoW does this, Old School RuneScape does this, which is one of, I guess, the two most pure games in this example, and they're subscription-based games anyway. Go look at Elder Scrolls Online, Cash Shop, Guild Wars 2, Cash Shop. Like, this is just the reality of the genre. If you don't like it, tough titty, I guess. I don't like it. I'd prefer it not to be the case, but, you know, I'm not going to let it stop me enjoying something if there's enjoyment to be had. So yeah, we'll talk about the pay to win more when we see the shop. But what they're saying here is exactly what everyone should have expected. And if you're surprised by this, you simply don't know the genre very well. So MMORPG asks specifically, if possible, could you speak to some of the monetization in the game? Will it be purely appears as skins players can purchase, or will it extend to an extended expected battle pass and the option to purchase materials for weapon?
I don't give a fuck about pay to win. Just make endgame good. If endgame is good, people won't care. I mean, regardless of like what the pay to win is, right? Like, granted, like the game not being quote unquote pay to win would make way more people try it, or you know, grab it or buy it if it's about to play. But I mean, they already said that the progression is kind of horizontal in the end game. So at that point, I don't think like pay to win really matters if it's horizontal progression. Not the new micro monetization age, yeah, but unfortunately, it makes the most money, so that's why they do it.
So Chrono Studio says, first and foremost, we want to assure players that they don't need to worry about pay to win elements. Yeah, all right then, mate. For the burglar coming in my house assures me you don't need to worry about me burgling your shit. Meanwhile, he's got a backpack full of my stuff, right? This is just executive for company who stands
so
to make the most money.
I don't know why that's so funny. Hey, don't worry about me, mate. Not gonna rob you or anything. Just taking your TV is all.
Says, don't worry, we won't try to make the most money. Yeah, all right, brother. Yeah. Maintaining a fair competitive environment has always been a core principle of our development philosophy, and we have no plans to introduce any business models that affect combat performance. So basically, if you had like a line of progression for pay to win, the line of no pay to win being it's just a game you play and you can't buy fucking anything, and then like skins that maybe like in an FPS give you like a slight
Yeah, I agree, Kim. I think that's why like a lot of MMORPG players are very jaded at this point.
advantage, and then like
But we just want a good game.
subscriptions and box prices and whatever else somewhere in between those two things, or maybe a little bit further, whatever, subjective opinion. And then you had like pay to progress, where you can like speed up your progress. You can buy gold, you can buy materials, you can, you know, all that shit. And then you can buy Buster Sword of Ass Fuck 97 that you cannot obtain in the
What the fuck? Buster Sword of Oh fuck, that's funny. That's I appreciate that.
game any other way than spending $1,000 US is like the penultimate pay to win. Like when they say you can't buy stuff that affects combat performance, that's what they mean. Everything before that on the fucking spectrum to them is fair game. Like BDO pets, BDO weight, BDO inventory, BDO maids, BDO fucking stable slots, BDO costumes for cooking and alchemy and every other activity in the game. These things inevitably, invariably give you a massive advantage.
New World? Yeah, pretty much New World. That's about it.
In progression within the game, but they don't directly in the exact moment you're doing combat give you combat performance. So they don't consider that pay to win. They consider that convenience, pay to fucking progress. Like they do not consider this pay to win. So when somebody says this sentence, what it means is everything before Buster Sword of Ass Fuck 97 is on the table. So that's exactly what you should expect. The questions become what level of it is acceptable for you, commensurate to how much fun you have playing the game. Because, as I've said many times, the MMO industry, the MMO genre, whatever we're going to call it, is basically like a dining hall with immaculate fucking service, but every plate is full of shit. But some of them have sprinkles on it and food coloring. And it just depends on your own preference which plate of shit you're going to eat.
Oh my god.
But you are going to eat a plate of shit if you play the genre. Unless you're playing some like obscure, random fucking mega old game like, oh, I play EQ99 or whatever. Like, congrats, dad. But in general, that's just how the industry is.
That was a personal attack,
some form of like botched monetization. And you just have to, you know, is it okay with how I play the game? Does it impact me? Can I have fun regardless? And if you can't, go play another genre. Maybe go read books or something, because it's kind of the way the genre is.
Wait, hold on. This guy's funny, bro. I'm subscribing to him.
By and large. But this is just the reality we live in the MMO world, whether Korean or not, at this stage. And it's not like I'm jaded by this. I play these games, but if you were going to, you know, old school RuneScape, if you play a normal account that's not Iron Man, I play Iron Man, so it doesn't impact me. People can just buy bonds and trade them for gold and then just buy gear. Is that pay to win? Yes. Does it matter to how I play the game? No. So, perfect example for you. Instead, our in-game monetization will focus on cosmetic items and quality of life enhancements, ensuring the gameplay balance remains intact for all players. So quality of life enhancement is just going to be speeding stuff up, most likely. If this comes out and it's skins and like name changes and fucking race changes and gender changes and things, and that's it, color me the most surprised person in the world. But obviously that's just not going to be the case, is it? We're all adults. We all...
Yeah, what's up, Victory? Thought I'd randomly come back to this game and the servers are down. Yeah, they're down for another 3.5 hours. What's new since Nebula? There is the tier 4, the 4-star dungeons now, and then in about a week or so, there are gonna be a little over a week. There is gonna be a new raid as well.
Oh no. So that's kind of like just all of the
and
information that we really care about with this.
A lot of other
this
changes.
interview, if you want to check it out, is easy to find on the MMORPG website. And goes through and asks some things about, the setting, the dark fantasy, and things like that. So should be an interesting read if you're into those things. There's a lot of misunderstandings in general. I guess people are just misinformed, uninformed, whatever, which is fair, because unless you're like a giga autist who sits and reads about MMOs all day for 20 years, then obviously you're going to think that this is the case. Obviously, you should probably just check before you stop espousing opinions on a subreddit. But people, for some reason, think this game's like made by Kakao, or because Kakao's involved, that the game will be some kind of way. And that's simply not how business works. They see like published by and just assume it's like AAA gaming, where the publisher usually owns the game company. But that's not the case here. There's some weird relationship here where Kakao somehow has like creative or monetization input. But I've seen publisher agreements that are third party, which is what this is. When something's not first party, ownership, it's third party. They're the customer support. They're the people that have the access to servers and infrastructure. They're janitors basically that run the game in other areas.
Oh yeah, Imperial State, you can get it, they drop like candy now.
So the idea that Kakao, and I'm saying this because of this comment, I personally don't trust Kakao to produce a buy-to-play game without heavy RNG, pay-to-win elements. I hope I'm wrong, though. This game looks cool. Yeah.
I mean, we saw like the RNG side of the things, right? Where it's basically through materials that you either grind for, or you kind of like, I guess, life skill harvest. So looks pretty good so far to me. I like that there's that element in there as well.
And nobody corrects him. They just upvote this, and then nobody corrects him. But Kakao can't produce the game because Kakao don't own the company that literally made the game. So Kakao produced nothing. There's loads of reasons to criticize this game, this company, Kakao. But the best thing to do is to criticize them for things that actually exist, like the games that they have produced, will produce in the future, and not just a publishing agreement. Because it's like criticizing, Amazon Game Studios for producing Lost Ark when in reality they just signed a publishing agreement and provide services for bringing the game to other areas of the world. It's not the same thing. Maybe there's some agreement here where they've signed away their soul and Kakao gets to dictate everything. But MPixel's like a massive company that has tons.
Something amazing / buggy. No, it was just like an event that essentially made it so gear was more accessible, and as a result of that, gear became a lot cheaper. Gear became a lot cheaper basically. So it's really good for people coming in, or people like returning.
Of fucking money that was founded by people that founded Nexon. Like, I just don't think that's the case unless somebody can show it to me.
For you, for Marin, what's going on?
I'll be on board with this criticism,
man.
But the sentence Kakao producers, it doesn't make sense. It's not real. And this is like the sentiment, like all the way through the thread. It's a Kakao game. Pay to win is guaranteed. It's guaranteed because it's an MMO, right? Let's get that.
Yeah. Thing is, like, the argue of pay to win is always going to be endless, because like whether it's natural within the game or not, right? There's always ways to pay to win. There's people that pay pilots to, if it's a grindy game that has no pay to win like stuff in the cash shop, people will pay pilots to play the game for them. People do that all the time in BDO. Right? And my people seem to be the most prevalent service providers in that space. That's why they call it Pinoying. But yeah, like, there's always ways to pay to win, and that's why, like, for me, as long as like there is no crazy pay to win in the game where it's like unattainable for free to play players, no matter how much you play or grind, I generally don't care. I care in a way because I know that it will affect the amount of people coming in which affects the health of the game overall and in the long term, that's why I care. In terms of like not having pay to win, having pay to win, that's not of an egregious level. I personally don't care, and that maybe that makes me part of the problem, but in a way it doesn't, because I'm free to play, right? Like I don't really pay to win in games. I don't pay for stuff in games, right? Like sometimes if I really like the game, I'll buy a costume. That's it.
One fucking real clear, but the game it's not a Kakao game. It's published by Kakao. This is not me running defense for them, by the way. I'm just saying, like, criticize for real things, not, you know, perceived things. But I'm also going to criticize this comment here. In a statement to shareholders, the CEO of the development studio said the game would not be pay to win. They also came out publicly, said it's not going to be pay to win. The game's been marketed to a global audience as its primary focus. The game is also buy to play and expected to have paid expansions. These are the reasons some are holding out hope it won't be pay to win. Personally, it's around 50-50. If you believe this, sincerely, you're like...
Free to play is way more fun. Yeah, I agree. Look, there's like an instance before where I pay to win like a mobile game, right? I pay to win mobile game before, and you get all that power, but you have very, very little understanding or appreciation for it. It's like, I don't know why. It's like, I paid $1,000. I don't know how much of this power is relevant power, but it's allowing me to stomp noobs, and that was it. Like it was so like dissatisfying. Whereas like if you're free to play and you work your way, you just play the game as like intended, without like outside like assistance in a way, in a manner of speaking, you gradually feel the increase in power as you play, and that's vastly more satisfying.
You're so disconnected from like the reality of what this genre is and the notion of how other people perceive pay to win, because it's not lying if the CEO says, oh, it won't be pay to win. If they think pay to win is this, you think pay to win is this, and then they say it's not pay to win, and they do this, they're not lying. Their subjective notion of what pay to win is just different to yours. So this idea like, oh, it won't be pay to win because they said, unless they literally outline exactly what they think pay to win is, it literally says nothing. Like it doesn't give you any information at all, because the concept of pay to win is going to be different for everybody, and it's especially going to be different for the person making the fucking game and making the money from the game than it is for you as a consumer. Consumers can't even agree what's pay to win. You go to like Black Desert Online and say, oh, this is pay to win, the community will be like, no, it's not. No, it's just pay for convenience. Like, if the consumers can't agree on it, why the fuck do you think you and a CEO of the company making it would have, like, the same opinion of what pay to win is? This guy says not pay to win to them is still pay to win to Western audiences for what it's worth. This is an old talking point. And I know this video's got into, like, a bit of a rant, but fuck it, why not? The idea that Korean games are pay to win and Western games are not pay to win is just fucking it's old. Like, this is just not true anymore. Like, if you can name, of the top 10 MMOs currently being played, if you can name one that isn't pay to win, I think the only one you can make the argument for is that doesn't have almost any subjective like things you can buy that give you any kind of an advantage, is probably Final Fantasy 14. I think that's like, from my knowledge, like Elder Scrolls Online, you can buy shit that gives you an advantage. WoW, you can buy gold and then you can buy all the gear with the gold. Albion Online, you can buy gear and you can buy gold. Fucking old school RuneScape, you can buy gold, you can buy gear. What else have we got? Guild Wars 2. There's like loads of convenient shit in the shop in that game. Don't know if you can buy gold because I haven't played it in so long, but oh, actually you could trade gems for gold, right? And vice versa. You can buy gold in pretty much all of these games, like all MMOs. So this idea that like not pay to win. So funnily enough, the only fucking game that obviously there's going to be other games, don't get me wrong, but the only game that's probably in the top 10 that doesn't have any pay to win, and I haven't played Final Fantasy 14 in so long, so who knows, but to my knowledge, Final Fantasy 14 is a Japanese game, so it's not Western, and that's one of the only games that I can think of that's popular in the MMO space that doesn't have pay to win.
Yeah,
so it's like this
true.
is just it's old.
Yeah, to say that it's an Eastern game, it's a Korean game, it has to be pay to win. It's like, brother, there's no Western game that's not pay to win either. Let's be, once upon a time, maybe, but that's no longer true. And even Final Fantasy has, like, there's ways to pay to win in that game. Like, whether directly or indirectly. WoW's pay to win, brother. WoW is pay to win, bro. You can sell stuff for gold. It's still a different pay to win, kinda. Yeah, you know, but we're not like, if we were to argue about semantics for pay to win, we'd be here all night. But the fact of the matter is, if it's in the realm of pay to win, regardless of like what level, it's pay to win.
Old and also wrong. This is also an interesting comment that I'll provide some pushback on. It seems like I just disagree completely with the MMORPG subreddit and everybody on it in most cases. It could be the best MMO ever made, but if it has shitty pay to win monetization, it will still fail. Incorrect. Box price with a few free months. And
very, very incorrect. I agree with Kira on this one. It's very, very incorrect. I mean, look at DFO. Look at Maple Story. You know what I mean? Just to name a few.
And then a sub is the only way to make a good MMO. Incorrect. Cosmetics are not the way to go either. Those should be earned. Mate, fucking get back in your DeLorean and go back to 1997 because this is just not. I agree, by the way. Box price, subscription, no cosmetics. My game. You know, my guy. It's 2025. Like, we do not have that, and we are not going to have that. There'll be an indie developer that with 3 people shitting in a bucket in their mum's basement that comes out and has that. And you know how many
Harris Land not pay to win. Oh, mega lol. Winnie! What's up, Winnie? You can't quack in games, so we're gonna quack over here.
many people will play it? 50, right? And then
Yeah,
it'll fail,
exactly,
or it'll go
Kim,
free to play
exactly.
and then start selling things, because there's no world in which a company, if you go into a fucking boardroom of a big company that has enough money and experience to make an MMO and say, right guys, I've got the plan, pour the tea out lads, let's have a conversation. My plan for our business going forward is we're going to make the hardest genre on the planet to make, and we're going to set the fucking ceiling of how much money we can make for this incredibly risky project, this incredibly risky business venture, by only selling subscriptions and box prices like it's fucking 2003. You're fired. You no longer have a job. Nobody's doing this. It's not something that is going to happen. You live in a fantasy world if you think it is. Is that the best way? Is that going to be the best game? There will be people that won't pay a sub that will say no. So there's no like,
it's not sustainable. No.
Treating this entire thing as if it's black and white. Like, oh,
conceptually, it's nice, right? Like when you think about it, it's like, oh, in a perfect world.
oh, sub is best. Some people won't play sub. That's literally why free-to-play games started to exist. And then this other monetization model popped up, got popularized with MapleStory, microtransactions. Here we are, fucking 23 years later or whatever it's been. So, yeah, this is silly. It could be the best MMO ever made, and our shitty monetization, it will still fail. Objectively untrue. Black Desert Online makes billions of dollars, and that has shitty fucking wipe your ass bidet shower 5 times and you can still smell the shit. Shitty arse monetization.
It's true.
Pay to win is all fuck. In most people's objective analysis of what an advantage would be that you're paying for to then win at something. And yet BDO makes billions of dollars. It's whether you say, oh, making money doesn't make something successful. Okay, in a business sense it does. But in terms of player perception, BDO is popular. Like, the game's been popular. and is probably going to remain popular for, however long they support the game for. It is an objective success. Didn't fail. So this is untrue. And box price with a few free months is the only way to make a good MMO. Good luck with that. If it has enhancement-based gearing, it won't last. It doesn't have...
It's pretty crazy how confidently wrong a lot of people are in the MMORPG subreddit.
like fails and your gear breaks and stuff like that, as far as I'm aware. So, it's not RNG in that way. They've just basically, as far as I'm aware, passed off the RNG to like stats that you get on stuff. So kind of like playing an ARPG, I guess. Like, here we go, somebody just saying things that are just untrue, giving away that they're a fucking idiot. Let me ask a simple question. Did Arcade fail before it was a bad game? Or did it primarily fail because it was a poorly managed game? I'll ask another simple question. Which success stories have Kakao brought forward in their publishing career in the past decade? The answer to these two questions will tell you how Chrono Odyssey will turn out. Kakao had nothing to do with Arcade for like the first 10 years of the game existing, and it failed after like a year. So, are you okay?
There, bro. I swear, these type of people, they just probably Googled like, okay, Kakao games. What games did they have under their banner? Oh, Arcade. Oh, Arcade failed. Oh, so Kakao was the reason why. Like, no, bro. Know the history of the game first.
Brother, are you all right? Arcade failed because the game had like a great foundation. They changed some things around that didn't work and added monetization at a time when the game was basically at its apex. And for a bunch of reasons, in combination with the pay to win, people stopped playing the game. And then they didn't come back because at that point it's tainted, right? You can look at New World. Once people are done with an MMO, they most likely don't come back unless it gets
I still love BDO. I still like BDO. I come back from time to time. Server should be up in like 3.5 hours. 3.5? Yeah, 3.5 hours.
Really, really good, and it just didn't. By the time Kakao took over in publishing the game, like a decade had gone by. Irrelevant. You can't put Arcade's failures on Kakao. They took over XL Games after XL had already fucked the game. BDO was mismanaged for sure, but I put that more on PA than Kakao. Ultimately, Kakao has to do what the developers say as the publisher. PA pushed for pay to win and has been pushing for pay to win for a long time now. This idea that Kakao made BDO pay to win is hilarious. Again, it's third-party publishing, and if that was the case, as soon as Kakao was no longer partnered to publish the game from Pearl Abyss, surely the game would have removed all the pay to win stuff, right? And not just continue to add it and not taking it away. Common sense. Did Kakao make the game worse? Who fucking knows? Some people say BDO got more free-to-play friendly when Kakao was out of the picture. Yeah, they weren't kicking 30 to 50% of profits back to Kakao, so they could afford to probably make a little bit less money and give people a little bit more free stuff, so it looks positive PR-wise. Yeah, of course, right? But they didn't remove the pay-to-win. And then this guy who said the thing that's been upvoted, by the way, this based on objectively just untrue statements that anyone who's followed this industry at all would know within 5 minutes, or Googled for fucking 30 seconds would know is just complete nonsense. He says, so it was Bluehole who killed Elian and not Kakao, right? Again, Elian, published by Kakao, don't employ a single fucking coder that put a line of code into the game because they're a publisher. Elian was in development for like 10 years on an engine that's 15 years old, and the game failed repeatedly, and they couldn't figure out. They literally 180'd the game development 6 months before the game came out. It was a fucking disaster. Kakao published the game. If you're going to say they made the game fail, you're delusional. There's something wrong with you. Also, Kakao, who owns XL Games 10 years later, not just partners with XL Games. This guy doesn't understand how time works. He thinks because they bought the company now, they somehow made the game 10 whenever Arcade's released. Like,
this guy doesn't understand how time works.
Because they not just partners with XL Games, has no saying how games should be made. ... Right? I guess it was XL Games who pushed for AAU to be pay to win and not buy to play like it had originally had been. Again, I'm bullying somebody that's disabled. Arcade Unchained
Oh
was
my
Gamigo,
God.
you fucking idiot. Like,
Some of these takes are insane, huh?
it's so bad. Arcade Unchained was Gamigo. XL Games was purchased by Kakao after Arcade Unchained was in development. Here you go. 30 seconds of Google. Arcade Unchained released 15th of October 2019. XL Games purchased by Kakao, 53% majority stake, February 11th, 2020. Crazy. Crazy. Scary. Spooky. Hilarious. I guess it was XL Games who pushed for AAU to be pay to play and not buy to play like it had originally had been. A beta buy to play structure first created by Gamigo, not XL Games, but XL Games told Kakao they wanted to be different, right? Do your research, please. Oh, he's fucking done it. He's giving the do your research. He's wrong objectively about the timeline of everything. Do your research. Dot. Motherfucker. This is why this Reddit just triggers me. I've got to log off. I'm done. I'm going back to RuneScape. It's over. It's fucking over. That being said, guys, 30 minutes of totally...
I swear, I don't know why I keep doing it, but every time I go into I go into the MMORPG subreddit just to see a semblance of positivity, and it's just nothing but a cesspool of negativity.
Unrelated content, laughing at fucking idiots on the subreddit. Chrono Odyssey looks cool. Will it be pay to win? Yes. Will it be fun? Who fucking knows? We'll play it and we'll find out. And if it isn't, we will have no skin off our nose, because
people keep complaining about like, oh, but they haven't showed this, they haven't showed that. Like, brother, the first beta, the first like beta isn't even out yet. We get to experience all that. What's the point of criticizing a game about shit that you haven't even seen or experienced yet, that you will see or experience? Criticize after. Experience it for yourself firsthand. Form your own opinion, and then if it's still shit by then just, you know, put out your opinion after.
It's a fucking free-to-play beta, and there's going to be multiple of them. Will I play the game and show you me playing the game and talk about the game once the game comes out? If I get access.
Also, a way to feel content for 40 minutes.
Like me,
exactly.
Who would have thought why? And I think I lost contact with anyone I knew who worked at Kakao. So I guess I have to hope that I get like a random invitation or whatever. And if I don't, guess I won't be covering the game. I'll probably look at some other people playing the game if that's the case, and give my thoughts and feelings on it and whatever else. Hopefully the cash shop is in the beta. It usually isn't. This is like a common business practice where they don't put it in and then they surprise it of you, like, oh, surprise, my dick's in your ass. But obviously, I'm hoping it is so we can have like a real conversation about how this stuff's going to impact the game after we played the game and understand how the game works. That being said, thanks for watching the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. Go check out GamerSups. They have loads of promos going on. I don't think I can talk about the one that's about to come up because they've told me not to. But you can use my link in the video description to get a discount. Anything you spend
around beginning August
using my discount code gives you money off, and then it passes on some of the money that you spent to me.
I had somebody who told me that they would buy me access to Ashes if I wanted to, if I played with them. But I don't know, man. I don't want to waste people's money if and I ended up not liking it, and I just don't. And then I just don't keep playing, you know. Legenda, thank you for the follow, Legenda. Welcome. Founder packs are pretty expensive still. Yeah.
As an affiliate thing, so that's cool. Thanks. Suggest content if you want to see me cover something, and I'll see you next time. Stay safe. Peace.
Yeah, I liked it already. Good. Oh shit. Not gonna lie, that was pretty funny. Yeah. Well, we still have like 3.5 hours or something like that. Yeah. If you guys have any other Reddit threads or videos you want me to watch, just link it. I do allow links on Twitch. Just nothing that will get me banned, please. Can't wait to play Ashes in the next 20 years. Not like this. But, I made a mistake spending a good amount of money on Camelot Unchained Founder Time, but yeah, I guess it will never come. Wait, really? Hopefully not too much, man. I never paid attention too much to Camelot. Like I would read articles about it from here and there before, but 2029 will be the final alpha test. That's so scary. Way too much logic here, sir. I didn't get kicked out yet. Let's see. Are there any... Bro, they have a crying Atiri orange. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh. Hello. Wait, is this the new costume? What the? Oh yeah? It's normally the next part of Dark Age of Camelot. What was and is, in my opinion, still one of the great, best and balanced PvP games ever. TTK killed most of the people of most of the good PvP in modern times. Yeah, TTK is always like a pretty back and forth discussion. Ooh. Ew. Ascending slash. Yeah. The reason why I keep my tokens at like 9k for the most part in NA is because of this. I'm waiting for these to get back. I'm waiting for them to correct it. And it was the crystal one? Yeah, I'm not quite sure actually. ESO was the last kind of reasonable good PvP, at least in the beginning. Yeah, and then the meta in ESO got really stale. The hell is this? The crystal one in NA? I thought that was just a rerun, no? It's just this, no? Isn't this it? Just a rerun, right? It's different. Oh, okay, okay. That one? Yeah, yeah, that's been out in NA. KR had it, but not NA. No, we've had that one. I have that I have that same costume, unless I'm. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's just a remodel of it? Oh. We're like... Boom. Gems. Chrono. When are we ever getting the new hairstyles like in KR? I hope soon, man. Would be nice to have some variety, even though I usually cover up my character's head, but would be nice to hide the helmet. Can you tell me if my build is cheeks? Yeah, post it. You have a you have a quest log for it? Since April? Winnie, I thought we would have greatsword users bonking people with carrots by now. Oh look, free streaming right now, Dune. Oh, look at my guy. Let me see. This one specifically? Top is crit, mid is what I have in run, bottom is curse bomb. You're not running Ray of Disaster? On a deckman? You lose a lot of damage if you don't run Ray. Okay, okay. Masteries. You should probably get this. It's like, just an example, right? Like, you see this right here? It gives you perception too, even though it doesn't tell you initially. So let's say like, okay, I can't edit this. But like, if you were to like level 10 this one, it would also give you like 2 wisdom, I believe. So that's like another 2 stat points that you need. Okay, you have these 2. I don't really worry about this one, to be honest. I'd probably go for this instead. Or even this right here. If you're trying to do damage, like I don't think you don't ever need you'll never have this passive in your you'll never use this passive anyway. It's just a bit of a waste. This one though, you need this one if you want to do if you want to do more damage. Gives you way more damage. If you have it. On a curse bomb. Only problem I'm seeing with this right now is when I'm looking at your stats, you have 1.5k magic crit. Right? You have to realize that because you only have 1.2k magic hit chance, you're going for low, like no, people that don't build evasion basically, and people that don't build evasion are usually endurance. So you can expect, like for me for example, my endurance is 2k. Right? If you go into a combat like simulator and like crit rate, let's say you have 1.5 and somebody has like 2k endurance, you never crit. Not only do you not crit, you also have an added chance to do glancing damage. And when you glance damage, you do minimum damage. How long does the server usually stays down? This one, Labrisco, is 6.5 hours. So it's gonna be up in like 3 hours. So when you decide to go, hold on. Mainly Seekers, Templar, or Glad, yeah. Yeah. So let's say you went 2.2k magic crit. 2.2k, let's say somebody builds like 2k. You only have an 18% chance to land a crit. And if they have like crit damage reduction, it lowers it even more. So if you were to go like high on, if you were to go like this route, you need to take advantage of magic heavy. That's where the chunk damage comes from. Let me try to bring up a build here. See if I can still find it. If not, I can just like reference a different one that I had going. Because you have, this is your current, you said, right? Infernal Demon. If we can get this, that would be better. If you can get that instead of this Death Knell. with the dex instead of the perception hit. Let me try to go off of memory here. Yo, what's up, Firestarter? Thanks for the follow, brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Uh, I'm gonna go that route. What was that? Oh, okay. Double spectral. You going Forgotten Lotus, Forgotten Lotus. I go this route and Blossom is one. If I go Blossom here though, I think I need like enough to get a set now. Yeah, I'd go that route. So right now we're at what? Imperial, 2-piece. Forgotten Lotus, 2-piece. Imperial, Imperial. 2-piece Imperial, right? Imperial. Okay, I need to change that up. Lotus, 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 Lotus. Okay. Golden Primal Barb would get me heavy for Bracelet. I run with the Death Knell and the Brute. Going 80 plus dex would drop my EVA 160. 160. Coil is also the only EVA belt. Yeah, it's up, Farsar. I was lucky enough to get that Barb Cup. Barb Cup is pretty crazy. So you gotta decide on like what you're playing here, because are you playing this mostly for arena, or this I'm guessing this is more for GBGs, right? If you're going to the GBG scene a little bit. Spectral. Forgotten. I'd maybe skip out on the Imperial, since you're not gonna be relying too much on crit anyway. If somebody has lower, yeah. GVG, yeah. I don't have a currently I have a pocket healer, so going glass top build would cook me. Not unless you're ranging from not unless you're finding like good angles to pigeon from. Like there's like the main thing about GBG is just finding shit to pigeon from. What would I do for? Yeah, no. If you're trying to actually kill evasion targets, you shouldn't be trying to go for like pure magic hit. It's just generally like not a bad not a good idea. I'd probably go like movement speed right? Because I'd probably go that instead, and then just go like SDR into this. You want like a little bit more survivability. You go, I don't know, health into. You can leave magic hit chance here, if you already have it. You go max health on that. Yeah. No, as because essentially what he's trying to what he needs to do here is he needs to stack on he needs to stack on heavy, right? Like again, you can kind of try to fine tune this build as much as you can, but generally the play that you're going for is heavy. Because it's hard. It's because your target, you're basically forgoing with this build. You're 100%, by the way. You're forgoing your hit for more heavy. So you can actually kill the endurance builders that you have. Because you're not trying to target. If you notice you're missing on somebody, who's probably like evasion build, you don't build, you don't target those people, right? Like that's why target selection is like key. Because you need to know who you can kill, and you need to remember those guys. Yo, Benny Killer, the real Norden. What's going on, boys? Thank you for the follow, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, melee. Yeah. Heavy. I go heavy. Heavy or crit. If you, because the idea is you want to be able to kill people. You want to crit heavy as much as you can, so you can't really half-ass the build. Like trust me, the people that you're trying to hit do not have evasion for you to be needing to 1.2k evasion hit chance. Yeah, what's up, Benny? I do have a good spear dagger build that's only focused on PvE. I don't, unfortunately, know. Although dagger PvE is, spear dagger PvE is pretty straightforward. You don't really use too many skills. Cape. Yeah. Let's go with that. Mana regen. Alright. Go with that. Now you're at 1k heavy attack, 2.3k critical. Good chance, good chance. I play on Oblivion and it's heavy melee Eva meta. The middle build was just so I could hit most people and still have enough debuff crit to deal with endurance players. Yeah, but if people are building mostly melee evasion, I wouldn't worry about it. Like kill them through splash damage. Like you need to reliably find the people that you can kill because like people build differently, and you need in every GBG your job as a DPS. If like assuming you know how much damage you can do already with the build that you're carrying, is that you need to find out who you can kill. That's it. And then just repeat kill them every single time they hop on that roof. If there's other people that are in that vicinity and they get hit with AoEs, that's just a bonus. Right? It's like you're not worried too much about like anybody else. Yeah, we want a CDR, we want kind of like that. We could give up mana cost efficiency since you're a staff user anyway. And adjust this accordingly depending on the meta in your server. Okay, I can't really give too much advice on like defensives just because of the fact that like every server differs. If there's more melee on your server, then you know, or you just completely give up with the fact that like maybe you're never gonna be able to dodge GS users and you just full send it on like magic, not magic endurance. You just full send it on that. Right. So we should have 2.3, wait. 2.6 critical hits. With somebody that builds like 2k. Yeah, almost 40% chance. Go back to builder. Side heavy, side crit, side hit. Let's go with that. The hell? Huh. Pizza Taya, yeah. Sorry if it's not allowed. No, you're good, you're good, you're good. You're good. I allow links as long as it's not like sussy links, but quest log is fine. Dude, I found it hard to get my hands on unlocked trade stones. Yeah, that's like the time gate part of the game that we're kind of like a little concerned with as well, is because of that. This one though, this doesn't really give you any raw stats. I'd say just okay, there you go. 1.1 heavy for go magic hits. Melee evasion. Look, it's a kill or be killed world out here, brother. You you gotta. I would not forego this right here for melee evasion. GS user is gonna fuck you either way. Like you might as well go that route. Right? Because it's like you have to decide who you're trying to evade. Problem is, like if you're trying to full send it on like melee evasion, you have to full send it on melee evasion. You have to. And even then, somebody who has a hit build will still probably be able to kill you. See what else we can tweak. Okay, yeah. Just fuck it, bro. Like, just give up on the thought that you're gonna be able to build enough melee evasion. Just be a rat. That's all I can tell you. It's like realistically, like what are the odds that you will actually be able to build like enough evasion to evade a GS user? My weapon is 400 for one trade. Oh, 400. What do you have, an arc boss weapon? Oh, you rich. Oh, you rich. Digon. I feel like 1.3k is still pretty high. I mean, it's whatever. Yeah, what's up, Bully? Welcome. Yeah, it's just you kind of have to you almost have to just like resign yourself to the fact that you're gonna get hit. It's just all it comes. It's just really what it comes down to. Yeah, you might as well do magic evasion. You might as well do something like that. Even ranged, if you really want to try to avoid like the crossbow users. You can switch it up, right? Depending on like who you're afraid of most. Most melee outside hit builds, yeah. Problem is like you get um so there's only gonna be more and more people that build Cordy GS. And most GS dags, most GS users tend to go the route of GS spear, especially. Yeah, they go that route. So it's gonna be rough for you if you try to spread out your evasion. Like, because if you're going triple Eva, you go triple Eva. You don't have damage if you go triple Eva. So you really have to make you're always gonna be vulnerable to at the very least like one, and it's most likely gonna be melee. So instead of like investing your points into something that's gonna most likely hit you anyway, invest into something that like if their kill squad is mostly formed by like crossbow dags, you go range Eva. We fixed this one, right? Perception percent. That should be good. Yeah, you can change these melee evasions. Change that melee evasion. Um. mm, I'm playing Ravager and got Cordy. Wait, you got a Cordy crossbow today? Bro, that is big. Like, that's actually big. Wait. Do you not have... What should we call it? Good chance. Hit chance, CC chance. You could decide. You could go this route if you want to, or you could even just go. Yeah, like full send it on. Fuck. I really wanted that. Fuck. Crit chance 2.6, 2.629. All right, let's say I drop that. I make it 79 instead. Two, 5, 6, 4. 36% versus 38.62. 38.62. 38.62. 2.6% versus 5% CDR. So yeah, 33.1 CDR. Hit chance is low, crit is fine. That build need hit chance? No, it doesn't. Um, 2.5k crit. Or if you go to evasion, you don't need 80 dex. Yeah. It's not really so much the evasion. It's more for the crit chance. Uh, 1.1 could be higher. I mean, you could still stack it. 2.5k crit. What artifacts do you have? Oh, okay. I get it. Chaos artifact? Yo, you mean chaos runes? Yeah, this really is up to you. You could go either way. You could go for the 5% CDR, or you could forego it for just more dex instead. More points into dex for more max damage. It's up to you. Test it out. Decide on like which one you think is better. Are you going for the evasion? You do a lot more damage. I'm not sure about a lot, but you do more. You will do more damage just because technically, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Honestly. I mean, it doesn't even matter. Stun and CC resist. Stun resist? Oh yeah, it's true. Nobody really builds stun chance. But if you're stacking this, you better stack it, and otherwise it's. I think that's better. 2.72769 crit. 43.4 chance to crit. Yeah. The thing is, like, if you go triple Eva, like, man, triple Eva's so cooked, man, because you just do no damage. Like, you're probably dumpster on like shitters, but if you're going to like higher level PvP, you need to do damage. I think we're okay with sticking with that for now. As long as we have the range percent, that's good enough. Yeah. Yeah, we could push it. Go Vienta on this, yeah. Actually, don't even. No, not even Vienta. Where the fuck the banquet, bro? Like, give me a crit heavy. Where is it? Heavy crit, baby. Fuck it. Verkant dagger is the best dagger right now. Well, it depends. Depends on your build. You could it's definitely the best cheapest one you could get. Doesn't matter this one. Doesn't matter this one. This one. Well, actually, no. Yeah, critters. Critters for some attack speed. Yeah, you can do damage, but I can hit Eva players. Actual Eva players, you will not be able to hit them, no. But you have to realize that people that are building evasion have evasion passives. Like whether it's a SNS dag or a crossbow dag. If they have their evasions, like the evasion passives like popped, you're not gonna be able to hit them, no. Tevent gives you more utility. Yeah, for this build, Tevent would probably be better than like say the Lose Noah if you had to choose between both arc boss weapons. If you're going triple evasion, then you need Delu dags. If you don't have Delu dags and you're going triple evasion, then you're kind of trolling. How to counter Cordy's as a healer? You don't really. The best thing you can do to counter Cordy is as soon as you see them dash in, you'll always see this because like you'll always see a Cordy dash in before they spin. As soon as they dash in, CC them. So like the only wait, hold on. Like the only real way that you that's good like the lose no daggers is usually if you're playing like triple Eva, because you kind of want to get your resets in, right? Like with triple Eva, you probably get like the CD down to like 15 seconds or lower. And that's essentially you're essentially using that as your utility as well. And this is also a really good way to stop Cordy's. They're immune to CC when they dash. You don't try to pull them when they dash. The dash is your sign that they're going to spin. You don't want to CC you don't want to CC a Cordy before they spin. You want to CC them as they spin. I can just clone. Wait, I can see. I just clone this. Well, yeah, no. If you're the seeker, that's not your job. That's your SNS's job. So it's two things, right? Like if there's staff user that has freeze, if there's a Deluge Noah dagger, you try to CC the Cordy so they can't, so their spin gets canceled essentially. There's another issue where it's like if they have a Cordy wand user in their party and you see the golden like fucking thing that's covering them, that means they have a Cordy wand protecting them from like all sorts of CC besides collision. Then at that point in time, it's your SNS user's job to, as soon as they spin, pull them. As soon as they spin, collision them. If you're SNS, if you're a spear user, if you have a Deluge Noah spear, dash them. And then as soon as you cancel their Cordy spin, what they're gonna try to do is they're gonna try to play life. They're probably gonna hold Q, because like usually Cordy spinners, in order to survive, they like to hold Q. And because of the masteries, they pop their defensives, get enough stamina back, and then they can Q block again, and they survive that way, and they get mana. That's when you, if you're a spear user, that's when you hopefully you have Cataclysm in your skill bar and you knock them down, and then they're easy kills. Yeah. But if you have a Cordy wand user with them, you need collision is the only thing that can really fuck them. How much can they reach melee Eva with passive? There's probably people that can attain like 4K plus. 4K? 4K melee Eva? But yeah, it's all about like realistically, it's all about like knowing what the upper limits. The key, the reason like I don't even play staff dag, by the way. Like the only reason why I know that these are like, if you can get them higher, even better. Like that's if you have like chaos runes, right? The only reason why I know that you need to build like around these numbers, if not higher, is because like the key about knowing how and what to build in Throne, for the most part, if you have a rough idea, is knowing the upper limits of people's stats. Like if you have a rough idea of what the upper limit of people's stats are, if you don't know, ask the people in your guild. Then you'll know what to build. If you ask like people in your guild, for example, that like let's say me specifically, right? It's like if you ask me like, hey Fatty, what you're a Templar Curse Bomber, right? Yeah, I'm like, yeah. Like, all right, how much endurance do you usually run? Like how much magic endurance do you usually run? And I'll be like, yeah, usually like, I mean like magic endurance, like yeah, around 2K. A pure tank will run way more than that, obviously, because like that's 2K without the endurance passive. So you know, pure tanks will generally run more than that. And that's your basis right there. That's how you know how much you're going to build. And that's why like even like, you know, 2K 2.8K, I'm like, yeah, if I can get it higher, I'll get it higher. Right? Magic heavy attack, you know, if people, let's say like seekers, let's say seekers that build band resistance leader, heavy attack evasion, right? Or, you know, they build whatchamacallit, blossom, right? They build like heavy attack evasion. Upper limit of heavy attack evasion probably around, how much is it? Like close to like around 900, give or take. If people full send it on that, then probably like over, they could probably bring it over 4 digits. Then that's your basis right there. But not everybody's gonna run that. So you're gonna have a lot of victims with these stats. And again, it's all about target selection. If you're in a GVG, once you figure out who you can target or who you should target, you full send it on that guy immediately. Because if you have like 1 or 2 targets that you know for a fact that you will always be able to kill the moment they step on the rift, that's it. As a single person, you are now a double value person every single time. If you're able to kill those people every single time, that's 2 people not on the rift. Anything more than that is a bonus, right? Like if you get like the big frags, the meteor, the, you know, the big AoE frags that you can potentially get, that's a bonus, right? Like if you can find those plays and you can make those plays, make them. This one, I don't know. Can I clone this? Hold on. Is this cloned technically? If not, I can just screenshot that for you. Tag me on. Are you in the Dynasty Discord? I can just, or tell me your Discord name. I'll miss it, or DM me in Discord. I'll DM it. I'll DM it to you. Clone. In this. Wait, will you be able to see that? This one? Copy build. Oh wait. Thoughts on the crit build? This one? Damn. Low heavy, high crit, 600 heavy. Not bad. It's a little high, but that's fine. If you can sacrifice hit for more crit or heavy, that would be good. But that's not too bad. This one, I mean, you go in this one if you have 609 heavy attack, magic heavy, you go in with the understanding that the way that magic evasion work is 1-to-1. So anybody who builds more than this, basically which basically means when I say that, basically anybody who actually builds magic heavy attack evasion will most likely be higher than your current magic heavy attack. So long as you're aware that like you notice you're not heavying on somebody, then they most likely built magic heavy attack evasion, or heavy attack evasion rather. And again, it's all about target selection. Like there's no, this build isn't wrong, even though like it has low heavy. But you just have to. But if like the victims you have in your server are people that don't build heavy attack evasion, then this build is gonna be perfect, right? But if they do, then this build's not gonna work. So it really depends on like how it works on your server. If it works there, then by all means it's the right build. If you move to another server or people move to your server and the build no longer works because they build against it, then it's the wrong build. Then you need to tweak it again. There you go. I'll send you the... All dagger users have some sort of evasion. My party member explodes so fast. The thing is, like, your party member probably builds glass cannon like this. They probably build glass cannon. But glass cannon works if, number one, you have a team that's good at keeping you alive. Or number two, you know how to rat around and find the high ground advantage. And hit from a safe range. That's basically it. That's all there is to it. That's why, like, even though like libs technically are not in the meta anymore, in the tournament you'll still see them like do a ton of damage because they probably built like 30-meter range. They're up in the air. Tanks can't reach them, and they just rain down on people. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it just all depends on like what the server, to be honest. Like generally, I wouldn't build this, but if it works, right? Like if you say that's how it is on a server. But generally, I like having like heavy just because heavy is a broken stat. Like I've said it time and time again, heavy attack chance is broken as fuck. I don't think it should even exist in the game. Yo, Mr. Invo, what's up, brother? Glass lives are scary. Range is no joke. They're scary if they're rats. If you have a lib that's an absolute rat, let's say like, what's a good like location? Like if I go like Talus, right? Let's say like for like best in guild, right? Like in the tournament, like we meme on libs because there's such easy targets and there's such free kills, but a rat lib will perform. But if it's a wrong map, they're fucked. Like, but this is like one of the like the premier spots, right? Woo! Tested any Devo stuff on KR? Not yet. That's actually we went on like a 4-hour React session, bro. I was supposed to be testing like the Devo stuff here, but then we just ended up reacting and looking at people's builds. Holy shit! Oh fuck, fuck, fuck! Wrong, 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 wrong. Oh. All right. What is it like? Cause if like let's say like Talus, right? And he can get up here, by the way. Um, even on a rift. See that branch right there? You can get on that. Oh fuck. Too far, too far. You can get on that branch and then you can actually hit people as a lib, you can hit people up to like here. So if you're playing like max range, like glass cannon, and you just go there every single time, you get way, way, way more value. I sent check the Discord DMs. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if you log in, this is KR. If you log in now, we can test it. We don't have to be in the same server because we could just hop on a war game. Wait, I think it's like 2 people. It can be up to like 4. Wait, are you in the same server? Anyone able to help me in Urban? I'm a fucking fat American. Wait, hold on. American? I see. You're a burger. You're gonna be a burger, bro. There you go. Yeah, you got. You're caught. Um. That's crazy. This game died so fast on Twitch. It is what it is, brother. Every MMO, for the most part. Well, that and it's also like 5 a.m. in the morning. And games on maintenance. In NA. You're in Siena? Oh shit, okay. Hey, fuck it, eh? Let's just... This 4 ones. How do others cut you? I don't want to join that lobby. It's not a want, it's a need. About to get held hostage. How do other countries see America right now, like California and all that? Crazy part is like I don't really know. I'm American. I'm American too, bro. In boom. You can't. You can't take the vulnerable. Oh, no, not like this, bro. Too late, buddy. Okay. That is a good question. How anybody here who doesn't live in the US, what are you guys' views on what's happening right now? Because I'm biased. I'm American. I'm biased. Fuck me. Oh shit! Hold on. Oh wait, wait. I think we can still do it. What? Yes, yes, you can indeed do that. It. Yeah, you start. Sorry. Elbozo strat. Yeah, that's how we had like 3 people before we didn't have the test, so we just invited each other into the party. Look. Oh wait, hold on. Blood devotion. The buff. Hold on. Gotta remove some passives. Aha! Ooh! Ooh! Yeah, PayPal somebody in the other team. Boom! Blood Devo. Easy. You get the debuff? What? No way. No shot. What the fuck? Huh? Is it just invisible now? A blood devotion, it auto changes my message. Let's get CD, try again. Oh my god, the Devo goes through. Don't tell, bro. If you tell me that they bugged it again to the point where it doesn't give you the debuff and that applies to the part, oh lord. He isn't getting a debuff? Possibly. But it was giving us a debuff before when we were trying it, being in the opposite teams. Ah, yeah, it's there. I see it. 20-second debuff. Technically. Three, two, one. Hidden debuff now. Still got 15-second CD. Yeah. Yeah, it shows if you pull up all buffs, debuffs on my end. Oh, there it is. Yeah, he has it. He has it. Chain? Chain is in Blood Devo? Wait. Like, in this pull? Oh, okay, okay. It keeps changing. ETA up on server time? About an hour and 9 minutes. Unless it gets delayed. Okay, okay. Bloody okay, okay. One sec. Bloody voing now. It starts right away. Okay, right. I have mine too, right? Yes, his. Huh. LMAO is censored? Fucking hell. Yeah, I had to click on all buffs just to see it. What the fuck? That's so weird, bro. You gotta click. You gotta have this shit up now, just so you know the buff timer or the debuff timer. We can try being same team, but need one more person. Anybody here has a KR account that wants to jump in and test this? Yo, Chupacabra's behind you. I fucking love that dude. Thanks for the follow, brother. Welcome, welcome, man. All the followers, all the new followers, appreciate y'all. All the lurkers. If you haven't followed yet, I don't know, man. You gotta follow, bro. Any KR account havers? Let me see. Yeah, follow him now. Now I need all the people that I know that have KR accounts are asleep because it's 5 a.m. and I'm the only degenerate that's still awake. Yeah. Got messed up by this update. Uh, Yo, what's up, Nugget? You woke me up. How do? What the hell? Did you? Rosoto. What's up, Jamie? For NA, not yet. This is KR. Servers are not up until another hour. Wait, no, 2 hours. How did I get here? That's a good question. I mean, you've always been here. What do you mean? Yeah, anybody have a KR account that we can test with? Epic's asleep. Okay, who else do I know? Oh. FTP. 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 I do, but bro, it's 5 a.m. Come on, Nugget. Come on, bro. I see you haven't been online in 265 days, bro. Come on now. Dagger fist. Yeah, lock in, Nugget. Come on now. Bro, 265 days, brother's about to have like an hour patch, bro. I just recently came back to Throne and I'm addicted again. This game is better than all the hate it gets for sure. Oh yeah, 100%, Jamie. There's a lot of doomer out there, and like, is the game perfect? Absolutely not, right? Like, no game is. But a lot of the people that are dooming on it are most of them are people that have like 2,000 hours in the game and they're just burnt out. It's like, play something else, bro. There's a lot of things to criticize about the game. 100%. I don't disagree with that at all. But to pretend like any other game out there is not guilty of that is, yeah. I need exit log to even log in. Oh, you didn't make it on a Taiwan account? On Forge. I'm a doomer. Did you make a doomer video, Invo? God damn it. I come from ESO and people have been saying it would die since 2016 and it's still going. Yeah, well, but after this update, maybe. Yours is Russian? Then you don't need a exit lag then. Yeah. Man, I want this Amatoy so bad. Look how creepy that is. White ass lips. I don't know, man. There's still a lot of people that play the game. I'm not too worried about it. I think the competitive crowd for sure is probably gonna be burnt out. That's because there's not much to do. Like, what else do we have to do right now besides collect like collect materials for T4 T3 weapons? What are y'all doing? I fell asleep playing COA. We're testing the blood depot changes on KR, but we need like a third person. I took a break right before the servers all merge, so I'm way behind. There's a lot of catch-up mechanics now, Jamie, so you don't even have to worry. You'll prog really fast. $4,500? I mean, 4,500, you get your artifacts, you get the 5K right away. I spent 50 bucks in Palma. Hell yeah. Just keep spending, you'll get up there in no time. No, bro, take it from a free-to-play like me. You don't need to spend, but if you want to, I mean, it's a question of like what you value more, right? It's like, do you value your time or your money more? I'm just going for the easy ones here. Actually, I don't even need to. What if I don't value either? Well, that's free real estate, brother. That means you spend money and you grind. Easy. You know, decent Scorpion PvP build? I don't care if I should go triple Eva or nah. I mean, the choice between like triple Eva or not is really dependent on you. Like triple Eva, you'll always forego a bit of damage. Most crossbow dogs users I know go glass cannon that are in kill squads. I just want the Dagon staff and wanted to catch up. And so I don't have much time, so being able to pay to keep up is a nice feature. I've only spent like 150. I don't think that's bad. Oh yeah, I mean the thing is like you could technically pay to win that stuff, but you still need the upgrade materials. But if like having it right away is something that's like good for you, then absolutely go for it. I bought my Dagon staff for 34. Oh no, not this, not like this reform. That was the early days of Dagon, eh? I mean, it's still good. It's still a really good weapon. Certain cases, I'd like you know, still prefer it over Bellendir even. But the Deleuze Noah staff, though, you know what I mean? I bought mine for 41k. Damn, you guys are rich. Holy shit. I got mine for 3400 Lucent. Oh yeah, Staff Dag is meta right now. I mean, it's been meta for quite a bit. Fortune Stone event? I think so. I haven't really been paying attention to it. I didn't want to spend all my soul just for it. The greatsword players are crushing me into me like hell. Yeah. Well, I mean, if a greatsword user decides to build, if a GS Dag like decides to build, or GS Spear decides to build like hit, you're not gonna be able to evade them anyway. $3,400. 41 for wait. Yo, if it ain't solo City, what's going on, brother? Good shit in the tourney. 53k is pretty. It's hella cheap for a Cordy. What the heck? That's like half. No? Why am I checking prices here, bro? This is fucking Korea. Templar best class in the game. Hell yeah. Everyone used to hate on me and tell me to switch. I'm glad I never listened. Yeah, honestly, unless you're in like a very competitive guild, like hardcore competitive, and you have to conform to the meta, you don't have to reroll. Don't worry about rerolling. What if the whole player base was like that, and only less than 100 people were in the raffle? That might have been possible if it was region based, but it's not. That's the thing. It's the entire world, bro. It's the entire world. That's the crazy part. Yo, free, my man. Ladies and gentlemen, that is free FR33 for real 33. One of my co-casters in the Best in Guild tournament. Back from a journey of Dune Elemente, Dune Ski. EU prices are so. Oh wow. I think NA last I checked was still like close to 100k or 100k. Are we not gonna talk about your detailed HP bar placement? Oh yeah. I love it. I love it in my face like that. That way I don't have to look anywhere. It's not region based. If it was region based, yo, is that the man himself? I am not winning. Yo, what's up, government mule? Anawi, hello, hello. Welcome, 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 Raiders. Spellblade, T1, early T1 probably, when everybody wanted Flashwave in their party. Or like Spellblade was good if you had Bellendir at that time. Are you casting the tourney today / later? It's going to be free. We're winning so far. Flashbang except the HP bar. Yeah, what's up, Matt? Good, good, pretty good. Throne has been intense, shall I say, because of the tournament. We play tonight as well, so it's gonna be a fun time. His next 30 match is oh god. Bella's still better than Daigon? Yeah, Bella opens you up to more plays. Um, but Daigon in general is just it's way better as an all-rounder. Maintenance is 2 hours. 2 hours. Wait. It's supposed to be 6.5. It started at 1:30. 2, 8. 2.5 hours. 2 hours and 23 minutes. If there's no delay. We're playing against Eclipse, I believe. Eclipse. And then I think we played 2 games today. But besides that, I've been playing Dune. Been playing some Dune Ski. I think Dagger works in more situations and the stats are better. Yeah. But for like ZBZs, usually like Siege, I go Bella 100%. Actually, you know what? You know what's crazy for Siege, large scale? Delu works really well. Delu staff works really well. It does a ton of damage. Bro, why can't we have these guys in NA? Well, she's happy. Are you tired? What the fuck? Y'all ain't tired? He's tired. Look, he's barely jumping. Look at her. She's going at it. That means there are 53 minutes left. Yeah, you can't. I don't know. My math is probably wrong on that one. It's 5:30 in the morning, boys. I don't know. Good luck, RG. Yeah, appreciate it, man. It's gonna be interesting for sure. It's to make KR look more pop. I mean, K-pop is, yeah. Made for another 2 hours if it's on time. Oh, so I was right. Come on. What is new in the shop? Nothing really. I mean, you still have these. This is probably the newest outfit they have. Yeah, it's got event stone. We don't know. You how to get the event stone? Just by doing like stuff in game, basically. Contracts, dungeons. $541, man. Kinda hungry. I got my 3K for the Chaos Runes. Yeah, Chaos Runes are nice. That's the first thing I bought before I bought the emotes. What do I even have? Let me see. I wonder if any Koreans are grinding right now. Lienko, what's going on, brother? Thanks for the follow, man. Welcome, welcome. And this is awkward. Are you okay, buddy? This sign is a trap. As far as all the doom and gloom, I think I still have a lot of fun in the game. I think I play do with do too. I'm sure enough people feel the same way to keep the game going until T3. Maybe server merge though. I mean, yeah, it's I think the most of the people that are like quote unquote burnt out are people that have been like hardcore competitive since the start, right? Or for the most part, is because like if you have been, then there's really not a lot for you to grind. Because usually, if there's something for you to grind for, it's not too bad, right? You'll have fun. But for people that have been in the end game that have had all their gear like thus far, it's like all we're really grinding for is just materials that we're assuming we're gonna be using, right? For T3. That's it. That's all we're grinding for right now. And so that's why I always tell people it's like um make sure that you know that it's just you're just getting burnt out. And if you're getting burnt out, I don't know, just do your dailies or some of your dailies even and play another game, bro. Like you don't have to stick to one game. Like you know that, right? Like I know a lot of people like the concept of having a forever MMO, but it's just not realistic. If you know life a game, you're gonna get to the end game, and you're gonna get all the gear that you're gonna get. I'm trying to see if there's like a party. Is there a party going, Burkhan? Bull Demon. I'm an altaholic, and this game too hard to make a decent alt. But now that I got my main set, I can build an alt. Yeah, exactly. Just build it on the side. What's your TnL play time? Hours on stream? Oh, brother, I don't even know. Probably less than my KR playtime, to be honest with you. I'm only at like 2,326 hours, which is not a lot. My KR playtime was definitely more. But this one is in the KR server, Korea server. Are people grinding right now? I gotta translate these. Oh my god, the translation's so bad. Hello. Any Abyss dungeon grind? Yeah, you can. I'm just too lazy. I got 3.4k, but I AFK while I'm awake. Ah, okay, yeah. Most of the time, like I do my usual stuff, and then I log out after if I have to do like officer stuff, like or if I'm like editing videos, I can't have the game up because my PC will die. Yeehaw! Come over here. Holy lagaroni. I forgot to... Are you NA? This one is in the KR servers. There's no party. Oh, wait, there is. Look. Everybody was... What if... These are bots, bro. These are 100% bots. Hello. Yep, those are bots. Oh, Korean Guild. AFK burner. Yeah, that's true. These fucking AFK burners. Don't need... Yeah, SNS Spear is also pretty OP. You're tanky and you also... With a roar amplifier, yeah, it hurts. You just gotta stand close to them, that's all. Yo ho ho. Mhm. 19k. You have any extra? No, I don't. Let's see if there's people in the basement, bro. Nope, not the boss. Uh, and at this point, fuck it, I'll just... Nah. Lord Commander. The hello. I thought this stream would help me get over waiting for main to end, but it just makes me want to play more. I'm at 39k tokens. Bro, I'm at 40k right now. Ow, ow, I'm stunned. Woo! Oh my god, the numbers. Oh! They hurt. They hurted. Whoa. Do you pick up any of the life leech mastery? I don't even have enough masteries, I don't think. I'm at like 60 mastery at this point, bro. I need this too. But I don't have enough shit. Oh, I do. Fuck, I need 30 more points. Pain. Let me grab this. Where's the life leech one? Yeah. Melee heavy, yeah. Fuck, I can't even get this yet. Wait, but wait, there's more. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm about to say, like, where? I want it. Need 30 points on that too. Yikes. Yeah, I have it here. They still hurt like hell though. I mean, maybe I just don't get. Oh shit! Not any big clumps maybe. Let me throw spear, please. Ah, the CC, it hurts. Nope. Bitch. Ow. Yeah, what's up, Calvino? Drops are automatically on, brother. Ooh. The tick is so slow if it's a solo. Oh, beat ya, boy. You know, having a party is so nice. What the hell? How do I get these? Hey, tag him and pull him to the bot so they can... Bro, what if... Watch me get flagged for botting. I get banned right away. PvP target settings? I don't have my PvP target settings in KR. No, like, wouldn't it be funny if I get banned instead of them? A little bit of funny coincidence. Hyper boosting for all. Oh, I already finished that one, that's why. Oh, is that? Oh. Gimme. Actually, I need these more. Yeah, it's all. This is in Korea. NA servers will be up in like 2 hours. 2 hours, I think. Yeah, 2 hours, right? Oh no, an hour and a half. Oh no, it's annoying me before. Noise, noise, noise. Ooh. Shit. Open it. Boom. I need 90. Holy shit. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. He. Oh my god, I got CC'd immediately. Oh lord. Yeah, it's true. Are the servers up? In NA, no. This is Korea. Noise. Convert the points. Fuck. Yeah. I need to build a SNS spear in NA, man, just for grinding. So I can grind solo. There's no shot I get to do that as a Templar. Well, maybe there is. It's just too damn slow. Is KR dead? Well, it's breathing. And then ish. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, fuck it, I'm popping. Ruh-roh, I'm gonna die. Or am I? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's nighttime, motherfucker. The one time I find an actual player is somebody who's ganking me. Fuck you, Korea man. Yeah, what's up, Naughty? You think TnL will ever come back? I don't think it left, brother. It's still here. Yeah, new update is just the new catch up stuff. Nothing but servers are not back up, no. They're this is Korea. My man is a top frag. What if he's probably one of the Is he one of these guys? Let's see. Damn, bro. Don't tell me I got ganked by a bottom feeder. Not like this. Oh, is that him? Yeah, that's him. I got ganked. I helped him get to rank 63. Not a queue for more league ranked. Oh, look. When league is your piece. Imagine commentating for KR and trying to point people out. Yeah, bro. I don't even know how to say this. What is his name? Copy name. What does it translate to? One sec. Let's see. Google Translate. What does the name stand for? What the heck? Hey. Copy name. What the fuck? You know what? Fuck it. Here we go. Fucking flashbang. Ah! Oh my god, this deal. His guild name is Gift. That's his name? His name is Oh my god, this deal. I got killed by oh my god this deal. What the hell? Oh no, KR has had this for a while. The only things that we don't really get from KR are the some of the events, very rarely, or their battle passes and their catch-up mechanics. We usually don't get those. Bro, imagine if we got a weapon mastery VP in NA. Oh, it's not. Yeah, well, this is Korea. Let me see if there's people in let me see if there's people over there. Is it 6 a.m.? Oh shit, yeah. That means my dailies have reset in Ethereum restart, bro. Hell yeah. Gonna pull for these waifus, you know? Newer servers? I think, yeah. I think servers are down for maintenance for another, like, 51 minutes? 51 minutes? Yeah. Wait, no. More than that. So the maintenance started. It's without delays. It's supposed to be 6.5 hours. The maintenance started at 1:30. So 2 plus 6 is 8, which means it's still an hour and 51 minutes. Right? Assuming there's no delays. Where's my math dog? Yeah, still down. Yeah, you're missing an event. Okay, buddy. No. You're gonna give him anxiety, bro. They're most likely finish an hour early, so let's see. Yeah. Watch it get delayed for another day. Is this pre-recorded? No, no. This is Korea. Wonder where they're grinding. No, you're good, Sam. You're good. You're good. I'm just trying to claim my daily stuff in Ethereum restart. Cause you know me, I got a simp for the waifus. Mail, claim all. I can summon again. Bro, I've been RNG carried in this game, bro. Holy shit, man. Do you play any server or EU? Check Seal? I could check Seal. He plays on the least competitive NA region, brother. There's only 2! That means I'm second place, bro. Yep. I'm a placer. Flash wave. If you're not first, you're last. No, bro, you're second. Duh. I know how to count. I play NA. I play NA. Sorry. Fucking Void got me distracted, bro. Oh yeah, these new ones, the new recipes. You have to buy. Good thing I stacked my contracts, eh? And by stack I mean I was too lazy to do it. Oh, you're an Aquaria? An Invoker? I know Aquaria. Oh, hold on. I'm in. Wait, what the hell? Oh, okay. I'm in Dynasty. What the hell? Plus 8% of max health. Health recovery, mana recovery. I heard you guys had a good fight against Wales for Leviathan. Oh, yeah. And there's NA West matches tonight as well. Okay. You'll never beat the C tier allocations. Not the C tier, bro. I mean, hey, be happy you guys got C tier before, okay? We weren't even in the tier list before. After all we did in T1. Yo, Mr. Bozak, what's going on, brother? I know, bro. They've never been beat sentless by Dynasty in T1, probably, you know? This isn't a series restart. Prob's already finished with the game. How lucky you are. Yeah. This is a theory restart, bro. I was gonna do my challenges, man. My challenges. Boom. Start battle. Is server up? In NA? Not yet, no. You still got like a little over an hour, like an hour and 43 minutes. Yeah, hour and 43 minutes. This is Korea right now. I'm trying to see. Is that what we're doing? $30 hunting. Ah, he's already done. Edge. Fucking. Don't listen to this troll, bro. He's trolling. He's trolling. Don't listen to him. Do not. Don't listen to this guy. Those dancing together are players? No, they're NPCs. This fucker that as fuck. Oh, these guys, yeah, bro. I'm like, she ain't tired yet, man. All right. Yo, they've been doing this nonstop for last week, bro. They ain't tired? Look at this. He's tired. Look at him. He's ready to sleep. She look derpy. She is derpy. Ooh, need a healer. Not Leanne. Oh, easy. Watch me do no DPS. Come on, man. Accept. Bro. Bro. Q 4-star. Q 4-star. Let me get my earrings. I don't have a lot of unlock stones. But do I have some tokens? A little bit. Man, we almost had a run, bro. Need that 1 DPS, bro. Jump SD. Q T4. Wait, what? Obsidian fishing rod. Really? 30 obsidian pieces for this thing? And it's only fishing bonus level 3? What a scam. What a scam. This one is level 4. What? Q dungeon. Q dungeon. There we go. Q dungeon. Q dungeon. Don't look too excited. Finally. You play without in-game sound? Oh wait, hold on. Does that sound good? Is it too loud? Let me know. Let me know if it's too loud. It's good? Okay, good. I had it turned off earlier because we were watching videos. Yeah. Again, I don't mind doing like reacts and stuff. Most of the videos that you guys have sent me so far have been pretty good, so I don't mind. Whoa. Oh shit, okay. Brother. The fire one is here. I'm just gonna pull it over here. I have no mana, please. Ah, I should have done this first. Pium, 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 pium. Ooh. Noise. Bro, please bring it over here. Oh my lord. GG. Ow. What the fuck? Go fucking battle, bro. What the hell? No, I don't have the damage. Alright, you're so bad. You live. You'll be alright. Fuck me. I fucked that up so bad. Oh. Are there still guilds that wargame regularly, or is everyone zombie? The top guilds usually war game almost every day, unless like one side has too many LOAs. For us, we usually take Thursdays off, but there's a tournament today, so I guess we're not taking off. Rock your body. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Holy shit. They die so fast. Dude, 2 today got crushed against my strongest ally in second. Oh yeah. I mean, it's all as long as you take it as a learning experience, you should be all right, man. Boy. Oh my god, somebody wants to watch the whole thing. Okay. I'm about to say, bro. Wow. Oh my god. Save me, please, my Korean brethren. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh shit. Great bar. Oh shit. What the heck? Hey, no shock. Okay, I'm about to say. Elder's fucking tossed it all the way to the other side, man. I have to record what and everything. They are looking for slots. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, that's generally if you want to be like get better, faster, and reliably, you have the VOD review. Whew. Da, 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 da. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, it's all good. This is Korea. Oh, Fear still plays? Oh shit, okay. I watched their not sure if it's the same Fear, but I watched their trailer on YouTube before the game launched. That shit was crazy. Ah. Ahoy. Uh-oh. What the hell? Oh. Yeah, it's on Nebulous. It's on maintenance for most people. Oh, fuck, I wasn't paying attention. It's on maintenance for a lot of people. I'm gonna die here on porch. Oh, oh. Oh shit, I'm so fucked. Oh. But it's not that bad. This one? Nah, not really. It's easy. I was supposed to be paying attention there. Which award did you get for the fortune calling event? I don't even know, bro. I didn't go for the 12K. This is KR, by the way. Screen share your mastery, bro. Don't follow these masteries. They're scuffed. This is my KR alt. I don't know how to build this, so I just went full offense. This is it's full offense. I don't even know. I don't know what I'm doing on this class. The golden arc boss queen crossbow. That's it, they gave up? Weak. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to build this thing. I just dumped like whatever I could into offense and that's it. What's my opinion on greatsword user? Oh god. I don't know what do you want me to say, bro? I mean Three brain cells. Show me your CP right now. The one over here, it's just 5.1k. This is a scuffed Korean alt. One brain cell for each button in their guillotine one-shot rotation. Jesus. I can't even complain. I used to play SNSGS at the start of Korea. That was when your armor passive used to be DR. It would stack up to 10. You'd have a ton of DR. And that was when the counter from counter barrier was true damage. So when you got 10 stacks of that and then people kept attacking you, they just die in half a second. All I would do is go in, engage, hold Q. That's it. That's all I had to do. And people would just die. Need that in the Cordy meta? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's just kind of crazy. Unironically, that would be the absolute hard counter to Cordy meta. So, like, at the very least, like, a Cordy would always have to think twice and actually look at active buffs before they decide to go in and spin. What's up, Lucra? How am I playing if all servers maintenance? I have admin access. No, I'm just kidding. It's this is Korea. It's pre-recorded. Yo, can you stop? Don't troll him, bro. This is Korea. I mean, there's only a little over an hour left anyway. Bum, 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 bum. Mm, mm, mm. Has now been resolved. Damn. Nah, bro. You guys don't know the tech. Yeah, queue everybody in. Queue everybody. Yeah, exactly. Queue in, queue in, queue in, queue in. I'll take you to the last boss immediately. He fucked up, bro. He fucked up. He fucked up. Fell for it and tried to start the game. It's alright. Void has not fallen for it, bro. He's been the one tricking people. Don't let this villain deceive you. Had to read chat rules before sending it. I'm going back to Minecraft. Minecraft sounds nice right now. You know what's better than Minecraft right now, bro? Dune Awakening. Dune Awakening, unironic, like actually goated, a goated game. Well, this guild got no resources. We did not donate at all. Mary. Boom. You do not have permission. Fuck. I forgot my other main is. My other character, Low Fatty SNS tab. What the fuck? We'll see if Amazon gives the proper amount of luck stones after a main edgy event, though. Yeah. Can't play Dune 2 invested into TnL. Hmm. The BP looks well and great. Yeah, it is, man. I wish we got these. It's easy to be an Asian. Oh, bro, it's not easy, man. They expect you to be a doctor or a lawyer. And instead, what they got was a Twitch streamer. Thanks, host. Appreciate you, man. Tell me when you doctor. I'm like, yeah, I play Dota 2. Yeah, bro, the hyper boosting one was, and then they have the shop, bro. Look at this. Oh, dear lord. They get the mastery one too. Bro, if I bought this battle pass, 1K lucent. Oh, look at that. No more mastery problems. What's the end? Follower of Madness. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Oremong. Yeah, 10 coins for 1 mil Solent, bro. That shit is crazy. Look at this. I have like 1,150 right now. Like how much do you need? Like 500 coins? Or something? No, not even. Like 250? I can't do math, fucking. Yeah, 500 coins. For 50 million. That's wild. It's a lot of Solent. I can barely do Solent. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go, kids. Yep. Yeah. Carry the burger, bro. The burger American. Accept, motherfucker. Accept. Hey. Hey. Quintana. Ding. Come on. Welcome. Welcome to jail. Was on like someone's time for type code makes me hot. Yeah, man. If only, eh? If only. They pay for easy. I know. The only things that we don't really get from KR is the battle passes usually. Everything else were like 1-to-1. Oh! Oh, we're so cooked. Holy fuck. Uh-oh. Whew. Yeah. I mean, they didn't give it to us because NA was like, don't put that shit over here. Like, we complained enough for them to not give it to us. So I'm like, well, we can't really blame anybody else. We were the ones who said we don't want it. Wow. Okay. It's also, yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't, technically the players were the ones who forced them to not give it to us. That's the thing. Like, the overall sentiment at the time was like, if they gave us the battle pass, I mean the value pack, that people would not play the game. So they decided to take it out. Like, pretty much like probably majority of Reddit. Like, that was like the #1 complaint. I was like, are you sure about that? Like, it's a convenience thing, man. I don't know why. Vocal minority, pretty much, yeah. Pretty much the vocal minority, unfortunately. Oh, he got it. Yeah, essentially it was a vocal minority, yeah, unfortunately. But, you know, it is what it is, boys. Yeah, get her. Yo, what's up, Yamakasi? What's going on, brother? But unfortunately, is the worst platform for devs to use to receive game feedback. It's littered with bots, and majority of Reddit users are part of vocal. Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, when I say when people tell me like, "Hey, man, you know that like in Reddit they're saying a lot of bad things about the game," I was like, "You listen to Reddit? That's your first mistake." Yeah, but the overall consensus for like majority of the West was that they didn't want quote unquote like they didn't want pay to win. So that was the reason why they removed it before they launched in NA. Otherwise, like you think the devs are gonna say no to free money, bro? I know. That's why I wanted it. My life was so good in Korea. All I had to do, remember when you used to do the parrot thing in Ruins of Terrain? Right? Like I missed that. Damn. Oh, got myself a Crimson Hell Skewer. Maybe I use this, eh? Hell. They don't pay to win, but they're okay with battle pass pay to win mechanics. I know, man, but that's the thing. Like the devs didn't mind like putting it in. Because it's, I mean, it's free money for them, but you know, they received so much pressure that they had no choice. That's basically what it was. Then it looks CP is like 4K. You can just sit there and after like 30 seconds you look at a party invite and they auto share contracts. Oh fuck, really? Hopefully they gave us that ×2 submission on 4 stars as well. I get tilted having to port back to Urba. Yeah, man. Bro, this is... What is it? Hold on. Let me... And more info, though I'm 6.7k CPU, still consider myself middle tier player. Yeah, after a certain point in CP, it's you know, it's no longer like the gear that gives you more results. Yeah. You get 7 contracts, yeah. If you activate it, yeah. This thing. How much is it here? Oh, you can get, yeah, 250 Taiwanese dollars. It's cheap as fuck, too. What is that, like Shit. What is it, like $5? Runes and masteries left to pay. Yeah, no, that's good. Urban design is nice, but the NPC positioning is horrible. Too spread out. If I need to go from merchant to crafter, it's quicker just to TP to stone guard and use a crafter than to run to the other side. Yeah, urban design, yeah. Urban design is nice. I guess it's their way of spreading out the NPCs so the whole town looks more populated as a whole instead of just like one hub. So I look after some PvP guilds, and when I see the guy who make build is 4K. Wait, 4K CP is wild, bro. That's somebody who just started the game. Oh, milestone Calanthea's return, eh? Oh shit, Calanthea raid normal unlocked. Wait, what the fuck? Where is it? Kanina Village in Miss and T1. Yeah. Oh wait, in prog ends 3:35. Wait, what? Is it in 335 hours? Is that what it is? Yo, Yamakasi, Kilomatic, Jeez, Lucremai, and Nawi. What's going on, boys? Thank you for the follow, guys. Show about C's enter server. This one? No league is in progress right now. 6:22. 22nd. Hey, what? It's been 30 hours is like 13 days. So in like oh, okay. So the raid release is in 13 days? On the 25th. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. 25th. Nah, it's the 25th. Chrono's like what? Chrono's the 20th, no? 20, 21, 22? Yeah. And then after that, Calanthea Raid Extreme unlocked. Well, golly. Return of the Purple Witch. Yeah, basically 2 weeks. Alright. I wish they would give us like a preview though. No? What do you think? I wonder if the structure over here is also present here. For KR. Same as logical thinking. I need coffee. I need coffee too. Robin awake. It's 7 a.m. right now. Are they working on Battlegrounds? They haven't really discussed Battlegrounds yet, but I hope they do, man. I really hope they do. A booty slap emote would. Booty slap emote actually would hit hard. Freedom Gundam. Gundam. Is it because it's a robot? Because he's a bot? Oh wait, no. There's a boss. Never mind. What if I want to go Azrael, bro? I can solo that boss. I can get a weapon. I'm not going Dominion, bro. I'm getting my ass whooped there with 5k CP. Azrael conflict portal. I really get my ass wrecked. Don't let these villains troll you, bro. Don't let them fool you, brother. What up, what boom? Level 16 melee heavy attack chance. That's what I'm talking about, man. They don't know the strats. You feel me? Bro. Oh my god, you swimming fuck. Nirma said, yeah. Nirma, if you don't hold the choke point, you're screwed. Special resistance medal. Give me loot, give me loot, give me loot. What in the Lego spear is that? Should have gone down. Yeah, bro, I was gonna get my ass whooped for 40 minutes. Online for 0 minutes. Oh, at a PC cafe. Oh, unfortunate. I'll go over there. See if that spot still also has the structure. Or if it's even more bugged. Yeah, what's up, Tino? On this one, it's only like 5.1k gear score alt. Look at this. Yeah, okay, buddy. Don't pretend like you didn't know it already, okay? Are you going to Red Fog Forest? Yeah. What's your main? My main is 6.5-ish K gear score in NA West. Bro, why is my game smoother in Korea? Are you going to Red Fog Forest? Yeah, I'm trying to find that structure. You know that structure? It's in NA. I wonder if it's in Korea too. Only degenerates go to Red Fog Forest. What do you mean, man? Imagine having to Yo, you think I go to Nebula, bro? You think I go to Nebula? Yo, what's up, Void Walkers? New challenge? Just started playing. Nice. What oh god, my cook. Okay. What server are you on? Hey everyone, CM Harmony here. Oh, the CM's name is Harmony. The welcome hyper boosting event is also underway. When you're with your new returning user, you can participate until 6/17. So don't miss out. Welcome to the is it the battle pass? Oh, you're in NA East. Okay, okay. I'm in NA West on Invoker. Oh, you're in the same server as Exodus and TnL? Oh, that's a lively server. That's the default setting, bro. I didn't even change that shit. Yeah, it's up, Fusion. Can you swap servers for free? Sometimes they let you swap servers. The only thing is they don't let you swap regions. NA East is a different region. He said, I'm in. Here we go. Well, how do I... Oh, there you go. Thanks for the follow, Voidwalker. And Quatek. Welcome, guys. If you wargame against him, you will know him. What's the reason to swap? Oh, swap? Well, it depends. If your friend's on a different server, then you could definitely swap over there. Yeah, what's up, Fadidi? My 1 hour nap turned 6 as well. Exactly. Mine turned to 6, and that's why I'm awake at 7 a.m. We have a match later. And I'm not asleep yet. You can't join a friend on another server? You can't, no, unless you transfer over. Yeah, it's up, Leech. This is Korea. Okay, boys. This guy. Great to know. We'll have to tell my friends. Yeah. This game is a lot more fun if you play it with friends. What's up, King? No, bro, this is Korea. You will swim to the other server. Yeah, no, I'm trying to go overseas, bro. Life's hard out here. No, it's right there. I'm way past it right now. Trying to see how far I can take this shit. Global? My main is in global. I just have a lot of alts in Korea. Oh, what is that over there? Look at that. See that island? Lovers and friends. Red Fog Forest is right there. Or our island, rather. I want to be like you guys so much. Oh, thanks, man. I don't know if you want to be like me, though. That's that might not be the best choice. Let me in. Located the Amatoya? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying to locate the that little area. You will break this. You guys so much. Alright, thanks. Appreciate the follow, King. Appreciate the follow, Steez. Welcome, welcome, guys. You will break this game. Not before they ban me. It's probably over here somewhere. Is that Sardoma? No, bro. Sardoma's over here. I'm trying to go to the next server. Dragonkin? Oh, you mean Draco Rift? The new expansion? Actually, if you go to Red Fog Island, you'll see Draco Rift from Red Fog Island. Fuck! Don't stop me! See? No. See that area right there? That's Draco Rift. The new expansion. Ow. Oh no. Wait. Have I been found out? Have the devs found me? Fuck. They're announcing expansion? They have, yeah. They have, like, probably like 2 months ago, actually. Or more. Or longer. Oh my god. And so what? If you go outside visible, you will just fall endless. Yeah, bro. I'm trying to get to the. Let me head over there. You guys want to see Draco Rift? I got you. Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if a whale just like popped up over here and just ate me? Yeah, what's up, Osoy? Those naps are the best, not gonna lie. Yeah, man, it's Oh, it's a nap. Yeah, the naps are kind of crazy. I don't know why I do keep doing this, right? Like I have like really long streams, barely any sleep the previous day, and after like the long stream, I'm like, yeah, let me just take a nap and I'll stream again. It never ends in a nap. One day I'll learn this lesson. It's never just gonna be a nap. I like PvP head? Yeah. I mostly play this game for PvP. That's up, Undertaker. The best build for Spellblade depends on what your server's building, to be honest. But mostly I recommend Spellblades to go like kind of like low hit, high crit, high heavy for the most part, because especially if your server is still mostly building endurance, then you don't really need to worry too much about hit. Because if somebody's building like full on triple Eva, there's the chance of you hitting them is pretty low. You don't care nothing about PvE? Well, I do PvE because I need gear in PvP. That's basically why I do it. That's my motivation, at least. Red the Fog Island. 2.7k magic crit, good. 2.7k is not bad, but you generally want higher. Like 2.2 I'd say like minimum 2.8k. Because generally people who build tanky should probably have like 2k magic endurance. Full tanks will have even more than that. But depending on what people are building in your server, I would build I would build the fight against that. That's why it's builds in Liberty, man. This is how it is. I try to stack hit chance. The thing is, like, somebody who's actually building evasion, you're not gonna be able to build enough hit to counter them. Oh fuck me. Oh. Yo, chill. Fuck. From in Red Fog Island, the fog kind of does like take damage to you. Is 3k hit chance enough for PvP evasion? You'll be able to hit them from time to time, but You're giving up too much damage for hit. Oh, as attack, you're definitely not killing them then. Immortal Pride wasn't gonna help me there. I don't have it on. It's just 20%. Yeah, it's still gonna kill me. Wait. Oh, I have an idea. Hold on. The heck?
다들 못하겠다고만 하고 이걸 어쩌지?
Yeah, so Kando. This is Korea. It's probably the some buff, so whenever buff is over, I can actually kill. Yeah. I mean, thing is like they rely on passives, right? So as long as they're cycling their movement skills, it's still gonna be pretty hard. I'm gonna go over here.
이쪽은 칠흑바위 산맥행 바람차입니다. 발밑을 주의하세요.
The letter. All right, this is just an L. Blasphemy. Look at that. They got their own little base up there. Isn't that nice? Look at that. That's cozy as fuck, man. Play with staff. What other weapon should I use? Staff? Go with dagger. Staff dagger. You'll have a wonderful time. Alright, there. You see that? That's Reco Rift over there. Past this. Over there. That's... Do we get the reward for fortune today? I'm not sure. I didn't really pay attention to the event that much. That would be DPS. That would be a hard DPS. My god, bro. Look at these aggros. I'm surprised there's no purple letter there. Whoa, easy, boys. Easy, boys. I'm gonna go over there. Please, 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 please. Fuck. Oh, please. Ah, please. Oh my god. Infiltration captain, yeah. Look at this chonky boy. Oh, bitch. Just... I think he stole liquor. Is this Draco? No, 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 yeah, not yet. I'll show you in a little bit. Fuck. See that right there? Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you. Hold on. Is it gonna block me if I go there? Oh, baby. Yeah, there we go. See that area? Hold on, let me zoom in. Photo mode. See that area? That's Draco Rift. See that? See that structure? See that structure, right? See that? Hold on, let me grab it for you. Throne and Liberty. Draco Rift. Yeah, Void. Make your life easier. Go Spellblade. So you guys see that structure, right? There, like these things right here. Yeah, looks like the ribs of a dragon or something. And this right here. Pay attention to this like little structure. I'll show you. That's that right there. That's Draco Rift. Draco Rift region. Yeah, what's up, Trido? What's going on, brother? Uh, the fairy. Oh, yeah. Unveiled they plan on rolling out 3 major updates per year, with the goal of keeping the gameplay diverse and enjoyable for those hungry for specifics. 2 significant updates were discussed: Talandre, a region of heights and depths, and then Draco Rift, the battle of servers. So that should be where it is. Well, T2 came out too soon. I wish I got to play more T1. Yeah, same. I hope they find a way to make T1 bosses like kind of relevant still, at least. But yeah. Yo, Boss Sunime, Chaos Boo, and Roaz Wolf. What's going on, brothers? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. But it's good. I kind of want like more greenery. You know what I mean? I wonder if I can sneak there. Can I sneak there or to get blocked? Yeah, there's no shot I make it. Oh no. Wait, 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 wait. Hmm. Oh, please no, don't make me fall. Not the desync, bro. Oh, mega low. Okay, hold on. Free to play but got $10 in the account. Should I get battle pass? Battle pass and leveling if you can. Yeah. Can I post right there of someone crying about it and taking a pic? Oh God, let me see. No, you can just post the link. You can just post a link. I allow links in the chat. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Whew. Shit. You're my go-to guy. Thanks, man. Yeah, if you have any questions, just feel free. Oh shit. There you go. Oh, let me see. You can smell this image. Holy shit. I see hits, familiar names in there. Steppa's over there. I see blank. Blank. I see Mercado, even though his name's a little hidden. I see Ragnar. Holy shit. How much time to end patch? You get about like 24 minutes. Doesn't count the timer. No. If only. Hmm. Oh, no. Damn it. Do you have a guild I can join? I'm in NA West. I'm in NA West though, Void. We do have a casual guild still, but they're not too active. Can I share my build to see what I lack? Yeah. Link it. If I see if I can find anything that I can try to fix. But if I don't know, then unfortunately, yeah, I just don't know. I can probably have like a general idea, but I don't know how to build each class specifically. Oh. Hey. Oh, please. Okay. Oh. Hold on. Oh, hello. Dracorifter. Please don't block me. I'm trying to get in. 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 Yeah, Naughty. Just send me your build. Link me your quest log, and we'll take a look at it. No, it's blocked, bro. Fucking Dracorif is blocked. God damn it. Flash escape to get past? Wait, really? Do I have to face it like that? or something. I don't know. This build by Whelps for Spellblade. I could check it out. Oh wait, hold on. I'm about to get my character banned, bro. This would be like the fourth account I get banned in Korea. Come on, man. Hold on, hold on, hold on. What if I hit it at an angle? Why you script? It's not scripting, bro. What do I... Oh, oh, I'm stuck. Look at me, step, bro. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Yeah. Oh, fuck me, man. Oh, that's because they got re-verified. This was before they opened it up to Southeast Asia and Taiwan. You had to make you need to have a Korean account. But if it got re-verified and you don't have the actual phone holder in contact, then yeah, you just kind of fucking shit, man. Hmm. Oh my god, bro. Let me in, Draco Rift, please. Yeah, I got deported from Korea. Okay, hold on. Let me look at your accounts. One sec. Yeah, you see, right? That's Draco Rift. Nice. It looks very Draco Rifty. You know what I mean? What area are you in that connects? This one? Black Anvil? Black Anvil? Ah, okay, okay. Let me look at your bill. All right. Let's see. Arc boss. Arc boss. So big, like big clumper. Hmm. I mean, right off the bat, it's like 1.8k hit chance, right? Um, for comparison, my curse bomber has like 2k ish. Has like 2k ish. That's yours, Naughty. Okay, okay. Has 2k ish like hit. Actually, who sent me theirs first? It's Ho-Ho's first, right? Okay, let me look at Ho-Ho's first because he sent me it first. All right. Hmm. You going for a stun chance? Oh, I don't know about this, bro. I'd probably go for like Auric for 2-piece Auric. Yeah. I'd probably go for Auric. Endurance. Endurances are okay. Magic could be more, otherwise you're gonna get blown up. Mm. Are you trying to be more like supportive? Like Blood Devo, kinda? Hmm. Yeah, are you more like trying to tank and support? Or are you trying to build this like bruiser-ish? Endurances aren't too bad. Magic's a little lacking though. 1.7k. That means like so to put this into context, 1.7k magic endurance, and you have 72 magic heavy attack evasion. A staff deck building crit heavy is going to blow you up immediately. So you're gonna be food essentially for a spellblade. Yeah. It's a Discord. Oh yeah, that's our Discord. That's our community. You guys are more than welcome to join. Yeah. In terms of like resistances, you have 0 resistances. So you're a curse you're a Bellandir user's like wet dream. You're a curse bomber's wet dream. You're basically any tank with collision chance is wet dream because you have no resistances at all. Your skill damage resist is very low for a tank. Yeah. Okay, yeah, change it up. Yeah, what's up, Undertaker? Spellblade. One sec. Oh, is it? Is it up already? Okay, okay. Oh, record. Hold on. Let me exit this. Let me log in. Yeah, there's a lot to fix here for sure. If I log in and nothing, I will cry. No, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, so here I'll explain like why I could tell I don't even have to look at this really. I can explain to you why I think the build is not going to work. So you have to think of it this way, right? It's like you're a crusader. If you're gonna go into GVGs, if you're gonna go into like ZVZs, you have to realize that the people that are trying to kill you, there's gonna be people that are building a lot of crit and a lot of heavy, right? So you can assume immediately that somebody who builds like crit heavy is you're gonna assume that they immediately build like 2.8k crit, like 2.6, 2.8k crit minimum. That's minimum, right? Because even somebody who scuffed their build is probably gonna have like 2.6k crit still. And so that's why you need like a lot of endurance. So besides endurance, you also need skill damage resistance as well, right? Okay. Yeah. And then in terms of like resistances, you can't build for everything, but you need to decide what you're building against. Like in your server and in your GVGs, do you get pulled a lot? Right? Then you might need to build collision resist. Does your server have more curse bombers and staff users? Right? Most of the time you're gonna end up building collision resist. And most of the time you're gonna try to build more collision chance. Because if you're trying to win, if you're a tank and you're trying to win like a rift zone fight, or boon zone fight, especially in Talandre, where there's like a lot of places you can throw people off of. Sometimes being able to grab people, hook people, and then throw them off a cliff is actually more annoying than dying. So that's how you carry your guild as a tank, right? The blood depot is one thing, the engagers are one thing, but like you being like damn near unkillable, almost unCCable, and you're throwing people off cliffs, you're throwing people off like high grounds, that's gonna win you the fight. All right. If somebody's trying to cap your rift or your boon, and you want them off, you're gonna need the collision chance, right? But that's essentially what you wanna look at when you're building. Let's see. I'm a toy. Wait. Is there another battle pass? Oh, okay. I'm about to say. Miss Hockey. Oh. Oh, that's pretty cute. Magma Scorchy. Okay, some runbacks. Oh, this is sick. Bro's ready for raids day one. Yeah, I was debating on if I was gonna sell my precious like ores. How much? 500? Mm-hmm. I had to buy this one, VIP breeze line. Guilds? West competition, there's probably like four or five guilds that can go toe to toe with each other. Yeah, for this one, magic crit is pretty low. You're not gonna be able to crit tanks or anybody who's building endurance really. Magic heavy is way too low. Magic hit chance is also really, it's 1.8k. Problem is, it's like this is overkill for people who are not building evasion, and this is nowhere near enough for people that are building evasion. You know what I mean? If I want to make some lucent selling pots, man. Probably for the tanks. The if you're talking about like the tank, probably the 8% 8% HP ones. I wonder if there's a one that heals like 2% HP every second. I wonder if Blood Leech removes that. Yeah. So you can see the no endurance, more on evasion, 3.4k melee evasion. I mean, you can kind of dodge like some GSs, but if somebody has enough hit, you're gonna get gatted. Magic evasion, 2.2. Anybody who's building some hit is still gonna hit you. Range evasion, it's not really gonna do you all that good. Gold jellyfish. Oh man, it was it. Oh shit, I didn't even make any. You have 200 fishing codex. I don't. Um. Hmm. So the only thing is, well, I mean, unless you're applying this on people that are not building weaken resist, your weaken chance is 477. You're most of the time you're relying on Bellandir to proc, so you can have like the big frags in like ZVZs and stuff. So it kind of be unfortunate if you can't proc it because, you know, you'll still be able to proc it. It's still reliable enough that, but you need a big enough clump to do it. Yeah, no, I don't. You're not really gonna be doing like big burst damage with crit like this and heavy attack like that. Because let's say like you have heavy attack 575. Let's say somebody doesn't build magic evasion. If they have like 2k, like you have to look at it this way, right? It's like critical rate. You have 1 point. So endurance, you have okay, no, never mind. You have 1.3 crit rate. Let's say somebody has let's say like minimum, like not kind of like an off tank, 1400 endurance. Your chance to crit is 0. Not only is it 0, but you have a chance to you have a big chance to glance you have a big chance to glance your damage, which means that you're going to be doing the lower end of the spectrum of your damage. So like, you know how like you have your damage 231 to 511. A crit is 511. That's a max roll on your damage. That's what a crit is. 231 is glancing damage. They force you to deal the minimum amount of damage that you have, which is 231, which basically means that you're not doing damage at all. That's how you look at these stats, right? So you don't want that to happen because like even let's say like if somebody's glancing your damage 231, right? On the off chance that you magic heavy attack, for example, like you're not even doing what your crit would normally do. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing that I'd say. Like if you really want to frag out on people, like you see like people doing like big damage on war games, they do like they get all these frags is because they do enough damage to delete people. Like once they figure out like who they can delete, they just keep bashing those people basically. What is this? Glad. I don't really know how to build Glad all that much, but I know Naru is pretty good. Naru Spear though? On Glad? What's up, holy moly? Oh yeah, I'm in there. Hit fort breakpoints. So are you playing this more as a tank? More tanky? Yeah, welcome back, Nebulous. Endurance is okay. Health is fine. Yeah. Only thing is like somebody who's actually building like collision chance and is trying to pull you, you won't be able to resist them. Your collision chance is only 957. Somebody building collision chance can't be pulled. But it's good enough to pull everybody else. Melee hit, 2.8k. That's not bad. It's kind of like a hybrid, more towards like tanky side. Probably eventually try to get a Delu Spear. Yeah, your Sunres and Colres, anybody who's actually building for collision is gonna collision you. They don't even really need to build stun res. They probably can still stun you. What's this one? Spellblade? Whose build is this again? This is Undertaker, right? The weekly rewards for completing 3-dimensional... Wait, what? What the fuck? Dynamic event player... Yo! What the fuck? Nah! Shit. What the fuck? Oh, nah, that's a goated change. That is a goated change. Yeah, 24, bro. 24 neb chests total. If you do both. That's insane. Did they fix my 4 stars yet? No, they still didn't add my accessories back, bro. Okay. Damn. What the hell? That's wild, though. 24? 24. Fuck yeah. Yo, Nifty 50. What's going on, brother? Thank you for the follow, man. 24, huh? Wait, guys from guild say you can get food recipe doing food contracts? I mean, is a reward for wait, really? Hold on, let me finish this quest. I'm go check. Go for it now, but it's rare. So good, man. I need to build contract coins for the potions anyway. Been lurking for the past 2 hours. Yo, W lurkers, man. I swear to God, like lurkers saved my life. Yeah, apparently. I'm about to find out. All right, let's see. Aylmar. I kind of like this one though. I'm gonna lie. Lime and seafood. SDR is gonna be 70 SDR. Pretty huge. Barbecue platter. I don't even know, bro. Fuck it. Dun, 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 dun. Buy mushroom, buy for 2 lucent, then resell for 5. Oh my god. You want a monopoly here? Should have it, right? I do. After 35 contracts done, not bad. I need the mushroom stew. I don't have Castler salad though. Yeah, I got recipes for days, baby. Rare construct boost. Alright, fuck it. Barbecue platter. Watch me get it, and then I just skip through it. You got 1 out of 50? Alright, let me... You can get it from the contract merchant, or you could just try to grab it from here. By luck, if you can. Humanoid damage boost. Forest goulash. Meat and onion soup. I'm pretty sure I have that, right? What happened about the fortune stone? I have no idea, bro. I wasn't even really paying attention to that thing. I was trying not to get tempted, you know? Crab meat pie. Oh, poor degenerate ass is already up, man. I'm feeling it's cap. We're about to find out, bro. I got like, I got tons. Nothing like opening up 22 Nebula chests and not hitting. Oh god. You know? Must have prayed to the wrong god. Grilled clownfish. Do I have that? I don't think I do. Crit damage reduction, all endurance, yeah. I kind of like that. Does it just appear as a reward like here instead of food? Is that how it is?